Good morning. Welcome in, Thundercat, Ondo, Zayman, Gray, Holster, Quartz, Pilgrim Place. Welcome, guys. Also over on YouTube, Zayman, Parker. Welcome, guys. Yeah, there's no music on Kick or YouTube, Zayman. They don't have any safety systems whatsoever, so it's like, yeah, not happening, dude. You only get game sound and voice, and that's it. Sadly, but you get crisp 1 for 40p on YouTube, which is really good. You get to see the scene really good. Because obviously with Twitch, you can do 1 for 40p, but you can't actually put the bitrate up to what YouTube can do. Plus, YouTube's on AV1, which is amazing. You can send like 15k bitrate, and it just looks so good. It looks so good. But welcome in, guys. Good morning. Hope you had a good weekend. The cope injected has been done. Lots of stuff to cover. Lots of things to go over. They still haven't put out any of the like cut videos like they normally do, so I would just expect it to be sometime this week. And all that jazz. Lots and lots and lots to look over. I'm going to be watching pretty much at the start of the stream just the videos again, just because obviously I was watching it with Cutlet. And yeah, I want to dive into it. I wish I had. You wish you had what? Cope. I'm positive purely because, yeah, there's a lot of really cool stuff coming. Yeah, it's most likely not going to work, but that's what it is. At the end of the day, I like what it's bringing, you know? Oh, you talking about for 432, Parker? Yeah. There's a lot of blockers currently in the game. Like the UI not working and all that jazz, so. It is what it is. I enjoyed this content, and in the background, they are working on improving the game. Yeah. Honestly, the stuff they plan for next is great foundation for the rest of SC. Long as they get the majority of the stuff working. You know what I mean? That's the thing that, yeah, needs to be taken into account. Like, we need VoIP. We need proper party marker system. We need warping to be decent. We need flight model to be tuned to the new system. We need engineering. We need a plethora of stuff. But the cool thing is, though, finally, I can return home to Nix 1. Nix is here. Are you ready to go home, Nix? And he is. He's like, I'm ready to go to Nix 1, which is literally Scotland. Just without the swamps. Marshlands, yes. Isn't that right, Nova? Have you joined the party as well? Mm-hmm. Nova's here. Go there. You go to your places? Yeah. If you go lay down, I'll get you stuff. That's a good boy. Good boy. Nix, lie down. Good boy. Alright. Since you're well behaved, boys, instead of pulling out my shot collar, I will reward you with a treat. Yum, 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 yum. Sorry, pup. Ooh. The strike group, yeah. There's a lot of cool stuff. We're going to cover it all. We're going to dive right in now, even though we've got some really cool music playing. My experience was basically getting massive stomach ache when emptying my gut out right ahead of Siccon. Still affecting me right now. Ugh. Fair enough. Fair enough. How's the audio on YouTube, by the way? And also, if you're watching along, if you could, guys, head over to YouTube. Go to here. We have now multi-command. Brah! You can go to any of those free platforms and watch us live. But if you're on YouTube, drop the likes, lurk in the channel if you could, guys. Mute the tabs, you know, that good stuff, just to get us back up and juiced into it and stuff. Zersty, good morning. But you can do that on Kick as well. Now, I will say, just in advance to anyone here, for some reason, the IQ system in my PC for Corsair keeps crashing for some reason. And when that does happen, it crashes OBS. And I don't know why it's doing it. I have patched everything to my heart's content, but obviously if it does crash, I won't be returning the stream on today. What I'm going to do is probably uninstall everything to do with Corsair and then reinstall and see if that will fix it. I've updated everything, but again, we shall see. Yeah. So what I might do is just basically shut it down and, well, we'll see. But it's only on the stream PC for some reason, so not 100% sure. Next. Morning, Rogue Knight. Welcome in. But yeah, we're gonna start now, chat. We're starting now. And what I'm gonna do is, just for this, I'm gonna bring up this one so that you are available. And obviously, we're gonna quickly...
This is an audio test.
Skip here. And go
architecture to deliver a universe with incredible detail at massive scale, seamlessly and where thousands of people can all play together. Server meshing has been working pretty much flawlessly at scale for the past 9 months. It has brought a more populated and active verse with up to 700 players online and in the same space at once. It's greatly increased server performance and delivered a much more responsive player experience.
Get a cool place like this.
I couldn't be prouder of the team. They delivered something no other online game does presently. There may be other games out there that claim large player counts or even the ability to mesh, but none do it at our detail, scale, and seamlessness. Of course, there will be continued improvements.
Why does Chris Roberts have this chip on his shoulder where, like, he's got to try and one-up on somebody? You know what I mean? CR is far louder than... Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's completely fine. Because he's not talking right now. It's intentional. Because everyone moans, oh, I can't hear the video. Or I can't hear you. Or I can't hear the music. You guys are just going to have to fucking deal with it. I'm sick and tired. I literally can't do any fancy things that you do in OBS to, like, do auto-ducking because it's all one audio line. Because I have a fucking physical mixer that connects to both PCs. So I'm not using software or anything like that. So I either lower him down so you can hear me, or I mute it so you can hear me. And then it's louder on that way, right? It's just very difficult to do both.
The server meshing and to Star Engine, but having moved past this last big technological hurdle has allowed us to finally focus on quality of life and stability improvements, something that has long been overdue. We're about to deliver our 9th patch in 10 months, with content that has brought Star Citizen storytelling into new and exciting directions. We pushed more than 24 features and more than 2,000 bug fixes. And while there is still a long way to go, the game has gotten more stable, performant, and fun as a result. We see this in player metrics. More of you play every day. The daily average users is up 45% from last year, and your play time is up 15%. So more people venture out into the verse.
I don't think Chris realizes that these percentages are up because for us to do anything in the game requires us to do 15% more to make it work, right? That's why your metrics are up and more people are playing, because there's more people backing the game, Chris. But the reason that we're spending 15% more time is to do an hour of legit gameplay in Star Citizen requires us to do 3 hours in total of fixing bugs and workarounds and all these other things. So your metrics, yet again, are lying to you. Yet again, your staff are talking a lot of shit because you guys simply won't play your own game and find out how bad of a state it's in. Yes, you've added more content. Yes, server meshing is whatever. But I hate to tell you, Chris, EVE Online has been server meshing and doing things for nearly 25 years without issue, right? And that's where the servers are one system, one universe, with more people playing. So I'm sorry, you really need to get this fucking chip off your shoulder where you have no idea what you're talking about. The game is in a much better state than it was like 10 years ago, yes. But at the same time, everything that you add to the game, even these brand new ships that you've released, are in a broken state. I don't think you realize it should be coming out in a working state. It shouldn't be down to us having to report everything so that your shitty staff can get it fixed. It's not a brag.
And stay there longer than ever before. And through all that, we've told the dual stories of the Frontier Fighters Assault on Pyro and the moral compromises being made.
EVE does have server meshing, dude. It's got a very small tech of server meshing that's been out for years. You might not call it server meshing, but it's the same sort of parameter. You have multiple people in, and as you warp through the game, you are meshed in onto different servers. You think that the whole that whole verse is on one server, Master? It's not. It's not on one server, dude. EVE also has time dilation. Well, that's a completely different thing. Server meshing doesn't need to be where you go through. Like, server meshing could be, I go through a jump gate and I mesh to another server, dude. Alright? That's how EVE works. And that's been out for 25 years now. You've also got phasing meshing in like games like WoW and stuff like that. Server meshing going between two different servers and stuff is just the same as the old school phasing, you know? EVE is more, well, it doesn't matter. You can't, like, you've got Elite Dangerous, you've got other games, right? But the point being is you can't brag that you're doing something better than other people because nobody else wants to fucking bother because their system just works. Why bother trying to do full-blown server meshing and all that stuff? So it's like, again, he needs to stop bragging about these things when he doesn't realize that it doesn't work and that his staff constantly lie to him and the metrics are off because, again, they don't realize that to do 50 minutes of gameplay requires 30 minutes of actual playtime. Because lifts don't work, elevators don't work, spawning things doesn't work, you know? They have to stop this nonsense. Their metrics can't be something that fully, like, dictates how well the game is going.
Combat the regen crisis. Now, as those stories come to a rest...
Again, you're bringing up ways to try and get around what I'm saying, Master, and you really shouldn't, okay? It's the fact that Chris Roberts is bragging for no reason. And he needs to stop this. There are many games that server mesh. Yes, they don't do it to the amount of players, but you also have to remember that they have it where you literally go from a 600 player server and when you go to a location, there's barely 10 people at that location.
For the time being, it's time to look forward to the next...
If it was 600 people in one area, I'd understand. But it's not.
Next chapter of Star Citizen, where the...
Also, if they had it, sorry to keep pausing, chat. If they had it where, for example, you had 600 people in Pyro, 600 people in Stanton, then I would be impressed. But it's not. It's just a plethora of nonsense. All I really remember for Sitcon is CIG Yes Man. Yeah, exactly. They have to stop this because their metrics are off and there are many, many problems, right?
Stability in Pyro and the callous actions of some pave the way to new adventures, new locations, and new threats. Last year, we announced our next star system would be Nyx, home to the People's Alliance of Levski and bordering the Vandal threat. Today, we're proud to share that your adventures in Nyx begin not next year, but next month. When Star Citizen's third system comes online in Alpha 4.4.
Is I kind of felt like they spent way too much time talking about
only possible because of the tireless work of our development teams,
some of the
server
core
meshing accelerating what's possible,
I feel are more,
the support teams behind the scenes, and most importantly, all of you.
Which would be the new Vulcan update. Are they fixing VoIP anytime soon? and the social window. You know what I mean? They spent a good 45 minutes to an hour or more talking about Nyx, which is fair enough. They're excited about their next month, next year content, right? But there are so many things that are very important to Star Citizen that doesn't require a new solar system, doesn't require a new event. It's the core fundamentals of getting our base foundation of games sorted out. No mention on the flight model, no mention on engineering, just we're getting it out and stuff like that. So that's my biggest concern right now, is that are they using Nyx just basically as a smoke and mirrors tactic?
Now, I do miss that we're not all together under one roof this year, but in many ways, we're more connected than ever. Across the globe, many of you are gathering at watch parties, 9 of them with our developers in attendance, and countless others springing up in communities everywhere,
because
and all happening simultaneously today.
Like
so even if we're separated by oceans and continents, we're bound together by the same passion for space, for discovery, and for this incredible universe we're building together. Whether you're at home or alongside your crew at a watch party, grab a drink, sit back, and let us take you inside our up-and-coming plans for the next year of Star Citizen.
That might help out the audio a bit better, so I don't have to keep lowering it up and down. I enjoyed the fact it was all focused on the roadmap for the next year, which is good, instead of this is coming to you in 10 years' time. Yeah, again, that's why I'm very positive towards this sitcom compared to my negative self, or realistic self, just purely because for once, it's actually nice to see what we're getting next month, next year. My only concern before we go back over it was, and I said this was live, with all the new events and stuff like that, I wish they didn't show us how to do it. I really wish CIG would just get this game working and let us, or like have a team that can actually produce something that works right out the bat, and let it to the point where we discover these things on our own. It's such a shame that CIG doesn't have the what's the word? The confidence to release something new to the game that works. That's really annoying right now, because all these new things coming in Nyx, I wish we would have discovered. That's the whole point of exploration, is that we were given the gate to Nyx, and we're in. We don't even get a PTU of it, because content creators will just ruin all the stuff, like YouTube videos. This is a game, like you'll get Ollie 43. This is a game changer. This one item fixes the game. You know what I mean? It's like, I would have loved to just have it where you go through Nyx and you're like, right, let's fucking explore. Let's go into every... Oh my god, somebody's discovered this. Let's quickly head over and do it ourselves. You know what I mean? It's so sad that the content of Nyx is already being leaked by CIG, and by the time it hits Evocati and PTU, everyone will know how to do everything in Nyx, and by the time it hits the live servers, everyone's bored, right? I just hate that, you know?
With the foundational technology now in place, the content development of the game is no longer restricted, allowing us to forge ahead with building out our first 5 star systems. Nyx will see the much-loved Levski landing zone added back to the verse, while also bringing you one of its most iconic landmarks, the Glacium Belt, Here, you'll experience a new combined arms operation that will introduce new factions and new adventures for you to discover. With this edition of our third star system, we're also going to do something that's at the heart of the entire Star Citizen experience.
So again, when he's talking about this sounds amazing, right? And you could do a 15-20 minute video of just flying through Nyx and showing all the cool new things, right? But not talking about it. It's the fact that they keep going, and you will do this, and you will press this button, and you will then take this canister to this area to turn on the mining laser that will spin round, and then you will take your ship and go inside the rock, where then you will mine, because we want you to discover how to play the game. And it's like, really? I could have sworn I just got a fucking quick flight menu, you know?
And that is to build it right in front of you. As we have done this year, with the addition of several major locations, such as the Hathor facility or the Lazarus complex, we will continue to unveil new Nyx content throughout the year.
And these are great. These things are amazing.
It's a slightly different approach to how we deliver Pyro.
It's a shame
but
that
we
it's
feel
always
this
just
gets
connected
the
to
content
Wicklow,
into
though,
your hands
you know?
sooner, and shows our intent as we continue our march towards 1.0. I'm so incredibly proud of the
I
work our
really
teams
wish
have
they
done,
had just done
and are continuing
cinematic
to
and
do.
went,
And we're
didn't tell us
excited
this
to
is
have
what
you
you
on
had to
this
do,
next
you
step
know?
of our journey. And as with any journey in Star Citizen, that begins with a little story.
So here we go. We go to a little story, but again, it's like, I really wish CIG were confident enough and they had an in-house team to test this all before releasing it, where they just show us it and let us discover the game. Wouldn't it be so amazing if you could just discover everything in this game for the first time? You know, everyone's going to eventually post out the YouTube guides and all that stuff. It happens with every game. But they're just not confident. It's so sad. It really, like, I would love for this just to go live and you would just do it, right? But they're like, we're going to build Nyx with you because we need you to test it, because our QA team sucks balls, or the person in charge of QA sucks balls, and nobody at the company can get bugs fixed without needing players to massively do it. So our metrics will tell us what's wrong. It's like, that means that any content that you bring out, even after 1.0, will always be straight to PTU, and we're screwed, right? Hey Ram, how you doing? Yeah, I agree, Pilgrim, yeah.
In 2025, we introduced two major storylines spanning multiple patches, creating a living backbone for adventure across the universe. The first was Pyro Must Burn. It connected Stanton to Pyro and introduced
I'm
the
gonna
frontier
skip
fight.
this part because we don't need a catch-up story, right? We're bitter vets.
We came out and did scans and opportunity
we're the bitter
resources that we're pulling out.
It is beautiful though, Nick.
The system itself sort of ran its course from
Clients who were
we're only like, it's the same thing. We are kids that are only here for the pop-up book. We're not here for the words and the education. CIG. We're only here for the pop-up and the visuals.
a group of revolutionaries who were trying to overthrow the dictatorship of the Messer scheme
Nyx is
that
so
was
cool.
Going on in the Empire at the time.
Hey Najib, how you doing?
So they went to the Nyx system and established what became known as Levski. They wanted to make it everything that the UEE wasn't at this time.
They set up what they saw as their ideal society, where everyone's voices would be heard, where everyone would be equal. But they've fallen kind of unfair. They have to ask.
Got myself a ship.
Making a star system is
It's totally not
you
my
approach it from
ship, but
kind
I
of
think
two
it's
angles in a
fucking
weird
sick.
way. What is this system to the
where people want to go and live free outside of the pressure and
Skip.
Like a Silverado.
unhappy, we think, trying to
Quite a warm star. Stanton star is quite neutral, and the Nyx is a little bit cooler.
The system has its
Skip.
and those points of light have a gauge that it's even place.
Alright, let's get past this
see,
part, because
Two, but we're
we don't need a recap.
bunch before.
We only care
Stuff like
about the new
that just-
stuff.
Lots of places to put new content.
Built up.
Levski is our first and biggest.
Before you got to the gold room.
They've definitely made Delamar so much cooler than
When you
what
fly
we used to
to
have.
Levski, you see this huge.
I read something from some better people where they're like, oh my god, they've ruined Levski. Like, it was great when it was like this tiny asteroid and you could fly around it. It's like, yeah, you can do that. They're like, oh, I remember flying through the belt and, you know, you would see the rocks and stuff. It's like, are we looking at the different things?
Gas ring
Like, that's a lot of rocks that you can fly around.
Small, mid-sized pieces of the asteroids. Well, Levski's immediate unique.
Skip.
The growing out from there and alongside Levski, there will be landing pad.
I wonder if they've left in the gym equipment that was on the roof of the main facility. And it would be here, chat. So that's the main doors, 2 main doors to go in. And there used to be a landing pad here, and you would fight through, you would drive through this area and fight through it, right? These landing pads are all new. But if that's the entrance, the gym equipment was on the top of this area here.
Along what I'd call the
Up
spine.
here. Oh, well, you're not gonna see there.
Lots of
So we have to
industrial
discover,
pipes
is the gym
and
equipment still
transport
there?
systems to bring
Will
out the
CIG actually
refined
leave
mining
the Easter
materials
egg
when
in?
it was a mining station.
Before we were using an actual planet, so we had all of the space available to place all of these structures. But now it kind of meant that we had to create an asteroid which has the appropriate size to.
If we took the whole shot of the asteroid, you will see that there is an area to fly underneath.
That's so cool.
We plan on bringing in Hull C gameplay, so this is exterior
This is so
cargo
freaking
elevators.
cool,
so
man.
as a team,
Fantastic
you will be
idea,
able
dude.
to load and unload cargo.
You like the blue star zoom?
There's a lot more
It's
movement
cool.
on the exterior,
Cool blue.
such as the cargo trains
Look
going
at
around
that.
tracks. It's now going to be fully EVA-able. There will be walkways.
So again, you would have to climb up some of this stuff here to do a jumping puzzle, but the gym equipment was like at the top, basically, and you would run around the back.
Around
And
the
get to
main
it.
landing zone to walk on using gravity plates.
But now that you can EVA, you could probably
drift
just
off and
fly
kind of
straight
go
up
wherever
there.
you want.
I hope they put it up there, 'cause that'll be sick.
They can explore fully the whole place, which is great.
Unlike
many
the
people
majority
knew
of
about the gym.
anarchists living in Pyro, there are people here in Nyx that care.
It's not a downtrodden or derelict, dilapidated location. It has a sense of order.
But only
Dated it.
Skip.
There's
Skip.
is a large statue of Anthony Tanaka, who was a
Manager
messer regime.
Let's try and get through
And-
this recap.
is the hospital in,
traveling through the system.
You'll be pods.
and that's
Okay.
where the original miners would have lived. They're not the nicest, and they're a bit messy, but they're a home.
Is this the
On who these new people are, they'll be an unfamiliar.
For military operations, that's all going to come from Intersect Defense Solutions. Intersect have discovered the source of the illegal tech is in the Nyx system and an old abandoned QV
Yeah,
Planet
so-
Services logistics station that's
I'm super excited to finally see the Van Duel in the PU.
I'm excited.
Right, here we go.
Stuff. Sell some scrap.
A re-release.
Here we go. I really like.
So
I
we've
can't wait
talked
till
about
they got,
Levski,
like,
we've talked about the glazing
chapters,
belt,
so I didn't have
but you're
to go
probably
through it.
asking yourself, what's the new gameplay activity we're going to be doing? So let's
What's the
find
new
out.
gameplay we're going to be
Welcome
doing?
to Nyx is your first experience in a new space station in a new solar system.
It's a mystery to be solved.
But we're going to tell you everything about this mystery so that there's nothing to solve. Aren't we, CIG?
Things for the player to explore and look into. There's going to be some twists and turns, of course, some combat, and if you're lucky enough to survive, maybe some good rewards.
Gee, why bother playing now, right?
This is basically a continuation of kind of our ASD storyline. So in the closing out what we had called our Science Run Amok storyline, we had revealed that ASD had been procuring sort of very...
See, this is the biggest problem I have with CitizenCon this year. Wouldn't it have been better for us as the player to discover your game? It's kind of easy to put 2 and 2 that you would follow on the ASD storyline, right? Or the pyro stuff. But it's like, wouldn't it have been cool if you just let us figure it out? You know it, you're excited about it, but could you imagine our faces when we go and do it and be like, oh shit, CIG have thrown a curveball in and I wasn't expecting this at all, you know? But it's like, all right, well, you're gonna tell us it, right?
Black market illegal stuff in order to conduct their experiments. So this mission is basically going to be
imagine you've never played Star Citizen, you're watching sitcom for the first time, you're like, oh well,
being sold
I don't need to play now.
And they're hiring Intersect to investigate. Intersect Defense Solutions is the leading military defense contractor in the UEE. So the Navy contracts with them a lot for doing various of military operations
stuff that we don't know
want to handle themselves. We didn't want players to be working directly for the Navy. The Navy just doesn't call up random citizens and ask like, hey, if you're free, can you fly a helicopter? I guess as a player, when you can think about like, oh, where am I gonna be doing missions that are capital ship battles or large fleet scale stuff or military operations, that's all gonna come from Intersect Defense Solutions. Intersect have discovered the source of the illegal tech is in the NIC system and an old abandoned QV Planet Services logistics station that's come back online.
So they want the players to figure out what's going on.
But instead of you guys figuring it out when it comes out, we're gonna tell you.
So when you come out of Quantum and you start your approach vector to the objective, you'll be weaving through asteroids, going through the Glacian Belt, and slowly the station will reveal itself. Now this...
Really? Really? Damn, it's almost like I'm there.
This is an old QV logistics station. It's pretty beat up, it's pretty derelict, but there's some points of interest that you'll spot as you go through. So the station itself shares design cues from old Pan Am stations found in Pyro. This architectural design found its way over to the NIC system as the system was being established, but you'll also see some additional design cues that QV Planetary Services were adding, so it's a nice transition architectural point. It's fairly skeletal in design. You'll see logistics yards and cargo yards, but also facilities pinned inside the asteroid, creating this network of facilities. You'll notice there's a Polaris near the main hub. It's not a
See what I mean? You'll come out of warp and discover the station. You will then approach the station and notice it's like a pyro station but with different cues. You'll then notice a Polaris docked at the station. But the Polaris won't be working. And inside might be some loot.
normal Polaris. It's damaged, it's broken, it's not a standard corporate Polaris. So at this point, you should be asking yourself, who does this belong to?
Who does this belong to? It's so funny, man. It's like, hey, Clayton, good morning, dude. It's like they just don't want us to even bother playing this game. They just want to, like, narrative it. Like, I would have loved to just been given Nyx, and the first warp I went to would have been like, oh, guys, shit, I found a station. Oh, I found a Polaris. Let's go and check out what's inside the Polaris. Oh my god, who are this organization? They've got a different skull and crossbone than normal. No, CIG are like, don't worry. We got you covered.
Away from the Polaris, you'll see struts leading to asteroid bases. Now, these asteroid bases are locked, so you don't know exactly what's inside just yet. But all of this comes together to form the playground for the mission to take place. So not only is this facility unabandoned, but it's also under attack from a surprising but familiar foe.
Oh no! Who is it? Is it the Vandal? Is it Xion? Oh, it's the Vandal, of course. We knew it was the Vandal. We thought it might be the Vandal, but we weren't 100% sure until CIG told us. But we also couldn't be bothered to put in the actual Vandal Scythe or the Vandal Glaive from Squadron 42. We're only giving you the stinger, you know?
For the first time in the PU, the Vandal.
Actually a lie. Because we had the Vandal. Did anybody remember when we used to leave Port Olisar? Warp to Tessa Bannister. Then do that 10 mission chain, and at the end you would fight the Vandal ships. So, technically not the first time in the PU.
So the Vandal are a nomadic, very, very, very violent spacefaring race.
They've been striking out against outposts and such in the Nyx system. They don't really know what they want.
It's a shame that
don't
they
know
didn't
why
give
they're
us
doing
all
it,
the
but
updates.
it seems like whoever's running the station is really
They've only
pissing
given
off.
us the updates.
Vandal raiding parties have been rioting in the system, and they're unaffiliated to any clan. There's small groups coming in and picking at them. But as time goes on, those raids are getting bigger and more frequent.
They'll be the scythes that you're familiar with, glaives and blades that we all know and hate, and a new craft for the PU, the Vandal Stinger.
You will be contacted by some civilians on arrival asking you for help.
You will be contacted by some civilians on arrival needing help.
So at this point, you have a choice. You can either bug out, mission over, or
we have a choice, apparently.
This will be the first time since the PU launch that you'll be able to fight against.
Exactly, Pilgrim. That's the biggest thing, right? The biggest thing that is annoying me with all of this is you've said exactly what would be amazing. Not going to lie, imagine dropping into Nyx, exploring and not expecting Vandal jumping you and you have to fight for your life. Right now, you are already aware the Vandal will jump to you. Exactly. CIG have spoiled everything to do with Nyx. Discovering, like, all you have to do is just have a quick trailer of it and hold back the Vandal ships, right? You could have had them as the twist in the movie, basically. It does show you how bad of a director Chris Roberts is. Because you should be keeping these things from any trailer so that when you get to the movie, you're like, holy shit! This guy had 3 dicks all along? Oh my god! Wow, that's impressive. You know? But it's like, nowadays you see these trailers where it's like you don't even need to go to the movie because you just watch the trailer on YouTube and you know the whole fucking story. I hate when people spoil these sort of things.
Vandal aggressor ships.
This fight will be intense. The player should be able to deal with them, but they will have to be prepared and they'll have to come back in to fight off this initial wave, and that won't be the end of it.
After you fight off the Vandal ships, the mysterious inhabitants of the station invite you to come on board.
Which INSEC sort of will encourage you to do because it'll help further their investigation against what's happening here, why these QV stations have come back online.
Why are they
You
here?
dock your ship, you board the station, and it turns out the inhabitants here have a real surprise for you.
Really? Is it an ambush? Oh!
The player will be immediately ambushed.
It's
These
an
guys are not
ambush!
your friends.
Guys!
Of course, it's not going to be easy because
I was totally not expecting it to be an ambush. I thought it was going to be a
The
tea
fight will
party.
be challenging, but this definitely will be the warm-up phase of this mission.
Oh,
This
it's
will
the
be
warm-up.
players
So
getting
wait,
a sense of
you saying this might get
what
harder?
exactly is going on there, who these new people are. They'll
Who
be
are
in
these new
unfamiliar
people?
armor.
They've got new armor. Looks a lot like the CitizenCon gift pack armor.
Unfamiliar weapons.
Unfamiliar weapons?
And we want you to get a sense that you
A
are in
sense?
a new place, in a new territory.
In a new place, we're
fighting
gonna
a
duck
new
behind this
faction.
pillar because it's obviously a safe point. Laser beam
So
behind
after
these
you
boxes.
survive this initial ambush, you get back in touch with Intersec, and obviously the question is, who are these people?
Who are these people?
Why are they attacking? Why are the Vandal attacking them?
Why are the
At this
Vandal
point, There's more
attacking?
going on here than anyone thought. The directive from Intersect is to explore the station
Explore
and collect
the
as
station?
much information as you possibly can.
And find loot?
Along the way, you're going to get to explore some new areas.
Oh,
It's not just the space station. There's the disabled capital ship. There's
Yeah.
asteroid bases nearby with obvious installations there.
Yep.
Other forces that the Vandal have been attacking.
Right.
There's a debris field.
Explore the locations in any order you want and try to find out who these people are and why the Vandal are after them.
You'll find new clues. You'll find ways to solve the puzzle.
But you've literally just told why the Vandal are after them. It's ASD, so they've already spoiled at their own trailer that they've been dissecting and using Vandal for whatever fucking reason, right? And you said the Vandal are not your typical clan, they just like to attack anybody for no fucking reason. So why are the Vandal attacking them, CIG? Oh wait, is it because they don't give a shit?
Of what's going on at the space station and find out what kind of loot they have for you.
Gee, I was waiting for the loot part.
Now that you've beat them.
And of course, this is a legally open station, so anything you find is yours to keep and sell, maybe even give to Wicklow.
Well, at least now I know to go straight to Wicklow to see what Wicklow requires so I can make a YouTube video about it so I can get some clickbait views on all the ad revenue for people that can't be bothered to explore in video games and learn about it. Don't worry, we've told you that you're going to Nyx. You're going to discover a station that we've already told you where it is. You're going to find a capital ship docked there that you clearly couldn't have spotted, right? You're going to go and fight Vandal who are attacking you for no reason, even though we know the Vandal just hate humanity and want to attack us at any given chance. Plus, we've been experimenting on them. You're then going to go into a place where, who are these people? Even though we already know who they are because you've given us all their armor description in the CitizenCon pack. And you're going to find loot. Well, I'm so glad that CIG have gone out of their way to literally play this game for us.
This isn't just a one-time event, this is a permanent sort of mission that we're going to be adding to the game.
You can go back and repeat this mission and find
this new
ways
star
to do it
system
even
is a
better,
game
even
changer.
faster.
Yeah.
There'll be a different story and different flavor. Obviously, we can't have the same thing happen every time. There'll be other missions that Intersect will offer to you based on the evidence that you found.
Now you know the real story.
Wouldn't it be just more cooler to discover the new story ourselves?
You can start digging and giving more information to Intersect along the way.
But you will do that for us! You've spoiled every single event so far. You told us what to do with Hathor. You told us about
super excited to
the
finally see the
Lazarus
Vandal
place.
in the
You told
PU.
us about
I'm excited to
ASD.
bring
You ruined
cool
the
Vandal
spoiler
ship
at the
combat
end
to
of
SC.
ASD in
Players
your
in the PU will
videos.
now get to face down these awesome ships and get a taste of like we already have it in Arena Commander where you get to fight the Vandal swarm and
Have you, Mr. Ginger, ever played Vandal Swarm? You just need to breathe or flick on the Vandal and they instantly die. that doesn't reassure me that when you add them to the PU, it's going to be any more different than them flying around. Would you like to see a video of what happens when you fight the Vandal and Vandal Swarm in a capital ship? They just rotate around your ship and do nothing.
Being able to do that in the PU is going to be, I think, a heck of a lot of fun.
So this marks a great milestone for us for not only pushing hard and adding great content this year, we're also being able to introduce the next star system and introducing the next landscape to tell new stories and add new gameplay beats into the ever-expanding universe. So we'll leave 4.4 there. If you're at one of the watch parties, please raise a toast to the great work that all the teams have been doing this year. And I'll be right back in just a few minutes to look ahead at some of the things coming in 2026.
Games the festivity of the year's pyro as it continue and
airbrush Jared
to that word. We unique.
I really want to
up for some brand new music from the Maestro
so
Pedro himself. And let's take a look at some of what the next year has to offer for the Nyx system.
Especially with low lighting as well. And
At Cloud Imperium Games, we believe art inspires the best technology. And through the development of that technology, it pushes us to create even better art.
Yeah, showing Genesis is fine, because the great thing about what you see in this next scene is that it doesn't spoil the story of Star Citizen. They can show you 1 billion trees on a planet and you still won't discover the same area on the same day, right? And that's what I really wish CIG would just stick to. The little flying the ship past and you're like, oh shit, what was that? Spin back. Oh, where's that? Where's that gonna be? That's where I'm building my fucking house. This looks amazing. Holy shit, there's a cow fucking another cow. Quickly go back. Oh wait, it was a rabbit fucking a cow. You know what I mean? But when they talk about their story and they literally tell you about it, it's so depressing because I would love to just work this out for myself or work it out with my organization or work it out with like going in with Cutlet's group as well and doing stuff or whatever. It really annoys me that just like movie trailers today, the whole movie is spoiled in a 2-minute trailer. And if you don't want to know about the movie that's coming out, you don't watch the trailer. But CIG are literally like trying to go out of their way to spoil everything, and I think they just need to have more confidence in their gameplay.
Comes to the persistent universe starting next year, it will change how you experience every world.
Yeah, but you can just do a quick 5-10 minute like music back. Guys, you see they've got a 24 minute video of showing off their technology where it's just music playing in the background maximum, and it's you sit there and you go, wow. But you know the cool thing is nobody's still found the cave that's in Microtech. You know, the one that you fly through. And apparently it is there. And it just shows you don't know anything, but when they're narratively telling you what you're going to do, it ruins that story. You can just show it, right? You could show that whole scene that we've just seen, going to the station. You could have it where you don't show the Polaris, and you don't show the Vandal, and then you have it where you're attacking and stuff, and you would be like, what is this? What the fuck are we doing? Is this a new CZ zone? You don't then know, right? So you keep the Polaris a hidden thing, you keep the Vandals a hidden thing, but you do a quick 5-minute video on it, and there you go. It's the fact that they having to do vocal filler because they don't have anything else to show us. They don't have anything else to talk about with Vulcan, dynamic server meshing, the new social system VoIP and stuff, working flight model. None of this, which could have taken up 5-10 minutes of quickly of like somebody talking about it, was ever mentioned. They're literally using Sitcon as a filler because the only thing they're working on right now is Nyx. That's it. Nothing else is being worked on that they can showcase. And that's kind of worrying. That's really worrying that there's nothing else. That's why Sitcon Direct was only 2 hours. And they say it's so that everyone was still working on Squadron 42. But at the end of the day is, if you're not even going to show a Squadron 42 trailer, how do we know? How do we know that you just literally have nobody doing anything? It's crazy to me.
Not just in the building of the new planets.
And I'm not trying
for the
to
Nick
be
system.
negative towards
We will
Sitcon
also go back
because
to
I enjoyed
Stanton
it, right?
and Pyro
I enjoy
and
all these
reimagine
things.
them through the lens
I just think
of our technology.
they need to get
Previously,
this chip off their shoulder that they have to tell everything that they're doing when the community like are wanting CIG to be transparent, but you don't need to tell the story of what you're doing. You just need to do snippets here and there. Dangly keys, basically. You take some jangly keys and you jangle them in front of a baby, and they're getting. That's all we need. We don't need you to literally open the book and turn page by page by page and show us it before we get to do it ourselves. Yeah, but I think they could have increased it on if they had actually just brought in other topics, though, Maximin. Again, 10 minutes of talking about the flight model, 10 minutes of showcasing what we've done with the engineering stuff, 10 minutes of this is where we're at with social, 10 minutes of the updated flight model. You've got then literally an hour, give or take, of content out of the 2 hours, right? 10 minutes of here and there would have been so good. 2 minutes saying how quantum boosting was coming along. Exactly. They could have easily added in short filler stuff. That it was a promotional presentation since CR was in Switzerland with a bunch of journalists hyping up. Yeah, I know.
And more traditionally, we'd create slices of biomes, like deserts or forests.
Again, Sitcon this year was not for us. That was definitely given. Like, literally, Pilgrim Plays, because Jared goes, oh yeah, Chris Roberts and Sandy are not here, they're in Switzerland. So again, they've got the journalists in a fancy room, champagne, caviar, fucking lobster, showcasing this, and this was not for us. Sitcon, again, is just CIG trying to market something and not be like, it's the backers that have got you this far, not the journalist.
This approach moved us forwards and got us this far, but solving the scale was always tricky. And for Star Citizen,
that's true. They
we
did
like
showcase
to do scale
a lot of
on
new
another
quantum
level.
boosting. Yeah.
Issues like seeing tiling from our height maps from high altitude, or the unpredictable blending when two biomes connected, were common. But ultimately, things just never felt right. Our worlds were gorgeous, but to us, they still sometimes felt like interpretations. Now, this was a super hard problem, which we needed to solve at the scale for Star Citizen requires. We challenged ourselves to emulate nature in the most believable way, and not just on a planetary scale, but to our level of detail. With Genesis, we've made a complete paradigm shift to how we do things.
This technology is amazing, by the way.
Biomes are now created based on the physical data sets, with the assets being spawned whenever and wherever the correct criteria is found.
Like, this is the shit I want to see.
So when you see a
talked
forest
about,
or a meadow,
it's not the new storyline or narrative towards Star Citizen, but their technology. Genesis, Starchitect, Starcloth, Maelstrom, new flight model, Vulcan updates, social updates. You know what I mean? These are all the foundational things that make this game so much better. When you take Genesis and add it into Star Citizen, and you bring Planet Tech 5 system online, you basically have it where you flip the CPU and GPU for loading things, and in this video it showcases how fast it actually does it on a massive global scale, and it's insane the difference in technology.
it's no longer because an artist painstakingly
and then you throw it in
there.
looking at this
It's
wonderful
now
Scottish
because it
landscape.
simply wants to be there. It fits inside our rules. Genesis also ties into our other...
Because finally we have proper tree biomes, chat. This is something that I was talking about with CIG. I was like, you guys literally don't realize that this is, like how you see it here, is how trees actually behave. They're not plastered in a fucking row and stuff like that. And some of the developers were like, oh no, that's not how the world works. And then I'm like, yeah, hold my beer. What the fuck does this look like? Right? Because this is Scotland, chat. Look. Wait till you see the trees. You see the trees? Yeah. Lots of trees. See it? Because again, trees don't live up on high areas like CIG are doing. It's always in lowlands, midlands, but you see here how they're not in just a fucking all over the place spot. Like, trees don't just grow everywhere. Like, the whole idea of Endor is a load of bollocks as well. Because it wouldn't, like, trees can't grow like that. Sorry, I just changed my channel. I really need to get a different audio system. But finally, CIG have showcased here that they're doing it right. And Nyx 1 literally is Scotland, which is amazing.
Gameplay systems. Our new planets are built from the information we create for our different datasets.
Look at it, see, look?
Like hype map.
So again, just like Scotland, you've got your highlands, your rocklands, and then you've got the open plains of grass. I literally can go out of my village and this is what I see on a summer day. This is exactly how it looks. Well, not exactly, but the idea, right?
Humidity, temperature, soil type, soil amounts, geology erosion data, to name but a few. This means you can now tell where to find valuable minerals as the geology looks like it would be suitable for it.
Again, see, this is what I'm talking about. They're telling you that there's something out there, but you're going to have to discover it. And I love the idea that I'm going to be able to go and explore and be like, yo, Cutler, I found a hotspot. Yo, guys, over here, bring the, Gray, get the fucking mining ship. I found the fucking spot. This is where we're mining today, right? Let's get the fucking ships over here, cover up the forces, watch on radar for anyone approaching, nail anyone, right? Let's mine.
Where scree piles exist below sheer cliff faces.
I love the idea
and where
of it.
rocks have broken off over time due to erosion.
But instead of randomly flying around the planet hoping for a spot,
direct
you can actually go and look now.
We want. The attention to detail from the tallest mountain to the smallest flower is still our core DNA.
Is Phil Armitage anywhere? Yeah.
With Genesis, we can now keep that detail-orientated mindset as we focus on the quality, and it provides the quantity. Genesis provides our planets with the ultimate sense of exploration.
I'm very excited for this.
Discovery in the purest emotional form. We want you to find that perfect place with the planets providing an abundant resource to harvest. This is a major part of what exploration is for us. We want that feeling of finding a corner of the universe that you'll fall in love with and where you want to settle down and build your home. Now I'm going to hand you over to Will to go deeper into what we have built that allows Genesis to realize our vision. As a reminder, some of the visuals you'll see will evolve and change.
Well, the great thing about Nyx is there's only 3 planets to work on, right? And one of them obviously being a gas giant, because it's a great way for CIG to cop out, right? And I'm completely fine. It's a legit cop, right? Instead of having to constantly make multiple planets, it's so much easier just to throw in a little gas giant and then do a small moon beside the gas giant. Completely fine with that, right? Was there a size of Nyx mentioned? Nyx is like 3 times as big as Pyro. Something like that. It's massive. It's fucking monstrous in comparison to Pyro, and Pyro is bigger than Stanton.
as we continue our technological development and hone in on the final look for Nyx.
I would imagine the planets are all the same size as like Microtech, though. I don't think CIG
Thanks, Ian.
does
So,
really
in case
any
it's not
bigger
already clear,
planets.
Genesis is our name for a group of technologies that are improving our ability to build worlds, refining those that we've already created, and ultimately expanding our persistent universe to the scale and quality that we all expect. I work on planet tech, so let's talk about how that's continued to evolve
You know
since
that
our
this guy
presentation last
started
year.
by making rivers.
And instead of just highlighting some really cool biomes that we can
CIG.
create, let's go ahead and show how all this work applies to the upcoming planets of Nyx.
Gas giant.
So there are 3 planets in Nyx. Nyx 3 is a gas giant, and I think it's blue. It's not going to surface. I don't really know. Nyx 2 is a yellow, toxic. It's got like this high pressure atmosphere, and it's like a very volatile planet with high risk reward gameplay. It's going to have some really interesting biomes for you to discover, but for now, just know it's going to be dangerous, because today we're going to focus on what we consider to be the hero planet of this system.
Scotland. Scotland planet.
Nyx 1 has got a rugged, remote beauty. It's got a diverse set of biomes, from weathered rocky mountain ranges to vast sweeping
This whole location, like setting, just makes me so happy.
forests and grasslands, and from damp, expansive wetlands to claustrophobic, festering swamps.
So cool.
These core biome concepts give us a fantastic platform to hone our technology. In some cases, because the current tech couldn't do them at all, or because we want to completely step up our game for them. So, let's approach this planet in much the same way that you, the player, will, from orbit.
I really wish that was the case, but the problem is once you add quantum boosting, people will just quantum into atmosphere, and I just don't like the idea of. See what they're showcasing here? I genuinely wish, and this is going to trigger a lot of Reclaimer pilots, I get it, right? I wish you couldn't warp in and out of atmosphere like we used to have in the game. Because we don't see the flame-ons, and like, it's just so cool to look at it from that way, but everyone is in such a rush in Star Citizen that they have to warp to an outpost. They've got to warp out of atmosphere because they don't want to climb 80 kilometers up. And I just really wish CIG hadn't ruined that gameplay, because it's so good to just have the vast... And you see me sometimes doing it at OM1 on Daymar for low flying. I go down, and I take my time going down, and you just see this massive expanse coming in, and it's so pretty.
The orbit appearance of the planets going forward is far more tied to what is present on the surface.
I just hope quantum boost
Previously,
doesn't ruin it.
we had different data that drove the orbital and ground coloring. That's because the orbit was designed to look like vegetation that we'd place on the surface, and the ground coloring was trying to be a mix of soil, rock, and the organic compound coloring that forms the kind of colors there. Now we author much more of the data in a unified way. When you look at Earth, you see blues and greens for ocean and vegetation, and brown or yellowy tones for sand and soil. We wanted to keep it as simple as that. The same set of textures and data that define the color of the soil, sand, and rock on the ground are used to create the orbital look. We then assess the presence of vegetation and competition between different species on each part of the planet, and use that to blend in
How many times have I rewatched it? This is the second time.
of green, including variations due to species health and the current season.
Or the first
This
rewatch,
creates
I
a
should
far
say.
more complete image and allows you to identify features, geologies, and potential points of interest all the way from space. Let's go down to the surface and start with something closer to what you're used to, but in a whole new light. When we approached the surface of the planet,
See, even that backdrop there, right? You've got the warm blues with open sky here. You've then got the Rocky Mountains and the rock face going down into this like gully basically, and then open plain for some reason over here. But then you get the sun reflecting behind the clouds, and you get this cool blue sort of coolish area, and you can see like the trans from warmth to blue in this one scene. And it's just the technology that they have done for Genesis and Planet Tech 5 is amazing. When they first brought out Planet Tech 1, I was like, holy shit. And obviously this is like 8 years ago. I was like, wow, the Planet Tech is amazing for a Star Citizen. But when you get the dynamic clouds added in, and yeah, I would love it to be a little bit more like DCS, where when you fly through the clouds, it sort of splits it. Maybe we will get the cloud tech like that in the future. But when you see this, and this is in 4K, it's genuinely very realistic looking now. Apart from, you know, it's a game, right? But it is insanely realistic looking with the different architect of rocks now, the grasses, and then it just plethers out, and you see it like fades out and stuff like that a lot better. Hopefully the loading will be a little bit more over there and stuff. Maybe it's just temporary, right?
We wanted to start by focusing on just the soil and rock.
But it's incredible.
One of the things that was missing from our terrain previously was simply feature complexity. Looking at our contemporaries, we lacked detail at the ground scale. To combat this, we've added a new layer of data. That layer is called the medium tiles. These are intelligently placed on top of the existing 4-kilometer terrain tiles based on slope, soil type, and other erosion data. And these medium tiles don't just create height changes.
This one location is incredible. And I know it's just a demo thing, but fuck me, give me this location. These places are like a low-flying paradise.
They also bring in local erosion data both for soil and bedrock size values.
Well, the thing is though, right? Afflicted, before you go, we paid for a game. You backed the idea of a video game, right? So I think you have in your head the wrong thing of, again, everyone's entitled to their opinion, but you didn't back a video game like you normally do, like where you buy Battlefield 6. You bought an idea, and you were told this idea will come out eventually, but we don't have a date for it. And to build that idea, just like it is to build paper and to change wood to be used and bend metal to be used, everything takes time in learning and building tools for these things, right? So everything that you've backed and you want requires somebody to build a tool for it, which is a tech. So for you to get the game that you're wanting for, you have to allow somebody to build the tech to build it for you. And we're just not at the building stage of the video game because you have to build tech for it. Pretty Wick this year? I disagree with that, Nubifier.
And this gives us a whole new level of terrain detail, of scale,
Genesis
and allows us to
alone literally made it a good SigCon for me at 2 hours long.
Create far more unique locations across the planet. So now that we've nailed the surface, let's have a look at adding some rocks. We've now got two major contributors to the rock content of our planets. Firstly,
see, the cool thing is that actually finally feels like a desert. This would be so good on Daymar. And the reason for that is, again, just with how deserts work and time, because obviously a desert is just a vast amount of time. The idea that like Daymar is full of rocks everywhere just doesn't make any sense. So this actually opening up where you see a little bit of rocks down the side and then it just opens up to vast dune space.
long desired feature,
is so good.
cliffs.
I really hope CIG goes full like Arrakis dune on Daymar instead of like lots of rocks everywhere on Daymar. When they go through it with the Genesis Pass, they make it just more sand dunes and the odd little peak here and there. I think that would be really cool for Daymar.
We are adding large scale, very detailed to all our cliffs based on the geology at a given location. This adds an exciting new dimension to steep slopes that we simply couldn't get before. The second is a big one for you ground vehicle enthusiasts. Rocks are now found not scattered everywhere, like spilt popcorn at the cinema, but only in places you'd expect to find them, thanks to a brand new rock scattering algorithm that isn't annoying as hell.
And again,
using
about bloody time that they've started to do this thing, because this looks way more natural than what we have.
Physical data generated for each large and medium tile, now rock distribution makes sense and has a physical basis. So if you're still crashing into them after this comes out, that's on you.
That's fair. See, again, look at this scene, right? This scene is incredible. You have the rock face. You have the small rocks that have fallen off over the main rock itself over time, and some with the red and stuff which have been thrown, right? Or they've been at the top, and when they've hit the ground, they've rolled, and time over time, blah, blah, blah. But in CIG's current system, there would be 1 million rocks all over this area, and that's just not how tectonic plates and eruptions scatter the area. So it's so nice to actually see where you've got trees that have finally grown down, you've got some of the landslide here, you've got the rock faces there, trees on the top, but you have the natural rocks, the Highland cows, yeah, as well. I hope they're called Highland cows, that would be amazing. CIG, please call them Highland. Because this is literally Scotland.
The rock assets themselves have had a glow up too. We now create rock sets related to a particular geology that look like they originated from the same source.
And again, here, exactly. So when you have the tectonic plates pushing, and it pushes hills, mountains, and volcanoes up through the ground, you have all the rock that breaks down and it rolls down, blah, 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 over time, erosion and stuff like that. But you can see here that instead of it being just everywhere, you actually have a natural movement to go up here and then go through here and up that way, instead of it being like, well, we can't go this way because there's 1 million rocks. So it's so good to see more natural looking. Does Genesis will also put the pieces of junk and scrap in the right place in Earth? It should do, yeah, exactly.
Ties into
because
how
it's
we're
just basically
minables
using the
in much
algorithm
more
to make
interesting
heat
ways too.
sources on the actual map as you fire it through, like they show here. There. Wait. So this is the basically a heat source, right? That you put inside the system. And you can basically dictate that when you're talking about like the scrap, you would have it, the scrap has the purple stuff, and maybe some of the soil would be the light cyan and the blue, right? The blue cyan and then the green turquoise. And then obviously all the scrap would then be piled up because people would have moved all the scrap to the side. They're not just going to dump it everywhere, but then you might have like some structure, like they'll put the purple a bit more out. So you have to navigate through the scrap, but it's not just going to be everywhere around. And that's what this tech actually allows you to do, which is really, really fucking cool.
Found in all sorts of elevation, formation, and gradations. And so now,
here we go.
So now that our base terrain and rock scattering looks good, let's add some vegetations and explore some additional biomes.
They should totally throw some heather in.
Next one's forests and grasslands are full of trees, various grass species, rock formations, and they're found in all sorts of elevations,
And again,
like mountain valleys.
I love this, how the trees are just clinging on, but because it's easier to root into the soil going through the valley, it comes down through the hills, and then you have your odd seedling scattering that's managed to make it in, but again, with the dark green, it's the more difficult place for it to root. You've got the little ones on the cliffs and stuff, but instead of this whole cliff covered in trees,
plains and dense meadows,
it just looks so much more realistic.
And when we start to add a bit of fresh water, they begin transitioning.
Also, this is so Prometheus looking. Like this scene alone with like the swamp and the weird bulby sort of things is crazy.
To more wetland type biomes.
Look how beautiful that looks. It just needs a little bit of purple. And it would be literally my back door area. Outside the village.
And while forests are super cool, let's focus on the grasslands and wetlands today.
What we need, chat, is here, right? We just need this. Where is it? We need, yeah, here we go. You won't be able to hear it on YouTube, sadly. Well. This is literally 100% Scotland. Up in the Highlands. I think I was always like, I'm going to build a base for myself for low flying and just let anybody land and use the medical facility, and it would just be in a really good low flying zone. I think it's gonna be on next one. It's gonna be so sick because the fucking Moody mist on the bottom, the dew and stuff like that, the sun coming through, and then just the Highland Coos. It's so, like, no joke, chat. I can literally drive 30 minutes and take you to something that looks like this. Like, literally, you would be standing out in the area and it would, no joke, have the mountain ranges, the dew going down the valley. You could go to Glencoe and see this. There would be like a little river, loch sort of area at the bottom.
So,
it's
how
so
are we
good.
making these look so great? Obviously, we've had grass before, but never meadows of it. Because until now, we haven't been able to spawn grass in large enough quantities or effectively represented at distance. So we're stepping up our game in terms of spawning, shaping, and shading grass. With Genesis, we now leverage GPU spawning to create vast quantities of assets across all biomes. Whether it be...
Oh, chat, when we get aerodynamic flight in atmosphere and we can't just hover around and, oh my god, like, just this and the flight model changes, I've got hours and hours and hours of gameplay just flying around listening to music. Like, this makes me super, super happy for the game. Obviously, like, a lot of stuff needs to be filled in, but literally just happy times again.
dense meadows, or more complex collections of ground cover, like you can see in
Because
these
flying
wetlands.
around in DCS World is so much fun. Just
We
generally
are also
low flying
able
in
to
it.
fit our grass tiles to the ground by conforming them to the unique terrain underneath. Now we can finally cover complex terrain shapes with grass and ground cover assets, and as a result, they are now gravity aligned.
It's
meaning
so
each
beautiful.
blade is oriented as you'd expect and not sticking out like before. Next, let's take a look at how we light our grass. Now, as in real life, the shading of a grass blade, or indeed a whole field of grass, is lit very differently to like a flat surface. We now use a solution that shades meadows of grass far more like fur
I hope we get
or
a
hair.
lawnmower.
And this, if you think about it, makes sense at a
The Raptor X. The Mist Raptor X, which is a sit-on lawnmower and can only be used at your own land, right? I want that, chat. You guys know the Mist Raptor, which is the meme that's the sweeper? They need to bring out the Raptor X, which is a sit-on mower, and you can only use it if you own the land, because I would love to just cut the grass. Dude, I played the shit out of Farming Simulator, and I've not bought one since 2013, I think was the last one I played, because, oh my god, it's so addictive playing that game.
Distance, a field of grass is far more like a carpet or cloth than a flat surface. This improves how our grass looks.
Any thoughts about yesterday? What do you mean, Sunday? What was on Sunday? And how about that one that would remove the snow? Oh yeah, that would be cool, yeah. They could totally do cool stuff like that. Sitcon? I'm positive with Sitcon. There's a lot to do with it. And I wish they wouldn't spoil all their new like storyline stuff, but the Genesis technology is insane. That's the clear winner for me, showcasing this.
A near perspective, as well as bringing us nicely into how we're solving
just more
the
penis
distant
in the grass.
representation
Well,
of
if it's their
grass.
own land, they can do whatever, right?
So let's talk about the distance problem. One of our biggest achievements.
Like, no joke, if they actually had, like, if there was like a gameplay loop for exploration where you could set a marker on the ground, like you have a beacon, you take it out of your backpack and you set it down, and then you could then plot a route and then upload it to like some database or something like that, so other people could walk. You know how like you go around the world and people have discovered walks, hikes, and everyone does the same hike, and you get told like the elevation, you get told the distance and how long it's possibly going to take you and stuff. Geotag, yeah. It would be so fucking sick to discover like what you see of this character walking around, and you can place like the starter marker and like multiple markers around it, and then they disappear, but then they get uploaded to a database, if maybe even CIG approve it or something like that, and it means that people can go and fly a route discovered by TheDarkLaw or Fresh as Ice or Hudson Hawk, right? So whoever discovers it first and lays the route, it becomes their route. And you can go then and go through a database and like, right, well, on my next one, there's like 50,000 different fucking routes. This will I'll search TheDarkLaw. Oh, look, there it is, right? And then you could leave a like on it. You know what I mean? Because in the game, what's it called? Death Stranding. You have all that sort of social interaction where if somebody leaves a ladder in the game, you can like it and they get like reputation for it. It would be so cool if CIG added stuff like that. Just for the people that just want to explore, right? But you actually get a reward out of the exploring. That you wouldn't get money for it, but you would get other people coming to do your route and stuff. I think that would be such good gameplay. And it would attract people that are not really into like combat and mining, but maybe just want to walk around and chill, you know? There's a game coming out called Cairn, which I'm very excited for, and I don't know if I'll be streaming it. It's going to be definitely my off game sort of thing. But Cairn is about rock climbing, and you have to move the character's hands and legs into each position. And when you get to the top of it, you get the view, right? So
with Genesis is allowing us to build beautiful biomes off of flora and geology assets like a building set.
But it's not released
Can I
yet,
say
though.
Lego?
No.
Too late. But in the past, this broke down very quickly when objects simply disappeared when viewing the same biome from 10, 20, 100 kilometers away. Because we don't hide planetary transitions and allow you to view complex regions from very large distances, there are almost infinite perspectives from which you can see a location in Star Citizen. So, how can we afford to evaluate complex spawning logic at runtime for the entire swathe?
This is insane, this tech that you're about to see.
Of the planet. Enter the virtual terrain.
This alone is bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. So as you hyper focus on an area, your game is going to stream in the most amount of data that is required, being that, for example, the lowest numbers, right? 241, 241, 241, 241, all over, right? And then if you're hyper focused on an area or flying over it, it will make even more patches. But as the patches you're not looking at become big boxes of less data. So you will have hyper-focus detail whilst looking at it, and then off your character screen and behind you, you won't even be registering that data. It is incredible shit, because this will massively reduce the lag at places like Dupra and stuff like that, because it's not the players at Dupra that's causing the lag right now. It's the fact that you render in your fucking game like 150 kilometers of data when you don't need to, you know? Cairn is really, really good. I highly suggest if anybody's into rock climbing shit, play it. But you can also play it as multiplayer. The thing is not at the same time. I sent a message to the developer saying if you can add in co-op play to Cairn, I would love that. To go up on one rope system and you've got to work together would be amazing. So again, you see here, these are the high densities. So if you're flying over the area, you're getting the most amount of data in this square, right? And the more that your eyes or wherever the character was looking, this would be the hyper focus because of whatever detail. But you can see that these giant boxes at the top are basically the off-eye area. And you see how this, as we're going down here, goes from a 116946557. It will then change to a 65. See how by just moving that, and this is basically streaming out a huge amount of data that you do not require. So as you're going still over it, the game decides, well, you're still in the area, you still want to see a little bit of density, right? A good HD visual, basically. But as you're transferring over, you're wanting all the density down here as you're going over, and eventually it goes, right, you are now out of the area where you don't need to see the fucking deer running across the land. And this is just an example I'm giving. And as you move, see how it changes from a 4 box with a 32, 104, 35, 137, it goes to a 104. Because it deems that it only needs 104 of whatever the data number is that you require at that time looking at it. And if you were to quickly slide the pixel back, you would get the same sort of effect. And as we transfer over, it gets more density, and as the height goes up, so now the character's height is moving away, you see that things start to change, where, for example, you're now at a height where the system goes, right, well, you don't need to see the high density forest and stuff like that. We're going to just give it to where the game, enough for you to know that there's a forest down there. And this is amazing, because once this is moved over to the GPU from the CPU, this means that people who are getting like 30, 40 FPS on the ground with your current PC are going to be like 50, 60, 70. And people who are at 100 are going to be 150, blah, 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 right? Depending on PC builds. Because this takes away a huge amount of strain on your system. Again, we've gone from multiple boxes to now at the point where it goes, right, you're at a height where you only need to know 230 assets. Or the 230 data, right? It's really
how we
cool.
now cache and represent our terrain at varying scales. This has been the enabler for all of the lovely advances in terrain complexity and asset spawning we've shown so far. And it's also how we now evaluate and represent vegetation from a distance.
I just hope this streams in really fast. And it doesn't make it... It's not fast where it sort of like flickers.
When creating the VT for each part of the terrain, we assess if vegetation has covered the ground, and if so, what shading should be applied. For all of our biomes, we're now able to use the same shading model for the distant representation as the close-up asset, whether that's our lovely rolling hills, some more dramatic rockscapes, those muggy wetlands, or even our festering swamps. So,
Yo, Matoka,
yeah,
thank you very much
didn't
for the 40
forget
months,
about
dude.
the swamps.
Appreciate that.
And they're coming to
Appreciate
next
the
one as
prime.
well. Built using the lessons learned
Sorry,
and all the
alerts are
technologies we've
disabled in
developed,
this scene.
these swamps now spring into existence from the planetary data.
GG's, dude. Thank you so much.
This biome combines all of the elements from the other biomes we've shown you today, from water interaction, denser spawning, unique ground coverage, And I think it creates something really unique.
One thing that I'm really interested in is CIG even working on like swimming, for example? So cool.
Anyway, that's our update on the Planet Tech portion of Genesis and how we're using it right now to sculpt the identity of Nyx 1. And I hope you're as excited as we are to explore this and everything we haven't shared yet next year.
Yeah, so apparently we're gonna get Nyx at the end of this year, but we don't get any planets to go to. Because, yeah, well, they're still working on it. So the annoying thing is, we'll get Nyx end of year, but we won't be able to go to Scotland until 2026, sadly. That ship not
As you can
casting
see,
shadows.
Genesis is now inspiring everyone here to create planets of the quality and believability we've always strived for. A meeting of technology and art that I truly believe will set...
I do know CIG eventually want to do stuff like Subnautica, Hudson Hawk. But I remember talking to a few developers who I won't name, because just in case it was not meant to be shared in detail. But once they get base building out, they want to look into doing Subnautica, where you could make the base underwater. CIG are definitely interested in doing underwater gameplay in the future, because obviously it adds kind of a cool sort of element to it. Also allows them to sell like underwater vehicles. Hi. Where have you been? So I think that would be cool if they could actually manage that. But obviously let's get base building out first. But I think it would be fucking sick to make like a base that starts off on the edge of a loch and then it goes in deep underneath it. I think that would be so cool. Isn't that cool? Yeah. Hi, hippity hop. Good boys. You been playing together? Yes, good boys. Good puppies. Alright, continue on.
Our worlds apart from anything we've done before. And with that said, let's move on to a little travel between systems, literally. Up until now, our mission system has been specific to the star system you're in, meaning a Stanton mission has to take place in the Stanton system, and a Pyro mission has to take place there. We've never been able to link these together, but with the introduction of our third star system, it's time for this to change. And that begins with the introduction of interstellar cargo.
What are you talking about today?
System-to-system hauling missions. Hauling is back.
No one said hauling was gone. You guys even play the game?
These are exactly what they say on the tin. Missions where you're going to start in, say, Stanton and end in Nyx, taking various volumes of cargo between the stations. So there'll be high volumes of cargo that kind of
I think this will be
fulfill
cool
the purpose
because
for the whole scene.
when I played Elite Dangerous, to save up the money for some of the ships that I was doing, I did this type of gameplay where I would take a cargo ship, fill it to the brim of loot, move it to another solar system, make bank, take some more stuff, do like a sort of like bounce around circle type gameplay. And I did this for a week to like get my Federal Corvette and stuff like that. So it's like Anaconda Federal Corvette. I'm down for this type of gameplay. I don't think I will personally do it, but I would be totally down for like escorting or roaming with people and doing this stuff.
In the other series of all ships.
Diamond smuggling.
And there'll be a few sort of more direct routes.
So you might pick up some cargo from Ruin Station in Pyro and go through the jump point to Stanton and drop it off there at one of the Helios.
So
it also brings in more pirating as well, which I really like the idea of. Because I know Cutlet, for example, is like one of these people who quite happily sits at choke points and waits for the catch. It's like a little fisherman, right? And then you got other people that will go like planet side to do certain things. I like the idea that we would have proper, what's it called? Freight lines instead of just your simple hauling, right? Proper freight lines. Like, what's the canal called that you go past in like Egypt and stuff like that? Oh God, I always forget what it's called. But you know what I mean? That's the kind of thing where you would want to pirate, the Suez, that's it, yeah. You would pirate like on the outskirts of those way. You wouldn't pirate in the actual Suez Canal because it's well guarded. But being like on the outskirts, like, especially as we're getting binoculars now in the game. Ooh, here comes a Hull C. It's got yellow boxes, clearly gold. And then you get it, right? I think that would be so sick. It would be really cool.
If you've never sort of experienced the jump point or going through it, these missions will require you to. They're no way limited. You can do them in any sort of ship you want, any size of ship. I'll be doing them in my Drake cutter myself, between Stanton and Nix.
It's the only ship Elliot can fly.
Just a Drake cutter.
I've got a few ships, but the Drake cutter is really cute, so.
One thing that we're looking to add with these interstellar missions is scripted combat encounters where you can be attacked by NPC ships.
So good. So good. Because here's the thing, right? Everyone, dude, I think, Quartz, I think you're kind of playing the wrong game, dude. Like, you need this stuff in the game. Every single game, and I'll always bring this one up, is Silk Road Online. To do trading like what they're showcasing, you had to flag yourself as a trader, which means you could be attacked by a player that was dressed as a thief. And you would have to hire a hunter who would then kill the thief or defend you against the thieves. But at the same time, the trader, even if there wasn't anybody PvPing you, you were still attacked by NPCs because you had to have somebody protect you. This is why you need to have scripts like that. That if you are just roaming around, randomly you will be attacked because you can't just go to another server and get 100% no fucking effect, dude. Not everyone can cover every area of the game. You have to have it where 90% of the NPCs fuck you over and you sometimes come across 10% players, right? But it needs to be a part of the game. You can't just have somebody going from A to B and never being attacked, even if there's no players. There has to be a risk involved. Can't just keep giving people money, dude. So you've got to add scripts. Silk Road was so good. Still sometimes enjoy on a PC server. Really nice. I didn't even know it was still running. So I love the idea that we've talked about it a few times on the channel. I love how people constantly complain that getting attacked by players. But what's going to happen when a player goes to Spectrum and complains that they're being ganked by an NPC? At that point, do you go, yeah, that NPC is griefing, or you're just shit at this game? And I love the idea that eventually down the line, unless you scan somebody, you won't know it's a player or an NPC. So if you don't scan, you don't see their name, you don't see their ship type, their org, and all that stuff, information that's coming soon. We've already got it where if you scan in-game now, ping basically, it will show a player name or an NPC name. I look forward to the fact that a lot of people don't know this, and they'll be getting killed by an NPC when they're doing a hauling run, complaining that it was a player, and CIG go, it was an NPC. I love this.
Maybe the mission giver has tipped off some pirates who are looking to get a hold of that cargo.
Is what makes it,
as well as express missions, which means the deadline timers that you're used to in the regular hauling missions might get really tight, and you've got to learn to be very fast. All of the love and care that has gone into hauling missions so far, with the logistical network and making sure they make sense within the themes of the systems, just as much love has gone into the interstellar missions we're making now.
I think this is really cool. Again, I
At the
want
start
to
of the
see
show,
trade
we said we
lanes
were
in
going
this
to
game.
build out the Nyx system right in front of you after 4.4 launches next month. And while we want to keep as much of what we're doing behind closed doors, so you can discover it for yourself, in-game and on your own, we still are excited to share with you a brief look at one of our up-and-coming locations we're calling Rockcracker.
Now, this is where I wish they didn't talk about this scene, because I genuinely feel like it'd be so much better if you just had it where we discovered this for ourselves. Too much info, yeah.
Okay, so Rockcracker, Jared, is our internal name.
Rockcracker is where you have to crack a rock. It's a big rock. You want more?
So way out into the Kiga Belt, you'll find these old QV breaker stations. These were originally industrial facilities breaking apart large asteroids.
The location alone is fucking crazy when you look at it. Like, it's very Halo, Stargate. These locations are looking really, really good.
Mining them down. But since they've been mothballed and been left abandoned, so you're going to have to find your way inside and thinking about how do we bring this facility back to life.
I really wish they wouldn't spoil it.
It's not just
but
about
at the
flipping the
same
switch.
time,
As you
you've got Chris Roberts in Switzerland with, you know, journalists being like, "Oh my God, Chris, that's an amazing 2-inch cock."
bring these stations back to life, you'd be lighting the beacon and calling attention to these long forgotten places.
One of the main features is the laser head, which will require certain things to get working. It's up to you and your friends to find how to get in.
There'll be a variety of options. Whether you're discovering the bowels of the station and mining your way through long-forgotten tunnels, or you're going through the main laser entrance. Now, as you're traversing through the facility, you'll find the old engine room. Now, there may be ways to bring the facility back to life, kickstart the engines, and bring power to different parts of the facility. Maybe eventually bringing the laser back online
eventually down the line you lose
and cracking some rocks.
on points, quartz.
The secondary gameplay loop is FPS combat.
There won't be
You're
any
not there by
points
yourself.
like that.
There may be squatters and outlaws
Unless they
in
leave
these
it in,
stations
but there should not
trying
be
to
a
stop
need for
you
it.
from what you want to do.
So you've found these old facilities, you've brought them back to life. You've systematically brought power to various functions of the facility. You've activated the laser. You've fired the laser. You've broken apart the rock.
So cool.
Then you'll be able to fly your ship inside and see what's there.
So you fly a ship into an asteroid.
Yeah. You just get into your ship and fly in and start searching around and trying to find the pieces that you want to mine.
I'm really excited about Rockcracker because it's a sandbox activity. You can kind of go to these whenever you want to.
This content is for players who enjoy mining, who enjoy exploration, investigation, and don't mind a little bit of FPS content while they're there.
It will be a very new experience compared to any other asteroids, because this one, kind of like Alan and mine, will crack open and show its secret.
And one presumes you can make a decent amount of scratch on an asteroid that's big enough you fly your spaceship into it.
it wouldn't be worth doing if you couldn't make a good amount of coin. Yeah.
Making promises for the econ team.
Yeah. They've got to balance it.
It's for people who want a lot of minerals. When crafting comes in, when all the other mechanics and features that you want in the game.
I wish that when you have something like this, you had to drag the asteroid into the laser beam. It's not just sat there. I know they've got to do it because that's the part of the game. They don't have this thing. But wouldn't it be so cool if you had to use like an SRV to tow the rock? There's like a connection point. You've got to tow the rock into the laser and get it into position, and then it does it. I think that would have been so sick if CIG could pull something off like that. But I think it's just out of the technology.
1.0 come in, it will be a place where like an organization or a group of like 5-6 people could come.
Reason for the
and
ship,
just
yeah.
get a monumental.
It would be so
amount.
sick because then you could have it where maybe like if you misjudged it,
of minerals.
Well, that's the thing. The Orion will eventually be
So
big rocks
that's a
like
look
that, yeah.
at some of what's coming over the next.
That's the other thing. Like CIG could make it where you have these big rocks scattered around Nyx, and the Orion has to drill a hole for you then to fly smaller mining ships in to get the stuff. That would be so cool. And I'm not somebody that's into mining, but I would imagine like Salty Mike's group would love something like that,
12 months. In addition to what we've shown, there'll be new mission packs tailored to the People's Alliance and their struggles. There'll be events that invest you into the evolving storyline of all 3 systems.
Because you can chase after people in the boost quartz. You ever played Elite Dangerous, dude, with Super Cruise in Elite Dangerous? So when somebody goes into Quantum Boost, you can chase after them and fire missiles and guns and stuff in and interdict them. So instead of you camping a spot, for example, like we do right now, you have to actually roam and hunt. But when somebody warps away, you can capture them and stuff. That's how the new QED system's going to work. You'll still have the ability to sit between like Crusader and Microtech and capture people like what Cutlet does just now, but it's more you actually have to spot somebody, chase after them, stop them from warping away, do what you need to do instead of just sitting at OM1 and hoping for some prey to eventually arrive. And I'm completely fine with that. It makes it where you've got people who can camp the interstellar lanes like Hurston to Pyrogate and vice versa, but for you to capture people around planets and moons, you have to actually physically go and hunt,
We'll have in the game. And of course, when we begin populating these with new planets, there'll be a whole host of ground-based POIs, settlements and structures inhabited by those trying to make their way in the verse. And all of this in service of building star systems that complement the massive corporate yard of Stanton, the lawless ganking of Pyro, and now the new frontier of discovery for the Nyx system. Should I say ganking?
You already did.
Yeah, it's still going to work exactly like it does right now.
Good job, everyone. So yeah, a whole lot to take in there. Interstellar hauling is the beginning of a massive expansion to the mission system that'll let us connect these 3-star systems like never before. What else we got? Rockcracker. Rockcracker is just one of the next operations that'll be coming to the Nyx system in the first half of next year, where you're going to fly into an asteroid and do that thing that miners love more than anything else. Complain about PvPers getting in their way. No, I'm being told it's mining. It's mining. And of course, one of the most just see if we can get some fjords. What else we got? The Citizen Good, one way or another, sweater and outfit, a couple of crazy weapons.
It's just like, you know what I mean? I don't know why everything has to have bones with these guns. I was trying out the new LMG, and I actually really like the LMG. The problem is, though, is that I'm just not a fan of having bones attached to guns, you know?
Hi, my name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director here at CIG, and welcome to Talking
Vandal
Ship,
plushie,
where we're going to talk about 3 new ships coming to the persistent
Paid
universe.
actors, yeah.
The last year has been pretty hectic.
A few none of these
is
the wolf.
It shows off
none of it.
one's system. Been a lot of their use line. Gunships. They are quite a
sustained firefight while dealing a lot of damage, also taking damage.
We don't have a lot of gunships in the game. They're true dedicated gunships. They are quite a tricky archetype to control in game without being too powerful.
I fucking
It's
love
designed
this
with
ship.
a lot of firepower and high armor and health, but very low.
It's just what I would want from a gunship. Just the layout of it as well was so good inside the
maneuverability.
It's multi-crew. It's just built purely for battle. It's got lots of armor, lots of guns, big guns.
People are already crying at how OP
squat kind of form to the Valkyrie.
The Paladin is, and it's like, it's a gunship. It's meant to be OP. It's meant to be something that you have to try and figure out how to deal with. It literally has 4 size 5 strapped to the top of it, you know? It's slow. It's got 1 shield. It can be hit by missiles, you know? Like, people are like, oh, I'm going to melt my Connie. It's like, but your Connie can do cargo, and it has, like, other reasons for doing it. You can't compare a Connie or a Corsair to a Paladin. The Connie and the Corsair are literally multi-design ships. You're able to do combat, you're able to explore, you're able to fucking live on it, you're able to run cargo and take a vehicle. This thing is just dedicated death. That's it. That's all it is. It can't do cargo, it can't do fucking exploration. It is just literally A to B death. And people think it's fucking OP. It's like, no, you're just shit.
It kind of reminds me of, I guess, like a pit bull. Obviously a very menacing silhouette.
It looks quite forward-weighted in its stance. It feels like it's coming towards...
Yeah, but that's what you want. The pilot can use the 4 size 4s, but if somebody's sitting on the nose of the ship, there's nothing you can do. And if you're sitting on the rear of the ship, there's nothing you can do. It is very much just a beefy Hurricane. The only powerful way of doing it is if you've got all 4 players on board. But people want to be the hero again, you know? Solo player gameplay. I heard it. It's got some issues right now on it and stuff like that. But I think it's got plenty of HP. The problem is it's got a lot of 1% 1 HP nonsense going on it, which makes it like easy to be missiled and stuff like that. Again, it'll be sorted out. What do you mean international? Paladin seems to have some conversation for the pilots word. No, I think that's perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. Again, you're not meant to be shooting with the pilot all the way forward. These turrets are not meant to be shooting forward. You have a main gun battery for that. These turrets at the side are meant to give you 360 arc of defense. The pilot isn't meant to be fucking support killing. The pilot's meant to be piloting. That's it. CIG have just given the pilot the reason to use the guns because people cry.
Towards you, even when it's just sat still, and I think that's
The
something
pilot
that
shouldn't have
helps
access
with
to
it
any
feeling
weaponry in
intimidating.
multi-crew, as far as I'm concerned. The pilot of the Cutlass shouldn't have weapons. You should have beefier turrets. The what's it called? Like Valkyrie, Asgard, the pilot shouldn't have weapons. Constellation, the pilot shouldn't have weapons. Corsair, the pilot shouldn't have weapons, in my opinion. They should be based around having proper turret system. A
If
pilot
we
should be a
swing
pilot.
round, following the ship
as far
round
as I'm
clockwise,
concerned. You want to be a
what you'll then see
dogfighter?
is the
You
first
want
of
to
the
use
side
it in that
turrets.
form? Then fly a smaller ship.
If you notice the canopy, you'll see that there's a fairly thick space between where the glass is and the notice you can see is the first of the side turrets.
It's interesting that it's still not the new model.
If you notice the canopy, you'll see that there's a fairly thick space between where the glass is and the hull exterior. That's because it has deployable armor, which
Again,
can come
the
out and
pilot's
give you
not
a little
meant to
bit
be
more
doing the
cover
killing.
while you're actually attacking the target head on.
It's got these really nice kind of dual connected wings with the turrets out on the sides, just to try and give as much kind of range for those turrets as we can get.
Which is controlled by one of the two remote stations underneath the bridge. If we come around to the rear, you'll see a rail. Now that rail mounts the main turret of the ship, which is controlled by the co-pilot.
So you've got full 360 coverage underneath, full 360 coverage on top with it.
Yeah,
and then the
it's-
side
it's
turrets
a really
also have
cool
360
looking ship.
coverage that way around and 180 out sideways. So really you have
And it
between the
still works
turrets
in the area
pretty
of
much
Valkyrie
360
and
coverage in all
Asgard.
directions. One of the unique things about
But what is the difference between the pilot of a cutter and a paladin? The cutter is not a multi-crew ship, Hudson Hawk. The paladin is. Anything that resolves around crew, you should have crew set up. So the pilot gets very limited functions for shooting and more for defend and movement. And then you have somebody else working with you on a gunner seat. That's how multi-crew should be. I massively disagree where the pilot should be the fucking main hero in this story, in the game.
the paladin is
Like Idris owners being able to fire the railgun. Massively think that should be removed.
all the turrets are remote and all the crew are located in this one central two-story room.
A lot of our other gunships, the crew gets scattered across the ship, but with the Paladin, you're all sat together with a nice, cool experience, so you can really feel like you're playing as a group.
You've got the pilot, co-pilot up top, and you've got the gunners underneath, and I think that helps with the intention of what the ship does, because you've got this really nice kind of like gunner viewpoint down, kind of giving this lower coverage.
We added a glass floor just to keep the two connected.
I think the glass should have been see-through, personally. And the gunners further back so you could see them blow.
I think that really helps with the feeling that you're all working together and communicating.
That said, if you don't have the ability to fully crew a paladin, you can still fly it and engage in combat solo.
It's not a noob trap, dude. Like, why do you as the pilot need to be able to hit something with the guns, Quartz, when you have 4 size 5s above you that can do that job for you? You're meant to have 2 people underneath you to make those guns fire at 90 degrees arc. If you make it where the pilot can shoot the... Again, you've also got to remember where the guns are positioned, dude. They can't shoot forward. It's literally like a Scorpius. The guns can't fucking just turn like this and shoot like that. But that's the thing. They shouldn't be giving people the guns in the first place. The problem is everyone fucking bitches and cries and CIG fucking bend over. Nobody, the pilot shouldn't be able to shoot at all. You should have to have 4 players on board. And then design it around 4 players. But CIG always cater to fucking, I want to be able to solo in every fucking ship I have. Sorry, you shouldn't be able to. If you don't have friends or people to play with, tough fucking luck. Go and use a fucking fighter. But everyone wants to fucking be able to, like, people are crying saying the pilot should be allowed to shoot the size 5s.
Obviously not as good as if you have a full crew,
stupid.
but you can't always guarantee your friends are going to be online.
As a solo ship, it's pretty
Like, if you're a
capable of
fucking
doing
introvert,
a variety of missions within Star Citizen.
tough.
So if you want to run this ship
That's
solo,
your
you can
flaw
take
in
on
life,
combat
not
missions that, say, other heavy fighters like the Scorpius or other ships such as the Drake Cutlass could do. Coming aboard the Paladin, you enter into this sort
CIG
of
keep
armory,
catering for
ready
these
room
fucking
area.
babies.
You have a variety of suit lockers and weapon.
An introvert that doesn't want to fucking play with people, but wants to play an MMO solo. It makes no fucking sense to me. The reality is that most of the players are solo, not because they want to, but this is life. Not all of us have enough to play with or feel mentally comfortable play with something. Yeah, but that's on you. That's on you, Hudson Hawk. It shouldn't be for the design of the game. But CIG cater to people with that. And they shouldn't. If you're going to have multi-crew, you do multi-crew correctly. Not because I want to have a big ship that doesn't die instantly, and I want to have all the damage available without having to play with people. And that's the annoyance that I have. If you don't want to play with people, that's fine. If you don't want to interact with people in an MMO, that's fine. But you shouldn't get your way crying on a fucking spectrum. I'm not talking about you in person. I'm saying the general thing is people keep crying and CIG are like, well, we want to sell things. We need to make it where they can have access. No, fuck them. Tell them to fuck off. Simple as that. I've got a horse. It can carry myself and one less person. I don't want to have it where the fucking chunky monkey person who eats 20 McDonald's a fucking week sitting on my horse, right? Because it's NPM. It's just stupid that they keep fucking making it where everyone has the same right as other people, and you just don't. Life isn't fair. And it shouldn't be fair in a fucking video game either. It teaches such bad habits. Exactly, Pilgrim Brace. They're missing the point of an MMO. But they also want to have their cake and eat it. And CIG shouldn't listen to them. There's no need for the pilot of a paladin to be able to fire the guns. No need at all. If you want to be solo, fly a Constellation, fly a Corsair. There you go. You've got ships literally designed for people like you. And this is why TDL doesn't work in CIG marking. True. How do you trust a new person? You make it where dying has an effect. Like in any game. So, for example, Arc Raiders, right? Arc Raiders, you can go into a match and meet other players, and they can either take your stuff or you can work together for a global thing. And because you have working VoIP, you can communicate with each other and be like, right, let's do this mission. Now, you might get double-crossed, but it's the same thing as in real life. You never know. And that's the problem with Star Citizen, is that the VoIP system doesn't work. So it's very difficult to be like, do I trust this person when nobody wants to use a microphone? But then it's funny how the introvert person who doesn't want to speak to anybody or interact with anybody in a fucking MMO of all things then complains on Spectrum that they never knew somebody was going to do something to them in the first place. When everyone is shouting on VoIP, I'm going to just quickly grab this loot, don't shoot. And then the person who's an introvert shoots and then gets gunned down and then goes to Spectrum, complains that they got outmatched. When the person who's trying to use VoIP, you see what I mean? If VoIP just fucking worked, you wouldn't have all the problems that we have right now. But CIG don't want to bother getting VoIP working. Yeah, exactly. Letting the pilot have controls of the gun is fine. You being able to kill somebody that's under 2,000 from you as the pilot, tough luck. You are there. Those guns are support guns. Your main battery is a player-run turret above you. Simple as that. 2 players can make the paladin really powerful. 4 players make it even better. Engineering, armor, reputation, all these things that won't have. Again, it starts at the basic thing. Multi-crew works better with VoIP. Dealing with people who don't want to deal with people works better with VoIP, because you can communicate with them and say, look, I'm going to take your shit, and that's it, right? But when that doesn't work, it's very difficult to do.
Racks in this room.
Everything's very militaristic, stripped back, simple. It's a very functional space, but you'll find everything you need in that.
One of the improvements from the original.
The only thing you're going to really lose if
upstairs,
you can't trust somebody, right, is a little bit of your time right now. When you die in this game, you don't lose anything. When you lose your ship, you don't lose anything. So the only thing that is lost, and which is the currency of this game, is your time. If I'm doing something that takes me 10 minutes and another player fucks me over and 10 minutes has been lost, that's all that I've lost. A little bit of time. I've lost 30 hours in Scum from a double cross in a base. Yeah, exactly. But The thing is, though, eventually like that, you will get that in Star Citizen. I'm not speaking about myself, but I know a lot of people who think org is not their way of life because org life takes much more time and responsibilities. But then they shouldn't be playing a game like this, Hudson. I'm sorry. Go and play like a single player game. There's so many space games out there that offer the same thing that Star Citizen does, but in a single player environment. Elite Dangerous, for example. Elite Dangerous, you can play the whole game solo. We don't want another Elite Dangerous for Star Citizen. If you are going to work on a multi-crew ship, you have multi-crew. You have people that you interact with. And again, if you are an introvert or somebody that doesn't want to play a multiplayer game, don't play a multiplayer game. I don't go and fucking have gay sex. You know? Simple as that. There's no difference in it. I wasted my life 10 years in L2 and 8 years in Ion, so I'm not scared of our communication, but I understand those people. So do I. And my response is don't play these games. You can play with Citizen Spinner's group. Spinner eventually down the line will be getting rid of all the random people, Hyperlight. I think he's already started to do that, where he's like, focusing on who joins in and who doesn't. Spooner down the line will literally be doing like every other content creator that's gone the role of Spooner, is where eventually you will have too many randoms in your group that you don't know who they are, who they're trustworthy to, and they start fucking up your gameplay. Just the same as Burks, just the same as Blasphemous, all these people who have gone the same route of exactly how Citizen Spooner is, he will eventually change his org where it's invite only, and the randoms in his channel will not be allowed to join and play. So, sorry dude. It works right now, but 1.0, there's no way a group like Citizen Spinner works in this game. Because you won't have no idea who's joining your group. And when betrayal will be an actual proper thing, it changes everyone's opinion on things. Yeah, Detox used to play with randoms, now he doesn't either. He only does org invites. Because of security reasons. Exactly. So it works to build up your numbers, and I can't fault Spooner for doing it, but eventually he will lose viewers because he won't want to play with random people anymore. He will want to concentrate on strict organization system. Or you don't go anywhere in this game when 1.0 happens. Because no random content creator group will ever be successful in this game. Because of what there is to risk. More people in the party than watching the streamer. Yeah, because people always want to play with streamers and stuff like that. So it works just now. But when risk is brought into the game, you won't, like, you can instantly tell Spooner will change this. Because he'll get the complications. Because everyone has gone through the complications. Detox, Salty Mike, fucking, what's the name? Rexzilla that used to bring in randoms. And it would just cause an effect. You know? Noodle used to play with everyone in his channel. Now he only does organization only. Burks used to play with everyone in his channel. Now he only plays with a tight little group or Shadow Moses. Because the same thing happens. You will eventually get fucked over by the random person that wants to have a laugh. Hey Seiko, good morning. I still have my contacts with firefighters and I can see when they do ops, but I'm not genuine of their service internationally because of the possibility, interaction, and trouble that comes from it. It's not worth my time. Exactly. But this is the thing. If you want to be a solo player in Star Citizen, you don't need to fly the Hull E or the Hull C. You could fly the Hull B or something smaller. You don't need to fly a Paladin solo. Go and fly a Corsair solo. And get the same effect. Same tank, same amount of damage, solo ship, a little bit bigger, blah, blah, blah. You don't always have to have access to every single ship. The same as you don't have access to every single car, van, lorry in real life. People just constantly want to have the main hero nonsense. And it really needs to stop. There's no problem being the sidekick in the game. I mean, trolling the streamer looks fun from the outside, but messing up ops for the lulz is appreciated by 90% of the people. Yeah, but that's what will happen. I literally was tuning into Spooner's channel the other day, and he says that I'm only playing with people in the group, and you can only join the organization if you're well known in the channel. He's already started, because he's already seen the complications of letting in 20 random people just because they type,
Hey, streamer! I've just found your channel on YouTube and I come from Twitch. I'm completely trustworthy. I've only followed you for 5 minutes, but can I join your organization event? I promise I'll be good.
And as soon as he's about to do something, the fucking random shoots him in the back. That's why content creators stop playing with people openly in Star Citizen. Because you have that one little idiot that fucking thinks it's funny, and because of how buggy Star Citizen is, it's not so much killing the content creator, right? Because we don't care about dying. It's the fact that to do one thing in Star Citizen requires 2 hours of preparation because of how janky the bugs are. But you imagine there's no bugs and you've got everything on the line. Character death, insurance problems, insurance scams, getting back to the scene instantly instead of like running out of medical jail and stuff like that. A content creator ain't going to play with the random person that's been in the channel for 5 minutes. He will have to do a constructive organization, just like everyone else has gone through this process. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Every time I see somebody doing open invites and stuff, this is why I've always, right from the start, I've never let people who just randomly come into the channel and go, can I play with you? I tell them to go and get fucked. I've got no time for that player. You want to play with me? Join my organization. Simple as that. You're a viewer, stay as a viewer. You're not here to fucking influence my game. Do that in an organic way. And that's the boundary I set with people. The same as I don't invite you into my fucking house, you know? Yeah, but the thing is though, again, that's down to Cutlet. Personally, you know, Catnuts is a cool dude, but if Catnuts is not vocally on comms, Catnuts would never join my group. Simple as that. I let Nutili and Aurelian join my Dune guild because they were classed as lackeys. They would go and do things better than people on comms, but in the nitty-gritty, they were never in PvP and they were never doing other things because you just can't trust people like that. Typing is not effective in these type of games, but they did a grand job of doing other things better than people who are on comms. And that's where you have to have a balance of, you have people like that, right? But in a nitty-gritty fight, Cutlet could be doing so much better if he just stopped playing with people that don't really give a shit, you know? But that's Cutlet's choice to interact with those people. Me personally, no. If you can't, you will never get into my organization if you can't vocally talk for Star Citizen. Just won't happen. I don't care how much money you spend on the channel. Nobody will ever get in like that. Because Star Citizen requires that split second of being able to communicate with people. 10 seconds for you to type a message that can be done in a split second. It's a big difference when combat's going down. I'd rather not play with streamers, no respect. No, dude, none taken. It is fun once in a while and just happens. Yeah, completely agree, dude. Yeah, exactly. Play with different organizations. You don't have to play with content creators to get fucking attention. Just find a decent organization. And this is where, again, I keep people at arm's length. You want to play with me? You're in an organization, but you're going to put some fucking work in. If you want, you can just sit back and enjoy the stream. Simple as that. Keeps it nice and clean. But I will never be where I randomly invite massive amount of people into my gameplay. Like, if we're doing stuff in, PTU and we're testing out, Grim Hex the other day there, sure, no problem. If you're part of, say, for example, I join up with Ark's group, and you're part of Ark's organization and stuff, awesome. But that doesn't mean the next day that I play with you. You've got to have boundaries. Yo, thank you for the 100 bits, Naja. Appreciate that, dude. It is a big, big, big thing for video games like this. And it will, once you get rid of the bubble wrap stuff, so literally when CIG make death of a spaceman, I think, when you have insurance timers go up, when you lose modules in your ship, have to repair them, all these things. Watch how you stop playing with random people. And you start finding the trustworthy folk. Just like it is in real life. You don't go into a random stranger's house and start fucking jacking each other off. Or maybe you're into that thing, right? But the majority of people won't do that. You don't do it in video games either. Yeah, exactly. I do plan to join your org in the future, DL, but I'm still on the fence on shaving my head. It is a requirement. This is known. Majority of the people in my organization are bald. The worst part about streamers is that they have a solid... Wait. The worst part about streamers is that they have a solid chance of getting stream sniped. Shroud was having the issue. Yeah, exactly, dude. I don't care about stream snipers. Greg, thank you very much for the 43 months, dude. Appreciate that. Yeah, Zersty's like, oh shit, do I have to shave my head? I don't have like a problem with stream snipers because eventually down the line, like you want to have yourself around with people that can help you out in these sort of things, right? And stream sniping, like for me, I barely get stream sniped these days. You know why? Because I don't give the reaction that they need. It's like, cool, GG, there you go. I'm done, right? But when you are a content creator that literally throws your fucking panties around and starts screaming, I'm gonna report them, stream snipers are fucking ruining my game, and I can name a plethora of fucking pleb content creators that are too soft for this type of game, where the moment that an asteroid tickles them, they're literally crying that they've been stream sniped, even though it's 100% their own fault. Like, nah. You accept that you're going to be stream sniped and you counter it as best as you can do. That's it. Stream sniping is a form of intel gathering, as far as I'm concerned. You don't want to be stream sniped? Don't stream. It's quite easy. You just make YouTube videos. No YouTuber ever cries about being stream sniped. You notice that, chat. It's only people on Twitch. It's by choice. Naturally, you get, if you're a natural bald, you get excelled to officer status through boot camp. But if you have to shave your head, it's a squaddy. Sorry, these are the rules. I won 2 game packs and gave them to people from real life that I could play with as well. Yeah. Again, like, the whole conversation is not to, like, be like, right, well, I'm a solo player. I don't like what TheDarkLaw is talking about. My point is, a solo player shouldn't be able to fly around in a paladin by themselves and have access to the size 5s. A solo player shouldn't be allowed to sit in an Idris and fire the gun and the PDCs by themselves. It should be a role to actually find people to work with in multi-crew ships. If you don't want to multi-crew and you don't want to interact with people, which is your given right, then you can't accept to be in these ships. There has to be a reason why you are going to the dungeon gameplay over the raid gameplay. There has to be a reason, chat. This game it's not successful because of solo players. It's going to only ever be successful with having people that are, working together and doing certain things. Do you have any fun hazing rituals we should know about?
Very militaristic.
Indoors.
Stripped back, simple. It's a very functional space, but you'll find everything you need in there.
One of the improvements from the original concept
It is a
we've
complete
added
joke,
a
yeah.
small...
Again, this is the thing that I would have liked to hear about at SIGCON, is the fact that they're working on org systems and social windows and looking for group systems as well, right? Reputation, where if you betray somebody in a medical beacon, you get a negative status. The same as betraying somebody as a crewman, you would get a negative status. So eventually down the line, people are not going to take you. This is all the stuff that should be in the game.
Cargo bay area, allowing you to store actual SCU crates.
Well,
Forward of
instances
that
make
is
it... Like, if anybody's complaining about instances, you have to look at it from this point of view. We can't have 200 ASD facilities every time the game adds new content. We can't have it where a small group of people are getting camped by a 30-man organization every time you go into a facility. There has to be a reason for instances, like in any other video game. EVE Online has instances, for example. You need to be able to where you can have small, short game content that you're doing the storyline mode of the game, and then you can go into the looting version of it, which would have PvP. So you have the storyline version of the dungeon, you have the group play dungeon for loot, and then you have the PvP version, which has a higher chance of loot. But then you have the risk versus reward. This is what CIG can do with instancing gameplay. Story mode, that is done solo. Group mode, which is a bit harder with more loot involved. And then the PvP version, which the loot table is even higher in percentages, but the risk of PvP. Hey, Alpha, welcome in, dude. This is what you can do with instances. It's amazing. And instead of 100 plus ASD facilities, we only get one location.
Route to the lower gunners, and then upstairs you have the bridge area, and then off that central area you have the
All-star and hab locations,
dual living quarters, one on the left,
instance
one on the
gameplay
right,
for
and
those
then
that
the rear
can't
you have
run
the
their-
main sort of engineering
Yeah,
area
that would
where
be
the
cool.
majority of the components are. Also with
Where you basically go into like Grimhex storyline mode, where you have to sweep the streets for money and stuff. Yeah, I would be completely down for that. Because it doesn't affect anybody in the main game. But it means that those resources to run those NPCs are not on the main server. It'd be so cool. Really, really fucking cool.
in the
with those sort
upper
of things.
traversal area you also have a little breakout area with seating, food machine, toilets, etc.
Exactly. So
I think it's a very-
even though you can go to an instance and be safe, just like Eve. So in Eve, by the way, if you go into an instance, you can run it yourself, you get all the loot for yourself, and then you warp away and you're safe. However, if you warp out because you're not managing to do the thing and you warp back, somebody can be sitting at your gate to the instance and gank you, right? Or steal your loot when you escape from the site. So you get to do the content without anyone hassling you, but getting there and leaving the facility, you can be attacked in EVE Online. And I hope that's the case in Star Citizen. And it's down to you to have scouting, you know, go in. I'm going in with such and such, right? I've got really good loot. Should I leave with it now or should I come back later with like escort, right? Like classic WoW, yeah. But the thing is though, is everyone's going to be like, oh my god, instance gameplay is going to ruin the game, and I don't see it as ruining it. I think it makes it better. Massively better. It also helps with FPS, it helps with the NPCs, all that jazz. Less resources on the main server. It's just generally a good fucking idea. And it appeals to more people. It makes them feel safe, but they're not safe. If you understand.
Cool looking ship. I think we did a really nice job of taking what was there in the concept and adding an extra level of detail and trying to kind of push things forward.
I think it hits the nail in terms of a really solid military ship. It's really complementary to some of the other ships in the Anvil lineup, so something like the Valkyrie, where you've got this big drop ship. You know, the Paladin's there just to make sure it's safe, make sure no one messes with you, and just basically scare people away.
Yeah, exactly.
The thing I like most, I think, about the Paladin is that it's very clearly got a crew of 4 and they all kind of work and operate under the same conditions. You know, the pilot, co-pilot and the 2 gunners, they're basically operate under the same conditions. You know, the
Alright.
pilot, co-pilot and the 2 gunners. They're basically all equal on the ship. There's 1 toilet, everyone's got the same style of bunk. When they're at work, everyone's at the front of the ship together.
It's really odd to me that you call that, you like that there's 1 toilet for 4 people.
Well, you know, it's you all work together. You're all equal at work.
The toilet seat never gets cold.
Toilet seat never gets cold. Yeah.
So that's the Anvil Paladin. Whilst originally a military-built craft, it's the perfect ship for folks on the frontier trying to defend against threats. And talking of threats, let's move to our next ship, a replica from Hesperia.
This thing is so trash.
Hesperia are a high-end manufacturer. They specialize in recreating exotic and particularly alien spacecraft.
Effectively what they're doing is they're remanufacturing them, making them a little bit more suitable for kind of human flight. And the latest offering from Hesperia is the Vandal Stinger.
It's so bad, chat.
The Vandal are big,
it's
scary
such a
space
shame
aliens.
as well.
Like
CIG have released
tall,
it in
evil
the
war
worst
race
possible
that
state.
sort of take over, steal technology, absorb it,
Toilets
fuse it
the
all together
hardest
into their
working
own
crew member?
needs.
They are the relatively nasty aliens that you sometimes hear about and haven't seen much of yet. They also make really cool spaceships.
The Stinger as a Vandal heavy fighter was reserved for their
Yeah,
higher tier sort of ace
So
pilot.
if anybody doesn't know, this ship looks really good, potentially really cool. The problem is it's super slow, it's not tanky, and it deals fuck all damage. So you literally have the worst ship in the game. It's just really, really bad when it comes to a heavy fighter.
Or high-ranking members within their clans.
Like, I would generally rather be in a Vanguard, and
The
that's
Stinger
saying
is a
something.
competitor to something like the FA or I guess the Scorpius.
It packs a lot of firepower in quite a large frame, so it's a very, very tanky spacecraft.
God, I fucking hate Junk Crew.
The firepower is almost unrivaled in
It's got fucking light strikes attached to it, you dense dodo.
terms of just both the number and the size of them. So it's there for players who don't want agility. They don't want to be in and out quickly. They want to be there brawling with big guns and taking all the hits.
It doesn't even do that to NPCs, by the way. It's on the Play Store, yeah.
One thing Hesperia have done differently with the Stinger is they have done away with the majority of the bespoke weapons.
They heard everyone's complaints about the glaive and blade and have stripped off the original Vandal weapons to allow customization for standard human weapons.
Imagine this with the blade cannons. Imagine if this had 4 of the big boy blade cannons. It would have been so good. It literally would have been... Actually, no, hear me out. 4 of the blade cannons and then 2 of the repeater from the blades. Whatever they're called again. And then you had the main glaive cannon. It would have been insane.
With the exception of the single size 5 gun.
Because it was too well integrated into the hull, even for Hesperia to remove.
All the additional weapons are generic mounts, so they can be swapped with any of the existing lineup that we have in the game. By doing this, it provides greater flexibility to the end user, and this is something Hesperia wanted for the civilian market. For that one bespoke weapon, the size 5 plasma cannon, functionally it is the same as the existing size 5 plasma cannons on the Scythe and Glaive, but it is a sort of Gen 2 model and wraps it in a different aesthetic compared to those models. You'll see they're very much older Vandal styling. This is much newer Vandal styling, but underneath it is the same weapon that people have used for years.
Our job as the vehicle art team on the PU was to take the Stinger from the squadron team and prepare it for life in the PU. We took an opportunity to take, this really well-established art style and, add extra details where needed.
So the exterior is a real blend of these kind of hard surface, kind of rare alloyed kind of wings, and then underneath this real kind of organic structure that kind of webs all of the ship together. It connects the thrusters in, it connects all the kind of underside of the vehicle and pulls the whole ship together.
You can tell it's very different from the Vandal ships that are currently in the PU. If you take, for example, the way the cockpits are constructed.
Up at the front, we've got this big kind of...
The worst thing, I think, is the loadout. For example, it's got 2 medium shields, but it's only got 2 size 1 power plants. There's not enough juice in this thing. The capacitor is so small, the movement is dreadful. There is no tank because it has such a big cross-section that it's so easy to hit. Yeah, it's got free coolers. It's like, I just, like, even in the new system, I just don't know how it would be good. It would have to be super fast. The Dooming Train? No, not Dooming Train. Just disappointed that the Stinger came out in such a bad shape. Because it's such a cool looking ship. It's just, the spec on it just doesn't make sense for heavy fighter. It's so weak because of what they've done.
Bubble dome that gives the cockpit quite a unique shape.
And it could have been
compared to
amazing.
some of our other ships.
You could have taken the weapons from the blade and taken 2 of them and made them size 4. You could have then had, 2 size 4 of those cannons. You could have then had the normal blade cannons as size 3, and then the repeaters of the blade. So you'd basically have a blade weaponry system with the size 5 and maybe 2 size 4s upgraded of the blade cannons. Then make it where instead of, because the Vanguard, for example, has a size 2 power plant and the size 2 shields. Because this thing is even bigger than the Vanguard, there's no way you can power it correctly with 2 size 1 power plants and with 2 size 2 shields. So CIG should really make it 2 size 2 power plants to juice this thing up, to increase the capacitor size. You can change the weapons on this thing. I think they should have just left it naturally where you couldn't, but made it more logical. Made it just a big blade, basically. Yeah, it's got 2 size 1 power plants to charge, 2 size 2 shields, size 5 guns, and size 4 weaponry. Like, CIG, come on. It's horrible that these guys yakking about it don't even know their own game, that that's not enough power for a ship of this size. Like, it blows my mind away that they literally don't know their own game. Because it's not enough power to juice that kind of spec. Cool looking. Oh yeah. If they can maybe work on it a little bit more, it'll be really.
And also
good.
gives the pilot a unique
because the
position
look of
within
it
the
and the
ship
sound
and
of it is
great visibility out
amazing.
the front.
Boarding the
just the
Stinger
mods
is
on
a
top,
little
right?
unusual compared to other ships, obviously being alien in nature.
You're going through a ramp at the rear, and at least you're kind of straight up into the belly of the ship.
There's, lots of organic detail, rib cages, kind of strange alien forms.
On entry of the cockpit, the seat kind of comes down towards you, and you kind of climb over the back of it a bit like a motorbike.
You're basically riding into the cockpit. It feels very much like you're being carried inside the cockpit.
Into the traditional prone.
I don't know why they didn't just have a smaller system like that and made a little bit more interior space. For me, I don't understand the interior space inside this ship. You get the ability to have a gun rack, a light switch, and the moving chair, but there's no module assessment. There's a fuse box inside. And I feel like it's so much wasted space just for a cool little bike ride across inside the belly of it,
Flying pose that Vandal pilots use.
I'm very happy with the Stinger. I think the team have done a really good job of making something that feels different, it feels alien, but it suits our lineup of ships and it suits our universe.
I think the guys did a really good job of respecting the direction and vision from the original Stinger and Vandal ships and Squadron.
We've tried to take a lot of inspiration from movies and other science fiction material, but I think it sits well within the Star Citizen universe.
So we have the
Change the
Paladin
modules,
for
please.
the People's Alliance. We have the Stinger for people that really like Vandal and want to try and pretend to be them. But what about the other mysterious faction we have running around?
So Gray Chowdhury got his start as he was working at a cargo center out in Odin. He started being able to get his hands on some stuff that other people couldn't, items that necessarily you couldn't find on a store shelf, but you wanted
This
anyway.
ship
I
literally
think
defines
Gray is
Scimitar,
interested
Rust
in,
Bucket,
happy
Star
customers. Gray just sees themselves as a conduit to get these things in the hands of people who would appreciate them.
And I think that his latest offering is really going to turn some heads.
With the Stinger, yeah.
So the Shiv Well, we don't really know what it is, to be fair.
It's what happens when someone who is a genius at aeronautics and ship assembly is given...
I would rather use a Guardian, not the MX. The MX is fucking dreadful. I would rather use the Guardian, the standard Guardian, over the Stinger any day of the week. Because it can actually tank, it can actually move, and it can actually deal damage, and it actually has a bed. The Stinger is so overpriced, and people don't realize how bad it is right now. Because the modules sizes make no sense for a ship like that. Again, like I said, I would rather use a Vanguard than a Stinger, because it's a better ship. If CIG just did a few changes to the Stinger, it would be really good. But right now, it's a joke. It's an overpriced joke. It's super, super bad. And the only way they'll ever make it better anyway in the new flight model or anything like that is because they would have to up the power plant. It doesn't have enough capacitor to play. We'll see if I keep it. Just play it for, like, no joke, play it for like half an hour and you'll see how bad it is.
free rein to do whatever they want. It's the best of whatever they can find lying around, put together to make something truly unique, wonderful, arguably beautiful, and just released out into the universe to see what happens.
At first glance at the exterior of the Shiv, I think most people will probably recognize there is more than a fair proportion of the Cutlass visible there, but it's had quite a few changes to
it's so fucking ugly.
it.
As you look a little bit closer, you'll start to pick out elements from other ships. You've got, main thrusters that are from the Valkyrie.
Even the bits that are obviously a Cutlass have had panels welded on, panels removed. The top turret, which is now remote, is just this...
It's a Scorpius turret, but they have in the description a Hurricane turret. The new heavies do look cool, but I still like the Vanguard. Again, if they sort out the stuff on the Shiv, it'll be a great ship. The Stinger, it'll be a good ship. Right now, it's just really, really bad.
Hodgepodge amalgamation with multiple other ships' turrets. And then the changes continue onto the inside where, again, it sort of feels Cutlass-like, but then you'll find there's bits of...
How many people are actually interested in the Shiv? Like, that's a ship that you would actually use. Regardless if it's good or not, is that your thing? Like, pure rust bucket.
Crusader ships just integrated into the war instead of what was there originally.
Like, I think it's cool, but
its
I
side
could never
entrance,
see myself
some of its cargo
using it.
capacity, but what it's gained is it's gained visually more powerful thrusters. It's gained a really kind of nice set.
It must be like a real strong niche to want to fly something like that. Like, I'm not a Drake fan, but I would rather fly a Cutlass Black than fly this thing. I would want to walk down the side of the ship and be like, I love you. I'm going to treat you well. This, I feel like it would just crash into an asteroid just to get it over and done with.
Belly thrusters, it's upped its firepower.
As ever with the refined work from Gray's Market, you can see that great care was taken to the health and safety to ensure that there's no trip hazards anywhere.
I hope CIG would do more combination ships. I'm totally down for that. I'm never going to use it myself. But
Loose cables, panels are
I definitely
exposed.
think there'll be
If you
a
look
niche
carefully, you'll
for it.
notice there are like tools laying around in the cockpit.
It's gained a toilet.
But I don't think they should be selling these ships.
Yeah, it's one for doing stuff, and then you need a second one to wash your hands. It's not an animal.
It has very much taken that ethos of Drake and moved it down a level, which I think is quite an achievement.
Just look at this thing. How do you even begin to describe the madness that created this? It's the Shiv.
This is something new and different for Star Citizen. Where did it come from?
I'm not going to answer that.
Just
nothing. No comment.
Gray goes to places and talks to people. I mean, there are just many ways to find these things that, are they legitimate, manufacturers? No. Are they operating on the right side of the law? Maybe not, but you know, money's money.
Does Gray have a motto, an
I would rather walk than fly this thing.
ethos to live by?
It probably comes down to, don't ask where I got it.
I've not even tried it out yet.
Don't worry.
Chat. Even on PTU, I'm just like, ugh. It's like when you see somebody's like van that they use for work and it's like rusted, water's leaking through the roof, which is like then rust water's hitting your boxes, like for, you know, like Amazon and stuff. It just feels like that. It just feels like shit. Just go and get some tape, you know, and a little bit of paint.
About it. Just ask if you want it.
I think the ship is for someone that is looking for something a bit different.
Yeah, it's like orcs in Warhammer. Yeah. Yeah, if you like orcs in Warhammer, you probably like this shit.
A bit away from the norm. They just want something that's unique.
It's definitely for people who like a rustic aesthetic.
It's a fun ship, but it's also really strong, to be honest, and it's absolutely a statement.
Nah, I'm sticking with Paladin, chat. Paladin, just yeah.
I'm happy with the 3 ship offerings. They are obviously very combat heavy.
There's something we wouldn't normally release all at once, but honestly, all of them are a different statement, and they're all
Is it
cool.
more expensive
As always,
than a Cutlass?
super excited to release these ships into the game and just see how players react and play with them. It's always fun to see the quirks and the shenanigans that people get up to with them. So that's talking ship for another year. So,
Yeah, you gotta do the thing with Lexi. Talking weapons.
so I've just been informed that we have to do a bit of a timeshare agreement this year. So
Yeah, well, I don't need to look at these because no joke.
Ballistic
These
with the
weapons are not for me.
tier 1 gun.
I
don't
hope
have a
CG will let us get some of these guns with like the you know what I mean, like not the pyro sort of version. It's cool, like if you're into it, but for me, it's like, yeah. I wish these guns didn't look this way, you know. But there we are. 150. Oof. Yeah, so it's a little bit more, right? I don't like the
Star
space
Citizen, at its heart, will always be an enormous sandbox experience.
It's going to be very difficult to get me away from the ARC pistol and the latest LMG. However, I have been using the new SMG. Maybe it's the first try at modular spaceships. No, we've already got modular spaceships. The Retaliator is modular. No more. What was I saying? I tried the LMG, and the problem is you can't fit like a light system to it or like a some other stuff. So I'm like, I don't know if I would actually use it.
Well,
even
you
though I
can
like the
set
idea
out
of
to tackle the
50 cal
universe
rounds.
in whatever ways
Polo
you want.
as well, yeah.
But that doesn't mean we can't shape
I
parts
just
of the
wish they
universe
hadn't
here
cladded
and there
it in
to better suit
bones.
our needs.
If they just made them rusty guns, I think I would enjoy it, Blade. I just don't like this bone designer stuff.
That goes for both you and us. Let's start this part of the show with a look at how crafting is going to change everything from resource gathering, refining,
OP already?
and even combat when it comes online
I'll give it a
in
shot
the next
later
few
on,
months.
once we're finished here. I'm excited
First
for
version
this
of
stuff.
crafting is going to be quite
3D
small in
printer
scale.
boxes,
We're going to use it
yeah.
as a kind of a concentrated effort to allow the players to experience the initial UI, the flow of gathering materials that have different quality, and using those to craft items which are better than what they have currently in the game.
The first version is going to be primarily FPS items that you can craft, weapons and armor. For Star Citizen, crafting is our primary progression mechanic.
I'm looking
Star
forward to
Citizen
this.
isn't
This
your
is gonna be
standard
sick.
MMO. We don't have levels. We have ships. We have gear. We have things that you create in the world, you perfect, you research, you improve, And those items, those ships, those vehicles, the armor and weapons, that's how you progress in Star Citizen.
See, I'm totally cool with that for gameplay.
Crafting isn't just a progression mechanic for creating new items. It's also a fundamental change to how we handle resources in the game. The materials that you collect, how you refine them, quality matters.
Crafting the weapons, you'll be able to have some quality materials to influence the item stats on those weapons.
It'll be somewhat random, potentially weighted on the location of the material. Some will have a higher chance of higher quality. And once you take those materials to your crafting bench, the fabricator, you can use them to craft.
Oh, I can't wait for the taser and handcuffs. The shit I'm going to do the moment I can tase you at the shopping mall and put you in the back of the van with handcuffs. It's going to be amazing.
And the different attributes will be increased based on the quality of the materials you use. It's not just iron ore anymore, it's iron ore of the quality that you know will get you the stats for the item that you desire. And it's not just mining, it's essentially every resource we can get our hands on.
To support this, we also need major changes to inventory so that all of these new resources that you collect.
This is one thing that I wanted to pause on. So anybody that knows, they're working on the new system. We've only seen the concept images, but I want to just go through this. Okay, so it's still very basic, but even this looks better than what we have right now. What is this? This is, if you've not seen the concept of what they're planning to do. No, I think this is a lot better. It's the idea that I can equip all my guns. So if you see here, for example, right? I can literally set up my character without having to do multiple windows and stuff. I really like the idea of it. It just needs to be a little bit less cluttery, but I like the idea that I can actually see the slots, right? Because if you look at Tarkov, you look at Delta Force, you look at Dune, any game that has like a proper infantry thing, it can't be where you're guessing what you have on. I like the idea that instead of having to drag this to over here to get it off, I can just go to here and drag it off. It's so much better, right? It is a little bit clunky, it's whatever, right? No, it's equipment. So instead of having to load your character up, Pox, and then close that down and press hold tab or hold I and it brings up the new system, it just means that you can quickly go there and done. You know, I'm not having to spend an hour doing these things. And the idea that you can make filter boxes as well. Apparently you can make your own filters, so you can be like pre-gear, and it only shows you all the gear that you want for pre. So you can basically like have a full setup ready to go. So it still looks very clunky, but for me, I would rather have this a million times over than what we have right now. I am sick and tired of clicking the cog up here and it shows you your magazines, and then you can drag onto that spot but you can't drag off, and then you've got to go to the character physically and drag off the magazines. The idea of just being able to go whoop, 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 or whoop, whoop, and then be like, all right, okay, I've got that on, I've got that on, I've got that on, I've got medipens there, nades, there's my glasses, check, backpack, in the backpack is there. Okay, I've got that mod, that mod, that mod. You know what I mean? How difficult sometimes it is without going into the mod view, you're trying to like drag a fucking sight to put on the gun, and your character suddenly goes like that. And you're like, no! Just go on the gun, you stupid thing. And I know you can double click it, but sometimes it doesn't work. So you then have to drag it off your character's screen to put it on the gun. And it just, I like the idea that you could just be like, right, backpack, click there, backpack there, we're back in, right? So I like this.
You can see what you have, you can order it better.
See what I mean? Look at that, right? So it shows you all your ammo. You highlight over the gun, it shows you the ammo, nades, all the stuff that's in your personal inventory, in your backpack, yada, 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 however you want to have it. But the cool thing is you can have it, remember when we used to have it, guys, where you could open up the same page on multiple things. So you could be like, right, I'm going to have Grim Hex here or Grim Hex here. Because sometimes I like to have it on this side where I'm dragging. I always feel this is more comfortable, where this would be my backpack on this side, and I would drag this way. I'm a left to right, not a right to left kind of person. So for me, I like the idea that I can start going the way I want it, and you can make your own tabs. It just feels more natural for me to, as a right-hander, to swipe left to right, not right to left. I'm having to then move the mouse away to bring it back. So, again, it just makes it so much better for more people. But I like the idea that these tabs, you can make pre-saves. You can flick through it here. You just don't need to go into like the Star Squadron 42 setup. And then you can also clear filters. But this button here, chat, see this one here or this one here? It's stack all. It's a stack all button and a sort all. Stack all, sort all. Finally, we might be able to have everything just in a pile. Because it is the worst thing with 20 armor sets that don't stack for some reason, but all the helmets stack because CIG haven't developed a system where it recognizes that you don't have things on it and stuff. So again, I will take this 1,000,000 times over than the system we have right now, right? And it might be too cluttery for people, but I think after like 30 minutes of playing with it, but also one of the coolest things I see at the top is weight, chat. Because weight and mass is getting added into Star Citizen next year, where you are not going to be able to sit in the pilot seat in full heavy armor with a railgun on your back, a backpack full of fucking ammo on your back, and you'll have to start storing things in, which makes dropships more important. No more will the pilot be getting out and getting into full heavy armor and having railguns and stuff. A pilot will have to be a pilot, a gunner will be a gunner, and somebody that's going in full heavy armor will have to be taken in on a dropship. This is win. This means that the role, for me, I love being a dropship pilot. I don't need to do the explosions. I get off on knowing that I'm taking the group in to do the explosions. And I get them in and out of the zone without them having any cause and effect, right? That gets me off in the game. So I can concentrate on being the pilot. They can concentrate just getting their job done. It's so cool. And I'm very excited that we're finally getting to the point where you just aren't the Starship Trooper in full heavy armor with a railgun, with an LMG, or Greg in the channel. Literally, I've got a guy in the organization chat that carries 2 fucking FSs. And quote, it's easier to swap to the second FS than it is to reload. He runs in with fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger, 2 fucking FSs blasting away because it's easier. And again, it needs to get to a structured state where that kind of player is not climbing out of a pilot chair, right? It needs to be where that person is dropped off by a pilot. And it just makes it so much more fun for this game. He's not wrong, yeah. Hopefully this will be a much better system. Hey Razor, welcome in, dude. Also, thank you very much to everyone on YouTube and Kick as well. If you guys don't know, today starts our first day as a multi-streamer again. So we're live on Kick, we're live on Twitch, we're live on YouTube. I've got everything working now, long as the PC doesn't crash like on Saturday. But that's nothing to do with streaming. It's literally something to do with the iChip for Corsair that I'm working to try and fix. But if you do !multi, you can watch on YouTube in beautiful 1:440 quality, 1080p on Kick, and obviously 1:440 here. And obviously only music is available on Twitch because of security reasons. But we're starting to build up all the channels again. I'm not doing anything on TikTok because every time I look into TikTok, it looks like I'm going to get banned from just speaking because it doesn't understand Scottish very well. Everyone complains about their hard algorithms. So I'm going to avoid TikTok and just concentrate on the free. But obviously our VOD channel, !VODs now, I use ATM. Plus, they're bringing out their own browser, their streaming platform, literally today or tomorrow with ATM. I did a retweet on it. So you've got like OBS, you'll have Meld, but ATM is bringing out their own system, which I'm going to be using because, yeah, just more intertwined and stuff like that. The cool thing with ATEM is like, say you do 1 for 4, you know how you do like advanced broadcasting, Spinner? The cool thing is when you send 5 lines to Twitch, you can use those encodings for Kick and YouTube, by the way. So basically you go into ATEM and you select the encoder, and once you're live on Twitch, you can set the encoder to 1080p and you just use extra upload. So as you're doing the encoding to Twitch, you send the encoding to Kick at the same time for a little bit of extra bandwidth. It doesn't do any more encoding, which is a great resource save as well. And that's on ATEM. You can't do that on Restream, and you can't do that on Meld. So I can do 1 for 40 on Twitch, and I can do 1080p on that. But the thing is, because of my PC, I'm encoding AV1 140 to YouTube. Because why not? AV1 is literally the way. It's really, really cool. But yeah, if you guys want to support on any other channel, just obviously your choices now. We'll get the partnership back up on YouTube and reactivate all the members and stuff that I've just neglected for multiple years. But people have a choice now. I just won't be doing TikTok. But I will be uploading videos soon. I'm just learning how to use DaVinci before I do anything like that. Sounds more like German, yeah. I use Stream Elements with OBS, but you need a separate canvas for Kick because it doesn't allow... Yeah, I don't need to do that. I know, I literally just use OBS Studio. I use the ATEM multi-stream, and all I do is basically, as I go live on Twitch, I then go into the options that I've got set for Kick. I select the encoder to the 1080p that's being sent to Twitch, and I send that line also to Kick as well. So I can do 1 for 40 on Twitch, 1080p using the same line that goes to Twitch on Kick, and then I have a separate line that goes to YouTube with AV1. Because again, you can do 5 encoding on a 40 series graphics card, but to save on resources, I'm literally taking the same line I send to Twitch, 1080p, and send that to Kick. And it's the same canvas, same everything. You don't need to do any things. I don't recommend Streamlabs OBS, and I don't recommend Stream Elements OBS. They are bloatedware. Just use standard OBS and use the ATEM stuff. I've been using that for fucking ages now. That's what I was doing with the VOD channel, basically, before I opened it up for the main one. Might swap down, yeah. I've had 0 issues with it as well. Super easy. I can talk you through it as well. I can send you some screenshots of how I do the encoding for Kick. I'll do it after this because I just don't want to touch with it just now, and it's on the stream PC. But again, ATEM are literally, and I tweeted them out yesterday here. This is what they're bringing out. It's their own OBS. So basically you've got multi-streaming here, you've got your sound here, you've got your chat here, you've got your filters and stuff here, and then obviously you've got your vertical and your horizontal, all in one system. And you can detach the windows and stuff. But again, and that'll be there.
Or you can understand what you have in your inventory.
We won't have the new refining crafting system yet.
I've also used ATEM bot as well, which is really, really good, but it's more for like allowing you to do things without you having to like do commands and stuff.
Be using the existing ones. Those will pass the quality through into the refined materials, which you can then take to your crafting machine and start making your personal items. Once you have your blueprint and your quality materials that you've refined, then you can put them together on the item fabricator. This will be pretty much what we showed in last year's system.
It doesn't have dual kills or whatever is required. Yeah, because it's meant to automatically split your stream. It's just not fully set up right now. So what you're meant to do is upload in like this, and then you know how you can adjust the clipping vertical system for Twitch, right? Let me just quickly show you here, since Spinner's here, boys. Give me a sec. So you know how you can adjust this, right? If you didn't know, you can click edit, and you can actually adjust where the automatic stuff is for clips by editing the layout, right? I don't know if you know this. This is what eventually you're going to get on YouTube. So you'll be able to set up the thing for YouTube to automatically take where your camera is, and then you'll set up where the screen is. It's just not implemented yet, from what I understand. But I can't test it out because it's a partner only thing. And we lost partner on YouTube because I couldn't be bothered to upload for many years. That's the problem with, you can lose partnership on YouTube if you don't do anything. So streaming's a really good way. But back then, when I was on YouTube, you couldn't multi-stream. And I had already started my VOD channel, you know? Let's have a look here. I'll keep it off stream. Oh. Yeah, so basically this is a layout that allows you to do either of the both setting up, but you've got it as horizontal and vertical. And it says here, choose if you want to live stream to horizontal or both vertical layouts to offer more. Yeah, so you can only do one or the other right now. And what it does is it automatically splits your horizontal stream into vertical. The problem is that they don't have the customization added in yet. Yeah. That's what it looks like. There's no way to edit the layout of the vertical over the horizontal. No, that's no. You're able to send them either one, but if you're wanting their automatic system to take into place, it's going to split in half. They've just not added in the editor like what Twitch has, where you can choose where the top part's going to be and the bottom part's going to be. That's all they've just done. You might have to just wait for that. But there's no way to add both in at the same time. You have to do separate YouTubes for that. Because the idea is that somebody can come to their phone and I can watch you in horizontal mode, or I flip you like this and it will automatically put you into vertical mode. That's what's eventually going to happen. But you don't create the layout for it. Twitch automatically adjusts it. The AI basically makes it where it shows you and it shows you the game. But if you want to have it where like you've got like pop-ups and alerts and stuff, you have to do a separate vertical stream for that. It's only an AI algorithm. That's what they were showing at their release thing. That's why I would just do horizontal right now. Horizontal's better. I know you get put into the short sort of thing and stuff like that, but yeah, generally for me, I'm only ever going to do horizontal until they allow you to actually edit the algorithm thing out. Is the Twitch one real time or just for clips? It's just for clips right now, but they're also bringing out the same stuff. But like I said, the cool thing with Twitch is I can do, where's it here? I can do with the clips, I can preset it up for people. So when I do edit, oh wait, hold on. When I do edit and I set the layout here, I've set the layout with these things, but so people don't need to do it. And you can do like full stacked, whatever you want, right? Because eventually down the line, you're going to be able to actually filter out the full and stacked with cool clips. So mine is literally where my box fits into it with the purple, and it just gives the social window and then it gives the game. It's really fucking cool. So people in my chat don't ever need to worry about it. However, for example, like Hudson here, for example, decided to do their own thing and have it like zoomed in because they've purposely gone in and changed it in their one to showcase what I was talking about. So the person making the clip still has that ability, but then you see it goes back to default if they don't do their own personal edit, right? And then this was a full screen one by Gray. And then you've got it where Ark is doing on the stock that I've set up. Which is really cool. I like how Twitch has done that. But YouTube just needs, like, again, this is the problem with YouTube, is that they add things, but also at the same time, they make it so complicated for no reason. I send my TikTok version to YouTube Shorts. Yeah. I would just continue doing that, Spinner. It's a lot easier. Because their auto system will take fucking months for them to figure out how to just simply send in an edit button. Yeah, you don't have control over it if you do it the other way. That's why I'm just doing horizontal. I can't be bothered with vertical. It's such a waste of time. I suppose like if you're doing TikTok as well, you've already got it set up, right?
Con with the UI letting you assign your quality resources to different aspects of the item. Once you
system as well soon, so they're bringing out a vertical system, but the cool thing is it's using the clip technology. So you set up where you want the camera to be, and then you have to sort of make it where like alerts would be in the center, right? But you're only sending one
you're happy
stream.
with what you see on the preview, you'll be able to click to craft, and it'll get queued up, and your result will be produced sometime later. You'll be able to get the new crafting machine from shops in most landing zones. You'll be able to bring it up on your freight elevator and use it in your personal hangar, or tractor beam it around and stick it on a ship if you want to use it from there.
There'll be a small amount of blueprints you get credited to your account just to test and mess around, but the vast majority of them will be earned through missions, and then you can use that blueprint to craft the item that it is that you've got the blueprint for. So it should be a good reason to go and test all the different various missions in the game.
The advantage of crafting your own items is that they'll be better than anything that you could buy from shops. You'll be able to increase and improve item stats that are relevant.
I can't wait to craft an arc-like pistol and make it even more amazing than it already is.
To your gameplay. Maybe a gun will shoot faster. Maybe it'll do some more.
If CIG ever allow me to put a 9x scope on my arc pistol, I'm gonna be super happy. You just like... It'll be so fucking... Or a full... yeah. CIG, please. Please. Can we get fucking dual wielding? I want a dual wield arc pistols. Or a Coda and an arc pistol. It'd be
more
so
damage,
sick.
or your armor will have greater resistances against environmental effects, or in...
But that's just for just now, Citizen Spinner. Like, again, this is all just like tier 0 tech, right?
Incoming fire. You might be wondering, what about the upgrade and research? That will be coming in a subsequent release.
Right?
We're happy with this initial...
Because what they're showing is a mobile crafter, if you think about it. We don't know if they're planning to do like a crafting station in your hangar yet. This is just the mobile crafter for now.
Scope for crafting.
Because you'll need to take this box down to when you're building bases, right? So once they've got the base, because they want to get base building out by next year, this will most likely just be for base building, to build like items and stuff. And then if you think about it, you would have the storage walls, right? And you would just be going up to the thing and be like, boopity boopity boop, and it goes, well, you've got a plethora of bones and stuff. Here's your bone gun, right?
It's going to be so valuable for us as devs.
Because again, he says,
kind of
listen here.
Coming in a subsequent release. We're happy with this initial scope for crafting.
It's going to be so valuable for us as devs to kind of get the metrics in.
Yeah, because again, there's no point building a system if nobody's going to use it, right? So before they go crazy where you're starting to craft, like, because again, this thing's never going to craft out a spaceship spinner, right? It's only for the beginning of like handheld weapons. There's no way you're putting a giant snake tooth inside that machine either, which will be used for other things. So I look at it, it's just small armor sets right now where you can take it with you, craft on site, do these sort of cool things. I really like the idea of it. And then down the line when they start 3D printing, because it is literally 3D printing if you think of it, spaceships, you'll have a conveyor belt. Maybe they even go factory kind of style where you can have like conveyor belts that are dropped off by players and it goes along, you know. Come see us, I hope, yeah.
Get the feedback in, because then we can make the changes that, you know, they only become obvious, so to speak, when you have kind of mass amounts of data and mass amounts of users using it. So I'm very excited to get it out in the wild.
It's our intention to get crafting out on tech preview by the end of the year and get the testing we need so we can release it when it's ready.
Again, tech preview is the best way to do it. Now, what I would like to see at the end of the year, flight model tech preview in Arena Commander for everyone to use and get data on, not NDA nonsense. Engineering in Arena Commander tech preview, where people can go in and give engineering, and then the crafting in the PU on the tech preview by the end of the year. CIG. I want to see this shit. So again, like with Master Modes, like with the original engineering system, bring it into Arena Commander in different modes so people can go and test engineering, people can go and test the new flight model, and give data over the Christmas holidays, especially as everyone has time off, unless you're a complete psychopath that likes to work 365 days a year. That's your call. Stop doing the NDA shit and just let everyone test, let everyone get feedback, and make a structure around the data, and there we go. That's what I would love to see by the end of this year. I doubt it'll go that way though. An open PTU as well. Not Wave 1, not Evil Catty. Everyone who backed this video game should have the same right as everyone to test everything in these sort of scenarios. You don't need to add it to the PU, you can just make little Arena Commander zones to do it.
So that's one way you'll be crafting your own experiences in the Star Citizen universe. But what about us? Where do we get to hone in and craft a bespoke experience here and there, specifically tailored to individual or small group play? Well, that's where instancing comes in. And I'm going to let Benji tell you a little bit more.
Man, the amount of people that have been crying about instances gameplay is like, I actually didn't, I thought the PvEers would love instance gameplay. I don't understand why. Yeah, everyone's losing their mind. Like, this is going to ruin the game. EVE Online has instances. Tarkov has instances. You can do much more richer gameplay. I was saying, Spinner, right? Instances. Story mode instance where you can go into ASD and do all the solo mode stuff and get a rich storyline. You then go into the second instance, which is group gameplay or solo if you're a good player, and you farm loot. But you're just going around and you're looting, you're killing NPCs and farming stuff. You're not having to do the move the barrels and pull the fucking levers and all that other shit. And then you have the PvP version, which takes the same content from the group gameplay, but you up the loot chances in the PvP zone. And you get rich storyline gameplay, you get group gameplay or solo without being attacked by players, and you get PvP. And all you do is make it where from the group gameplay or solo and group play, the percentage of chances of getting good loot goes up. And if you go into PvP, it's even more of a chance of getting the good loot, right? Which means that you can run the solo shit over and over and over again without anybody affecting you, and you get the stuff. The cool thing is, just like EVE, is the moment that you leave the instance, you can be killed by a player, and the moment you try and run away from the instance, you can be killed by a player. But the chances of that happening are very low. But we can't keep having 100 ASD facilities that there are exact same loadout, exact same layout, because CIG can't do anything with it. We also can't do RNG. So if anybody is a Diablo player or Path of Exile with mapping and stuff, some of the great gameplay is that shit changes in a map. So CIG can finally do it where the NPCs will spawn in this area, but next time you run it, it's over here. Or the worm will appear here in day 1, and in day 2, it's over here. It has to be brought into the game. And people are freaking out that it's going to ruin the gameplay, and as a solid PvPer, I love the idea that I can go in to do storyline mode to showcase it to the stream, and then I can go in with people and do PvP mode, right? Dude, it's crazy how, this is what I'm saying, and I've been saying this for a while. Pro PvE players are bad for this game. Pro PvP players are bad for this game. You need to have the game designed for the people who want PvE content and PvP at the same time, and understand that they coexist. You can't keep having it one way or the other. We don't want PvE only mode, and we don't want PvP only mode. The game will be a non-success if you go either one of these routes. And this just gets me excited. I can have storyline instance version of ASD. I can have group gameplay looting ASD by ourselves, interacting with the NPCs and having a laugh, chill, you know, drinks and stuff. And then it's fucking goggles down, sweat on mode, fucking Bravo 6 going dark into the PvP, fucking watching the corners, they're in the walls, all that shit, right? It just gives so much gameplay for the different type of players. And everyone that's crying about this on Spectra, I'm sorry. What fucking video game are you playing? What game is out there that just has it where you can camp somebody at every fucking door and stuff? It's the same people with crying about Grimhex and Derpy fucking shooting back on PTU. You can't just have people killing people at every fucking location because no structure is in there. You have so many places to go in PvP. You have so many areas to PvE, but you have to have separation at times. They want Animal Crossing Space, yeah. It's crazy to me. I want good FPS. Chat, I want to raid. I want to go in with 10 people and not have to worry about players because the PvE content is so fucking sweaty that we're dripping from head to toe in Vaseline, having to work out mechanics on the fly, medics, engineering, mining, all that shit, and not have to worry about the fucking
look, there's DarkLaw in his group. Sniper. Yay.
Alright, I'm done for the day. I'll go and fucking quit the game. I want solid PvE content, but also to be able to do it when I want to do PvP, not all the time. Yeah, exactly. The big instance raid and stuff, yeah. I think it's so good for this game. I think people need to just stop with this mentality that it needs to be pro PvP or pro PvE. You can have both. And it works in games that are pro PvP like EVE Online. EVE Online has instances. And it has places where you can go for better loot in PvP zones. You don't have to ruin everyone's day just because you are fucking shit and don't want to get into Arena Commander all the time.
We're bringing instancing to Star Citizen.
Plus, if anybody doesn't know, the moment you're on an empty server, the NPCs are fucking cracked. They are brutal. When you play these ASD facilities on a full server, you might as well, pun intended, throw a spoon at their head to kill them, and they still die, right? It's so boring. But when you're on an empty server, it's like you're fighting Rambo and Arnie at the same time.
2026. Why are we doing it, and how will it...
Dude, Spooner, on Saturday, I put a video out, or it's like a clip, showcasing that Grimhex will kill a fully powered up Idris in 33 seconds if it's aggressed to some player. 33 seconds Grimhex will kill, and that's without torps. I literally purposely hid it behind the torp launcher. Just from cannons and attritions alone, 33 seconds. And people are complaining about this, and I'm like, it needs to be in the game. And they're like, oh, but it's Grimhex, it's a criminal base. Grimhex is a criminal place where you can go as a criminal, but it would be super stupid that Grimhex doesn't protect its citizens who are going there, even if they are bounty hunters. It's a neutral point. It is not crime stat only. It is neutral. Just the same as going to a neutral place in Pyro protects its people. Now, one thing that they do need to change is that a bounty hunter doesn't get free reign by killing somebody in Grim Hex. The guns should also kill you if you're a bounty hunter. That's all they have to change. But Grim Hex, all these locations, bunkers, should be protecting their location. You can't have somebody, oh, I'm coming in to fucking spend $1 million at Grim Hex, and I'm gonna fucking boost their infrastructure. Oh, I'm getting ganged. Oh, if only there was gate guns or fucking station guns to help me. It doesn't work in a game. Dude, it's crazy, man. The PvPers, the PvEers, like, I generally think if you're hyper focus on hybrid gameplay and you understand that PvE and PvP have to coexist, that's what CIG should design this game on. It shouldn't always be where you can't be attacked by a player, PvE mode, and it shouldn't be where a PvPer can just gank you anytime they want. I'm sorry. And this is literally from somebody that spent 9 years solid PvPing in EVE Online, probably one of the biggest PvP games when it comes to multiplayer. Bigger than WoW, bigger than anything. I have sat for 9 hours in a fucking war, shooting at pauses and watching assets be lost and bought, everything like that on a massive scale. And even I don't think you should just be able to sit outside somebody's home and kill them over and over and over again, right? You're pulling up the ladder on ganking? Well, again, you just shouldn't be allowed to do it. I'm sorry. You have a huge amount of space. CIG doesn't want us to be locked from location because of rep, even though that's already a kind of thing. Well, again down the line is the idea with Pyro, right? And they didn't bring it out. Pyro is meant to be where the Rough Riders hold checkmate, right? But then the other ones can come and take checkmate off them, right? We just don't have that gameplay involved. It was meant to be able to be flipped, where if you were pro headhunters, you would be able to go to a headhunter location, you'd be safe. But if it flipped over to Rough Riders, you would get automatically shot at. The thing is, though, is Grim Hex doesn't have that because it is a neutral base. It might be a base that's for criminals, but it's not a criminal location. It is a neutral location. And the guns are only protecting people at Grim Hex. If you don't shoot anyone, the guns don't shoot. If you go and do a mission that kills another player and you come to Grim Hex, the guns don't shoot at you. It is only protecting its location. And I'm 100% behind that. You can literally go 10 kilometers away from Grim Hex in PTU and kill to your heart's content without getting a crime stat, and the guns will never shoot at you. The problem is you have to warp away to remove aggro before coming back and doing that. If the guns shoot at you, you need to let them kill you so that they stop aggroing you. That's it. But that's also a bug that can be fixed. But you shouldn't just be able to turn up... Like, can you imagine we bring out base building and at the same time, oh no, we shouldn't have these guns OP to kill all the players shooting at our civilians, right? You've got a big test base and you have Shadow Moses just fucking free dicking it, you know? And there's no defenses. That's what our people are wanting. And I'm just using names. I'm not saying that either one of these organizations are saying this. But people right now are freaking the fuck out that places are protecting their location. Oh no. It's like, right, let's say, for example, an alien race came out of the sky above the UK and started shooting at locations in the UK. We just go, there's no comm zone. So, yeah, we're not going to do anything about it, right? Yeah, you just sit there and watch, right? It makes no sense to me with people complaining about this stuff. These locations should be defending their locations. But again, bounty hunters shouldn't be able to just shoot at you at Grim Hex and not get shot at. That needs to change, but that won't be changing until the new law system comes in. Yeah. Again, these locations should be shooting at people.
At work. So if you've played any content in 2025 in Star Citizen, you know that most of these areas were in actual PvP zones where other players could interfere.
I wonder how they're going to do instance-based
Instancing
Hathor.
is a means to create an environment where designers can create tailored content that's tuned to a specific group size, but it is also protected from outside interference.
Because when somebody complains about something in this game, Quartz, and they're quite heavily like, you know, against it, it's because it ruins their gameplay, right? It ruins the particular thing that they're doing. So anybody that complains about the guns at Grim Hex is because they just want to sit at Grim Hex, kill people who can't fight back, and don't get crime stats so they don't go to prison. That is the only reason that you would ever complain about the turrets at Grim Hex. You're that person that just wants to kill everyone at Grim Hex. And that just does not work for the game. And the scope it's going. Every pyro station protects a pyro station. Every outpost in pyro protects its civilians. So if you can't get around dealing with the guns or figuring out a way how to do it, having a tank and a hyperkiter or anything like that, because again, that Idris died in 33 seconds by being stationary. If it was chaffing and flaring and rolling, it wouldn't have died that fast. It could probably tank the guns for a minute. That's plenty time for your fleet to come in and kill somebody on the dock, right? If every gun is going for your Idris, your fleet can come in and kill people and have a fight around it. Something like Hathor should be free for all. Other can come in and instance. Yeah, I agree with it. But again, all I would say is if CIG want to do instance-based gameplay, Spinner, they have to make it where the drop chance of loot is a lot less than doing the PvP stuff. There has to be a risk versus reward gameplay, or it gets very stale very fast. So I'm 100% happy for people to do solo and grouped instance-based PvE only, but you have to get lower reward chances for doing such a thing. And the higher loot goes to where the most laggy shit is going to be.
It's not to say that we don't love PvP. I'm a PvP guy. PvP me, bro.
It just makes sense. Again,
but like most MMOs, a good balance between a dangerous overworld and a protected instances is needed. Right now, we don't have this ability, and this is something we really need.
I want to be interdicted by NPCs who feel like I'm fighting players when they board my ship. So that when I'm sitting around bored because there's no player in the game for such period of time, they're like, it just feels like there's something constantly going on, you know? Maybe Onyx said PvE is comes here for PvP mod tweakers. Yeah, again, they could do whatever, right? At the end of the day, you have to allow every type of player to enjoy this game. But also, every type of player has to understand that there is a danger involved, be it PvE or be it PvP. You have to understand that an NPC might kill you and take your stuff. You have to understand that a PvPer might kill you and take your stuff. There has to be a risk versus reward element, because if it's all just reward, just like it is where now they're making it harder and harder to get a Polaris from Wicklow, people don't want to bother doing it because it, in quote, it's too hard. If everyone has an Idris within a week of playing the game gets very boring. If everyone has a Wicklow Polaris within 2 weeks of playing the game, it gets boring. But you can't also be where we are, you know, a big organization like Avenger Squadron or Shadow Moses. We're just going to hold down the area on the server, on the shard, and you will never be able to go to Hathor ever in this area. That doesn't work for this game. It needs to be where the person who plays this game but doesn't want to play on giant organization level can do stuff in the game. They might not build a space station. They might not build a spaceport on a planet. They can build a shack, right? And still enjoy the game. They can still craft things and enjoy the game. They can still mine things and enjoy the game. They don't need to go to grand operational 1,000-player elements. would be nice if we got some missions that don't involve shooting, like all missions that go remove racing. Well, the thing is, though, CIG were showing that they were bringing interstellar cargo running and stuff like that. The problem with racing is you can't build racing until you build the new flight model. Because here's the problem with racing, that the racing tracks were never designed for master modes. So unfortunately, racing gets pushed to the back burner because it's the least amount of metrics that are used in the game. Nobody really does racing apart from the racers. But CIG have said that once the new flight mode is in, they will be redoing all the tracks to make it where it works with the new flight system. Right now, that's why CIG are not working on racing, because it was designed for the previous flight model, these tracks. It doesn't work well for master modes, and it will certainly not work at all for the new flight model. So it's basically back burner stuff. Interstellar cargo involved PvE scripted pirate combat? Well, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? Well, you expect to just fly from A to B and not shot by anything? You just always win? Where's the risk versus reward gameplay then? If you're just load up my Hull C in Hurston, drop it off at Pyro, rinse and repeat, and I never lose. Where's the danger involved? Why does your ship have turrets to protect it? I like shooting, but if everything involves shooting, it kind of makes the combat less special. Well, look at it this way, right? You are going to bring your freighter through Somalia, and you choose to either protect yourself or get fucked. But even if you choose to protect yourself by having armed guards in armor, M60s, all that shit wrapped around the fucking hull of your ship going through Somalia to do trading, sometimes the bandits in their rubber dinghies don't turn up, and you go, that's a good day, right? But being prepared for the bad day is what you should be doing. And it doesn't make combat not special. It means that, shit, we made bank and we didn't need to get involved in it. Again, you're not going to be instantly scripted every time with NPCs. It's not like every fucking journey is going to have conflict. But they're bringing it back where you will randomly be interdicted like we used to have in the game. People from the past will remember you're flying through just between Crusader to Daymar and you would get interdicted and have to dodge a fucking rock. Not players, not NPCs, but dodge a rock rolling towards you. And it was exciting to have that situation because you were like, shit, am I getting interdicted by a player? Am I getting interdicted by an NPC? No, it's a giant fucking rock, handbrake turn, dodge, 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 iceberg kind of scenario. And it was amazing fun. But you have to bring scripts in to have that scenario back. It might not always be combat. It might just be simply passing of what, like Holler versus Holler. People can effectively buy themselves out of the game by getting bored too early. Exactly, dude. If you make everything too easy in this game will never be a success. Because it will go from, I will play the game to the content's limit, and then I will put the game down until the new content comes out. Just like we have right now, where new content comes out and everyone is happy for a month. Then everyone gets bored because the content is overplayed. Then they don't play the game for a month and the analytics go down, the content comes back, and then there's more people coming in, right? There's always the spike, the level, and the drop. Then the spike, the level, and the drop. And eventually we get lower and lower and lower because the positive is outweighed by the negative in Star Citizen. I would like just gameplay that does this. No spike, just constantly you play and you gain. Not a quick gain and then a quick leave. Quick gain, quick leave. It's so boring in games if you don't make it plateau. You could not go AFK for too long, yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy for me. And this is why to this day, chat, I have not done Hathor, I have not done the one in Pyro, and I've done very little with ASD. You know why? Because I like to go to these things when they're finally working, It's the same as I didn't do Siege of Orison or any of all that other bullshit. I just got the rewards and I moved out of it. Because I can go back to it now and be like, this is good content. This is in an instance. This is working. I like where CIG going it. But most people won't do it because they're like, oh, I don't want to do Hathor for another 99 time. Why the fuck are you doing it right now? There's no reason to do Hathor. There's no reason to do ASD. It is just you to test out some gameplay loop. You're not, people are like, oh, I've got 200 billion. I'm bored with the game. Why did you grind up 200 billion? Why not play it for a week or two and then put the game down? It's just crazy to me that people keep treating this like a released game and they put all their effort in and then they get really negative with it and bitter about these things instead of just being like, just chill out, enjoy it for what it is. Don't super grind on it and wait for the finalized game. Yeah, exactly. You need to get the every service in the game working for the plateau. But if CIG conquers that, it'll be amazing. Because what I was saying to Fresh as Ice, who's in Shadow Moses, I like the idea that when we get this new event in Nyx, you'll have Shadow Moses in every group powering across to go and do the mining system and the other event, whilst I can go with my group and do Hathor for the first time. Because I will know that people will be charging there and I can do the content that everyone's burnt out in and then eventually go through it all where it's all fucking empty, instance based, and then I get to what everyone's doing and I will still make on the outcome on people. People will then be finished in next, but like, I'm bored and I've got months of content to do, right? And that's the problem, is everyone is in such a rush to world first, or content creators leaking all the stuff to get the ad revenue in the videos on it. Everyone is burning themselves out for no reason. No reason. You're playing this, you play test servers like it's a fucking release game. It's crazy. Some people just don't do sandboxes, they want a shiny prize. Like for me, I think the shiny prize is getting fuel for your ship and stuff like that.
In order to give you a sense of progression that is tailored and balanced to a tunable amount of groups, so the difficulty matches the group size. There's a beginning and an end. It doesn't mean that that doesn't fit in our...
Chat, literally, right? If you're not first, you're last. Who cares? What do you win if you're first, Pedro? Tell me that. If you go and do Hathor now, and I do it a month later, what have you gained over me? Tell me that. And when somebody comes to play the game in a year's time, and they do Hathor, what have you gained over them that have done the same thing that you've done a year later? Nobody gives a shit if you're first, by the way. It's the cringiest shit to say you're world first on a PTU. A broken fucking video game. The servers barely work. Not everyone is equal, right? So when you do something in its most broken state and I do it a year later when it's actually working, who actually wins? Who is actually first? Who was the numpty to rush towards it and hit their head off walls constantly? Or who was the person sitting back on the hill watching all the idiots fucking cry about these things and then eventually do it with ease? That's the way I look at it. First and last mentality is hella dumb when the game is being wiped on release anyways. Exactly, yeah. When everyone rushes off a plane and gets pushed into people, I sit back and I'm the last person to leave the plane. So as they've all been squashed together, standing up, huffing and puffing, I'm sitting there going, and then I get off and they're no faster than me. As they're rushing to get their bags, they're still standing around the conveyor belt, and at the same time as I arrive, the bags start to come out. Who's the winner and who's the loser at that point? The person that got squished, ran to get their bags that are not coming out any faster, or the person that just took life a little bit slower and still made it to the finishing line, the same as the people who rushed. The tortoise and the hare story, basically. And I would rather be the tortoise that just gets there casually and done, instead of looking like the fucking idiot who goes world first in a broken game. Or I did it before you. Cool. Awesome. Even if the game releases first and last, won't make any difference either. Exactly. The only thing that somebody gets from being first when we get 1-0 is you might make a little bit more money than the other person who does it a month later. That's all it is. Or you might have a new ship in tier 0 before somebody else does. But eventually down the line, 2 years after 1.0, everyone has everything, everyone has loads of money, and the only thing of real loss will be the people who continue to play the game or the people who quit. And that's every single video game that's ever been out is in that same state. It never changes no matter who builds the video game. So I would rather be the smart person who doesn't do these things until CIG actually make them work. And all those people rushing to do Siege of Orison and complaining about it, I might actually be able to play Siege of Orison in an instance-based gameplay and it actually works and it's fun and enjoyable. So who is won at that point? The person who rushed through it, complains about it and quits Star Citizen, or the person who just sits back and lets the game be built and then enjoys it when it's actually working. That's how I look on things. I haven't bought Stalker 2 yet for the same reason. Dude, I am so excited for Arc Raiders sneakers and I didn't play any of the playtests. I got a chance to NDA test it because that's what I do on like off jobs. Seiko in chat's the same thing. I didn't sign the agreement for the NDA Arc Raiders. Because I want to play the game when it comes out in a release date. I'm going to play it this weekend with Burks just to get an understanding of the game because it's basically the release state of the game. Just they're going to stress out the servers and then on the 30th we get released. So I'm going to chill in with Burks and learn the game. But I just don't like the idea of rushing into broken things. Exactly, Deep Star. I like that as well. I like the idea that you could sell your you make an Idris, right? You build an Idris. Oh yeah. You build an Idris and then you sell it. But if you had kept it for a month, you would have made double money. Anybody ever remember this going on in EVE Online? People built Titans and sold them so fast, and within a few months after the Titan came out, they sold for mega money. Now they sell for even more money if you held on to them for a few years. And people were just rushing the gameplay, rushing it out to get that quick fucking dopamine hit. And everyone who built one and held it back, hidden away, makes triple to quadruple the amount of money that people were doing. And I like the idea of being sneakily and building on things and just not rushing through the finish line. Casually walking through with a smile on my face, knowing that I haven't fucked up. Also, a lot of people who rush gameplay, right, have to then go and look up a YouTube guide. Here's the top 10 guide of what to not make a mistake, right? And that's, everyone's like, oh my god, did I make a mistake? Did I sell something too early? Did I sell that loot? Oh, I knew I should have picked up that sword from the bronze smith or something like that because it could be crafted into a legendary weapon and now I've got to restart my gameplay and all that stuff. I'm not like that. I literally just mose on through and I don't freak out on anything that I've lost. If I missed out on something, I'll go back one day and maybe redo it. It's the same with when I was playing Baldur's Gate. I missed out on so many hidden things in Baldur's Gate because I was going with an organic playthrough, not a speed run. Fucking, I'll come back and like try it a different way thing. I've only played Baldur's Gate once because that was my organic playthrough. And I think it's just more interesting to play that. Again, people can do whatever they want, right? But I laugh at people who rush through broken content just to chest beat that they are first to do it in a broken game. It's the cringiest shit I hear. Winning
overworld strategy,
is the friends
meaning
we make
getting to
along
the
the way.
instance
All
is
right, that's
dangerous,
cringy.
exiting the instance is dangerous, or can be interfered with others. But at least when you're playing the content, we can actually make something
'Cause
that's
this is really
curated,
cool,
can be
isn't
interfered,
it, right?
meaning getting
Isn't
to
it?
the instance is dangerous.
Getting to the instance is dangerous. Getting out of the instance is dangerous. But whilst you're in the instance, you're safe. And this is so good. This is the EVE Online mentality.
Dangerous, exiting the instance is dangerous, or can be interfered with others. But at least when you're playing the content, we can actually make something that's curated for one experience.
I think this is so good.
So before anybody says this is only a PvE thing, this technology can also be applied to unlock curated PvP experiences that are as seamless as the PvE ones.
Like I said, single player, group play, story mode with rich storyline, no looting, just solid story. Group solo or solo group gameplay PvE only mode with loot, but the loot chance is lower. Solo group PvP mode with the same stuff as PvE mode, just with a higher loot chance. That's all CIG has to do, and you get the best of all worlds at that stage.
So it's not about one thing or the other. It's really about unlocking developers' ability to create curated content. So that said, how will it work? Instancing is really an evolution over static to dynamic meshing. We want your instances to be as seamless as your instance hangers, meaning that when you take an elevator, you exit the elevator, you're inside the instance. A gateway opens, you cross that gate.
I think CIG should remove exiting to menu. I think you should have to, if you come back in, you're in the same area that you left off, Quartz. I genuinely believe that you should have to go to a bed to log off safely in this game. I don't like the going back to menu escape route.
Where you're now into your instances. Could be also a quantum jump into an instance that you don't even see. The transition is just...
And it's going to have to get costly when you start suiciding yourself. So that people actually play this game instead of fucking watching the next episode of Naruto, right?
It's like a dynamic mesh transition. And so...
Oh yeah, I don't like that. If you go into a CZ zone and you get something and you go back to menu, I think you should lose everything within the CZ zone. The same with Hathor. If you go down and you're mining and then we're getting attacked, go back to menu, I think you should lose everything. You have to get it back to a safe point before you get to keep it. The loot should just drop the moment you go back to menu. I hope CIG does this. I really, really do.
Throughout the universe, we will be able to add these areas that are open or closed instances that allow you to join in either with a party and have a reserved instance for your party, or...
Again, risk versus reward. If you're not wanting to risk it, you get a lower reward. If you are wanting to risk it, you get a higher reward. But then the danger comes into it. Same with ejecting, yeah. Again, if you go to menu in any of these items, they are removed from your bag. If you eject and snap your neck, it's going to be straight to prison if you do that. If you're, like I think, bounty hunters don't get free reign of not getting shot at guns and stuff. If you go to menu, you log back in the exact same location unless you bed log or you go to a safe spot like in Grim Hex and do it that way. And also, you need to make it where if I'm in Grim Hex and I've got my safe point in Microtech, I can't just go and I'm back there with no cost, right? With all the loot that's in my back. Because if you guys don't know, if you're in Grim Hex or Port Seraph, and you've got all your stuff in your bag, if you snap your neck and you go to like Microtech, you have everything in your backpack. It needs to be changed. There needs to be a reason why you go and make your character safe. Plenty of ways to do it. Deep Star, thank you very much for the Prime as well, dude. I see that. Thank you so much. Brand new Prime in the channel. Get some W's in chat. We don't have any notifications because we're in sort of like React mode just now, but appreciate that, dude. And again, making it where your character is important to you. Your ship is important to you. The mission and the loot that you're looking for is important to you. The mining that you do is important to you. And yes, you will lose sometimes, but if you start treating yourself as, right, I'm going to be doing this today. I'm going to be going to an area that could have possible PvP and possibly strong PvE. I need to prepare for myself. Am I going to go solo? Am I going to go with a group? It can't just be load up the game and be like, I'm just going to put my face on the keyboard on the W key and progress. It can't win as a game like that. Ads incoming, guys. Appreciate for the people watching ads. If you don't like ads, check over on YouTube, !multi. You can watch it on Kick as well. I need to get a command button for that. If I can get a moderator to do, or anyone, just !multi in chat. Appreciate it, guys.
Join an open instances that has a number of slots. And so some of those areas will be completely instanced on different servers. This allows us to leverage the compute power of the entire mesh. The closed ones will be really to drive one piece of content. You enter and exit seamlessly, just like we do with your instance hangars currently. Let's go and find out what one of our first instances will be.
Siege of Arisen was an event we did previously, which created a gameplay scenario where the player had to run through and progress through contested islands of Arisen. This was a high-paced, high-intensity event, but it struggled a little bit from its technical execution. But now with the introduction of instancing, it gives us an opportunity to evolve it.
I can't wait for this, man. Yeah, I'm the same as well, Deep Star. I tried to do Siege of Arisen, but because of how janky it was and how broken it was, where some things just wouldn't work, I barely even tried it. The idea that just like when you're on a low pop server, the NPCs are hardcore and things just work, right? Whenever you're on a low pop server and you're pulling levers and you're picking up things and you're mining things, it just bloody works. So the idea of getting to do Siege of Arisen with like 5-10 people in the organization, going in and we're just doing solid PvE content, knowing that there's not going to be any of the memes, super excited for this shit.
And modify it and make it better.
And that's coming from a PvPer as well. I am more pro PvP than I am pro PvE, but I love rich, solid teamwork PvE content, like playing Ready or Not. Anybody played Ready or Not? That stuff is freaking crazy AI. I would love that in Star Citizen. That level of, we're not just running around and shooting AI because they're standing still going, it's an NPC, you know? I want it where like the NPCs actually feel like they're more deadlier than your skill level. We bonded over sharing? Yeah, again, it's
you in a small group
I'm super excited
to work
stuff.
through that activity.
It is an event that I had the honor of pretty much solely designing and building all of the logic and having the stress of trying to get it working.
Agent Dooley from the CDF puts the call out for volunteers.
Just make sure to group with Expat. I would enjoy that. Expat's wild in games.
Because basically the Nine Tails have taken over sort of a cluster of floating platforms in Orison.
And you are there to kill these sort of lieutenants of this terrorist organization and take back control. So in our current thinking, Siege of Arison is designed for about a 15 to 20 people fire team. So you, your friends...
10. 10 is enough. You see Elliot really takes...
your org will go in, you'll all have sort of dedicated roles. Some of you might be the tank who brings in the heavy weapons and sort of pulls the fire. Some of you might sit at the back and be the sniper and pick people off who are a bit further to make the advance easier. Some of you will be the medic who...
Yeah, exactly. Siege of Arison is really cool. If you look at actually everything that CIG has done, Xenofret, Siege of Arison, Hathor, Lazarus, I think it's called Lazarus, right? ASD, the new mining thing for Nyx, the new trench line thing if you've not seen it, right? All of these things, you bastard, thank you for the 200 bits, dude. Appreciate that. Thank you for the hype train, guys. Super amount of support. Also, make sure to drop the likes on YouTube if you can, guys, and lurk in any of the extra channels. It'll massively help out the promotion of it, especially on YouTube. You can just mute the tab, basically. The problem is all these cool ideas that come out of CAG, and I said this to Elliot last year was like, I massively appreciate all the things that CIG do with these events. Coolers, thank you for the bits as well, dude. The problem is that the execution is dreadful. Or sometimes it shouldn't be executed because the server or the stability of the game is dreadful. And it's so annoying because you get to see really good gameplay for a video game, but CIG only get to see it when they're doing it on their own servers. The dev area, right? So that the NPCs work, the levers just work. Everything will just be in a much better place because unfortunately Star Citizen is a fantastic video game, but our servers suck balls. They're so bad. And obviously, yes, they are adding in server meshing and dynamic server meshing. And when this came in, I said to people in chat, it's going to take 12 plus months for CIG to dial in all the numbers and get it even more sorted out. And it'll be the same thing with instances. It'll still be in a bad state. But it's the idea that we can actually get on with this good content without the negative of the NPC standing like that on a full player server. Or when you're by yourself on a 10-player server, the NPC literally has aimbot and you are diving through boxes behind because the AI is like fucking honed in, you know, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Terminator style. But then you go back onto a 600-player server and the same NPC that absolutely rinsed you is sitting here like that. You know, it's so boring. It's so boring. So I'm very excited for instances because it might actually give thrilling gameplay. That's not always PvP.
Sole job is going to be revive and look after the rest of your team and the health of them. And some of you will be the people who push for the objectives to try and get sort of most of the mission done. The event was designed for about 15 to 30 people, but when we released it, we fixed the problem with 2 DGSs on one server that was fighting for resources. And with that, we also upped the player count to 100. So when it first debuted, it was already too full for what it was designed.
Exactly. You literally have something designed. It's the same as ASD is only designed for like 1 or 2 people. Hathor as well for like a bigger group. The Worm is designed, the one in Pyro, by the way, is designed for 4 people. Now, how many times have you watched a content creator with all its cronies turn up to this 4-player dev designed level and they bring 30, 40 players to do something that's designed for 4 people? This again makes it where instancing is really healthy for this game because we'll get to the stage where I can do the content that CIG are designing for smaller amount of people. It's super exciting.
It was a massive operation at the time. I think that bringing it back and giving it a refresher will be a fantastic addition back into the PU.
So imagine if Siege was a instance that you could go in and play solo, or if it was a public event that you could go with your friends, or you could.
Oh wait, chat. Is that a gold
Solo.
new gun you can get? Ooh. Because I don't like the red one with bones.
Or if it was a.
But that does look good. Raise the difficulty per number of players in the group. It was mentioned. That's cool as well, yeah.
Public event that you could go with your friends, or you could join up with random players on.
No, that's not a shotty. That's the new 50 cal LMG.
On the server. There's lots of ways that we want to take a look at Siege, how we can make it a more approachable piece of content.
I'm excited to say the least to bring back Siege of Orison to Star Citizen and to sort of have it be one of the first tests that we have for instancing and really get it.
My only concern is I wonder if they're showing it in the actual system right now and it'll be work in progress, but the FPS is dreadful in what they're doing right now.
Back to sort of a core experience point where it should be. So while the next season is quite heavily focused on Nyx, I'm also very happy that we're not really ignoring our other 2 systems of Standard and Pyro, and we're going back there and we're sort of improving and expanding on the player's life in those 2 systems as well.
I still don't know how I feel about this new heavy armor. It kind of looks cool, But at the same time, I don't understand why the helmet looks like that.
Yes.
I love that gun. I think it's like, out of all the free guns that have come out, I love it. I love how it's like, and then you're loading the drum.
And while things like Genesis, Interstellar Hauling, Crafting, Siege of Origin, and more will reveal next year, will continue to bring life into the existing universe outside of Nyx. There's still one more exciting use for instancing we're building right now.
One more.
It's an earlier look than normal, and some of it is still in white box, but we're excited to share the first look at a major content release of 2026, and what it means for progression-based gameplay. As an evolution of our Building Interior initiative, you won't discover it by accident, because when it's complete, it will be found deep within the heart of Levski itself. This is the Municipal Works.
This is cool, man. Dr.
So
Evil.
inside the facility, you'll find huge vaporization.
You know, the funny thing is, for me, he looks like Phil Collins, and he's working on a mechanic system called Genesis for Star Citizen. I just love that. I love how he literally reminds me of Phil Collins, and he's working on Genesis.
Chambers, old processing plants, industrial tunnels.
Again, I'm excited for this gameplay, but please, CIG, Xenomorphs. I want to relive AVP Gold. If anybody played Aliens vs. Predator Gold, I want to be the Colonial Marine. I want the boop, 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 fucking all over the fucking walls, and you're like, brrr. God, I want that. I want that so badly in Star Citizen. I want like smart rifles, fucking pulse grenades. Oh my god, it'd be such good gameplay. I like the idea of being like they're like crawling through the walls through tunnels and you're having to it'd be so sick.
And eventually into the old turbines, which are still pumping heat into the old rock.
Like, no more snakes, please, CIG. I know that you guys are into your fucking dongs for some reason, but please, can we get like a copium character that can crawl up walls? I mean, even a spider. Let's bring in some arachnophobia or something like that. You know, something. I want hissing noises. I want gas going around. I want unknown what's happening. I literally want to be that whole situation where your brain is overthinking things and it might not even be there. It just gives me, like, it's this, when you look at Levski, for example, it reminds me of the, in Aliens, what's it called? The complex. And there's piping, there's elevators going down, there's open shafts, there's tunnels, dripping, it's moist, and yes. Yeah. Like, this is the perfect place to introduce, like, a xenomorph type creature. Yeah, like an experimented vandal that has like the ability to crawl up walls and stuff like that. It would be so good. All right, okay, no acrophobia. Again, a vandal hybrid that is like xenomorph, right? Dude, the scanner in AVP is crazy. If anybody hasn't seen this, let me just show you this gem of a video game, right? Look at this beauty. Look at this. Glorious game. But when you were like, you're gonna show the marine point? No, it's showing the predator. God, it's fucking loud. Here we go, right? Look at it. So good. It's like eerie. Beep, 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 beep. And you have to throw the flares, you have the tracker. so good. And this was PvP involved in it as well. Just such a great game from the past. Now, could you imagine that in Levski? You've got like the tracker, right? And we've got the ability to bring up the tracker here, chat. Here's my mix scanning. Let me just bring up controls here. So you'll see down here. Oh, wait. No, it doesn't work in the scene. Never mind. It only works in the main scene. Let me move to here. Let me there. And we've got mix scanning. I've got my own TDL mix scanner ready to go. Based off Pip-Boy with alien scanning and stuff. So, yeah. The mix scanning 9000 is a gem, okay? So we will definitely need that. Definitely need that. Just convert the ship scanning to HUD display. Oh, it would add.
So this is the true story of Levski. This is a place where you won't see in Lorville, you won't see in I-18 or the other landing zone. It's the pure basis of Levski. You will have, of course,
this game was too scary for. I think when AVP Gold came out, I think I was 17, 18, 19. I can't remember. What year did it come out? I think it was like, was it 1999 it came out or something?
Tunnels and, more structural plays, but you will also see a lot of rock and cave. So it's not a place you go to take vacation. It's really a place you go to fix stuff.
Not everybody has what it takes to come down there and do the job that needs to be done.
All of your sewage systems.
But it just, look at it. Look. Like, imagine something's crawling on the roof. Oh, yeah.
Stopped working. Everything's going to quite literally. And so the player is tasked.
Has anybody ever played GTFO? The game that came out like a few years ago, GTFO? Please, CIG, give me a GTFO experience in Star Citizen. Even without players. Just give me that experience with 4-player co-op, tight narrow halls, working out puzzles, limited ammunition, and things. It doesn't need to be a xenomorph. It doesn't need to be a zombie or a spider. Just make something really interesting.
With their group, most likely, to go into there,
I'd
take
love
out the
some
outlaws
horror
and get the facility
thriller
working
in
again.
Star Citizen.
So let me get this straight. This is literally a mission to fix the toilets of Levski.
It's not just the toilets. You're also trying to turn on the air. Air is a bit more important. It still works in Levski, but they have like maybe polluted air because it's not being cleared properly. It's not just for the toilet.
Poop mission.
It's also a little bit more exciting than just going into like some vents. It's like a 3-layered system where there's 3 chapters.
This will be mission-driven and repeatable. Everything from mining to salvage to combat to investigation, a variety of roles. Narratively, it's a real sandbox. Every progression you do will unlock a new area that will link back to previous areas, complexifying the play space.
We've been wanting to have more gameplay around landing zones for a long time. Now that we have instancing tech coming online, that allows us to do something that provides really cool gameplay close to a landing zone.
With the missions, that's what will create different overlays or change the spaces or change the progression, but it'll be the instancing which will enable us to create tailored content to you and your group. So you're going to be able to play a part of it, make your progress, and then log off. And then the next time you come online, you'll be able to pick up where you left off.
It's
going to see that alone makes me so excited for the future of Star Citizen, because right now, if you log off, you go back to your bloody hangar, then you've got to go all the way back to the mission, and if your internet cuts out, you've got to do it all over again. I just like the idea that you can go and do these things in an instance and pick up where you left over. So if you've only got 10-15 minutes of the day to do something, you can do that quick, snappy gameplay in a location where you don't even need to fly to, basically, if you're already there. and you can get it done, you know? I'm sure you meant the stage will save, not your place. But that's what I mean, the stage. So if there's 3 stages, you can get the first stage done, and you're not having to do the whole thing every time, basically.
Allow players to return back to it at different states.
I'm not meaning where you log off, you're back in the exact same thing. I'm talking about, if you think of it, right? You have to go all the way from your hangar to a location. Then you have to do the whole chain again. And if the end part doesn't work, like with the new worm system for inside ASD, you've got to go to a different server and do it all over again, right? I think that's just a much better, like, you can get like a little checkpoint basically.
Depending on how much you've progressed, and be able to keep it going until you've reached sort of the end of the whole 3 chapters.
Where you're not going to have other people getting in your way. It's you, your team, your party.
It's a way of giving players content where they know exactly where they're at and they can keep going back to it.
Is this Thor in the 4th stage of Groove in the Avengers? Let's not do these kind of jokes, okay? Whatever the dude wants to do, the dude will do, right?
And improving sort of their own progress and ability to jump through them faster and faster times as well.
So that's a look at how we'll be allowing players and developers alike to create more crafted experiences within the greater sandbox of the persistent universe. Okay, is that it for me at this point, Jared?
Almost. Throw it back to me, and I've got one more for you after this.
Back to you, Jared.
Skip.
Everybody's really. Now, at this, we would do that. I'm not. It's only been the 4 weeks today, which seems most computer.
How many citizen guns have you performed in now?
Performed?
I don't know.
Skip. Aren't I?
They're the best.
Sick.
As I speak.
So long.
Your favorite?
All these things. Tell. But
Tyra took to the stage and
skip.
in it. Lisa to fine if the talk about towards like Gozen or Zenithreat. In addition, the larger 1.0 narrative will utilize.
Since we're on story, I'm going to stay with this here. Since we launched the PU back in 2015, there's always been this sandbox where players can do what they want. They can bring.
That's what we want. Recaps of Star Citizen are not required. I'm a 13-year bitter vet.
So the persistent universe has existed for over 10 years now. During that time, we've created lots of gameplay systems, we've added hundreds of locations,
I genuinely think this was a good CitizenCon. You know? Like, there are a few things I can complain about. Like, I think there was a little bit too much talked about Nyx and the story of Nyx. I think it would have been better to discover Nyx than somebody tell me about Nyx. But Genesis, the instances, the storyline driven stuff, the mining thing, yeah, like, awesome. It sucks that, like, one of the ships, the Stinger, is in a really bad spot, but CIG can fix that. And it's just cool, you know? And also, Nyx Planet 1 is literally Scotland, so I'm home.
Added lots of mission activities for different purposes. Combat,
I wish
cargo,
there was a little bit
mining,
more fewer,
salvaging.
like 10
but for
minute,
combat
50
ships,
minute sort of things.
the only thing
added
you've been able to do is fight other combat ships.
I generally think there's just a little bit too much talking, but again, maybe they want to keep things back. Maybe they're not happy to show it, but then I think that's what says it goes through. I generally think CIG is just not confident right now in what they're doing, because again, Chris Roberts was in Switzerland showcasing this to a group of people, and I think he should have been at CitizenCon instead. I think Chris Roberts should be talking to us as the backer instead of the game company that will maybe give a good review of Squadron 42 and Star Citizen in the future. You know what I'm saying? I think we as the backers are more important to the company because we're the ones that keep it fucking going as paying backers or whatever you want to look into. So I don't like how this CitizenCon is more directed for those people where Chris Roberts is. It should have been for us, not the other way around.
In 2026, this changes. we're going to be delivering a spaceship-focused activity space which incentivizes the use of different gameplay roles. These are going to be scenarios where you're going to have to plan and strategize and create operational tactics to overcome your objective. So what you're going to see is very early. It's early in the pipeline process, and it's going to come online about mid next year. But we're really excited about the content we're creating, so we want to share with you a super early look at what we're building in a space we're calling Tactical Strike Groups.
Tactical Strike. Oh God. Give me quantum. Did anybody see my reaction to this with live? I genuinely thought CIG were bringing in fleet warping. I got so excited in this scene alone, and Tumblr was laughing because I was like, oh my God, are they bringing in fleet warping? And then it's not fleet warping, it's just really cool looking. And I got so upset because this looks so, this is what I want. I want a fleet to be waiting, ready to go. And then suddenly it's like, right boys, let's fucking punch it. And everyone goes at the same time. In the same bubble. Yeah, go, you know? It's so fucking cool. I hope it comes out because again, this quantum boosting is just so fucking sick. It reminds me of the old Freelancer video. This whole just like instant boom, you know? At high speed movement. Look at it. So good.
Tactical Strike Groups.
Boom, 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 boom.
The People's Alliance are still trying to get to the bottom of what this new faction is really doing in the Nyx system.
They've sent a capital ship to check out a station and run it into more than they can take care of themselves.
Unfortunately, that team came under attack and members of their groups were taken hostage. That would be sick, actually, Odds. Now they've reached out to Intersect, who've reached out to you to help recover the pilot. Of course, it's unwise to...
You see it in Squadron 42 where Bishop is literally telling the fleet where to move. I would love that, where you could move the ship and they would then get a waypoint where to move to. So you move a tactical fleet like a chess board, basically. If CIG ever added in something like that, I'm definitely going to get an Admiral outfit and wear it on stream. It would be so cool. Yeah, I know. The downside is yet again CIG ruining the finding out about it. You know what I mean?
Do this alone, so you'll need to put a team together to attack the station.
Oh.
Out to Intersect, who've reached out to you to help recover the pilot. Of course, it's unwise to do this alone, so you'll need to put a team together to attack the station.
So clean.
When you arrive, you will have this big asteroid, kind of broken asteroid, and on this you will have this space where you will find 3 big arms. You will see in the middle, you will have this big energy core. Everything here has a purpose. It's not just for the show, just something nice to see.
God, Nyx looks... It just looks so good. It's so eerie. And this is where this would be a perfect location to start, like with the solar system, start bringing in xenomorphs, right? Because it just feels like a shattered world, a shattered solar system. Aliens could be a bigger thing. You got Vandal, maybe like an alien. Because again, when you're on Nyx 1, you see like the Prometheus kind of xenomorph ball sort of things. You could have had it where a Vandal went in and got contaminated and it became the verse Vandalmorph or whatever the fuck, right? There would be so much cooler stuff that they could add in, especially with these eerie things, like a little bit of lightning, you know, and just... Ugh.
You'll see a People's Alliance-owned Idris that's just on the...
Levski is the next. Levski is inside the moving asteroid Delamar. Obviously, it won't be moving until CIG get the thing, but the idea is Delamar is meant to move around the Nyx solar system. If CIG decide to do it that way. They may have just decided to make it stationary now, but it's meant to move.
Outside, and it's going to be getting harassed by this unknown faction.
But they'll probably make it just stationary now.
So your first objective here is to clear out the ships. There'll be waves of these ships, so this is what you're...
Because again, this is what Nyx looks like, by the way. Nyx only has 3 planets. One's a gas giant, one is very toxic, and the other one is basically Scotland in a video game. But it is even bigger space than Pyro. And it's just all broken up rocks and hidden things within the rocks and stuff like that. So it's more space design than Pyro, which is like lots of locations, right? I would imagine Terra also has less place as well, because if I remember correctly, doesn't Terra only have like Terra Prime and 2-3 other planets?
Your light or your medium or your heavy fighters,
well.
whichever playstyle you prefer.
And Castro's meant to be quite light as well. Build bases, yeah. But the thing is, though, it's difficult to build stations, I suppose.
One part of your group is dealing with the fighters. Now it's time to actually assault the station.
Let's go!
This station has been outfitted to resist all of the obvious way of attacks.
Terra has 5,
Somehow
right?
they've incorporated Vanduul capital ship killing turrets. These turrets ignore small fighters, and they have the firepower to destroy even the biggest capital ships.
No solo Idris,
if you get it close, it will get shredded. The idea of these is so we can sort of make it so we can mix up that ship combat, and not everyone can just bring the biggest ship and win just because they have the biggest ship.
I love it.
You have to send out your best pilots to navigate the superstructure and take down anything that may damage your...
Well, the thing is, when we're getting Nyx at the end of this year, Deep Star, there's no planets to visit. So they said that's coming in 2026. So I don't know what to expect with Nyx. I think it's going to be very empty when we actually get it. You'll get Delamar, but I don't know what else they're going to be throwing in.
Bigger ships. So at this point you're thinking, destroy the turrets. But it's not that easy. This turret has shields that you've never seen before. It won't take
I like how
any
every
kind of
pilot's
damage.
in the system.
Your missiles won't do anything, your lasers won't do anything, your ballistics won't do anything to them. But like everything, they do have a weakness.
We're getting the box
you have
coming later,
to cut the power to their shields. To do that, that actually brings you to your first objective, the power relays.
So the exterior has a number of power relays that are holding the doors closed so that you can't get in.
You have to find them, you have to target them, and you have to destroy them. But it may not be as easy as it seems.
Here's our first wrinkle. The power relays have their own shields that are resistant to energy-based attacks.
We know how much you like using laser repeaters, but so do these guys.
Capital ship can't get close enough because of the turrets.
So ships with explosive or ballistic ordnance will be needed here. That's torpedo ships like your Retaliator or Gladiator, or even another fighter with ballistics loadout. That's going to take you a while.
Once the power relays have been taken down, the station opens up.
And this is where things get really cool.
Now it's time for you to fly your ship inside the station.
Yeah, you, in your ship, fly into the superstructure
Oh my god, is my name Luke?
of this station.
How cool is that?
I feel like this is a proud dad moment. Good job.
We're just going to call it what it is. It's a trench run. So as you enter the structure, you'll see cooling units along the sides that you'll need to take out. There's 3 arms to the station that have these trenches. You'll fly into one, and then there'll be a core in the center, and then you'll move out another trench.
You're either gonna do it multiple times, or you need to bring friends.
At this point, the core is still protected, so these are essentially strafing runs.
There are objects to avoid. You're going to have to be able to dodge. You're going to have to move quickly. You need an agile ship.
Because the shield generator that you're targeting is emitting lots of distortion damage.
So once the cooling units are out, that exposes the core to overheat, which means that you can attack it from the inside and also from exhaust ports on the outside of the station. This core is armored and just takes a whole lot of damage.
Gonna need a lot of back.
Once the power core goes down, the turrets come down, and then the capital ships can get closer.
But at that point, what happens?
Important? Because during all of this, you spend a lot of ammo and munitions and ballistics, and you're going to want to top up.
This is where we're gonna get our new feature in: ship hangar refueling and rearming.
Woo!
You're gonna be able to land in the hangar of select ships and be able to use the same interface as you are right now at stations to refuel and rearm.
I know, I kind of wish the Kraken was coming out at the same time as this. That would have been so sick.
For ships like the Idris and the Polaris and other ships that are designed to have other ships land inside them.
Of course, it'll be more than just those 2 ships, and you'll find out more once we get closer to release, but this is
What possibly could it be, chat?
Of course, it'll be more than just those 2 ships, and you'll find out more once we get closer to release, but this is a really important
If it's the Kraken, man, I will be so excited.
feature that we're really excited to get out.
If you're not bringing your own Idris, the People's Alliance has an Idris there that can provide a safe port in a storm, allow you to set back up and head back out.
And it's a good thing that you've rearmed and refueled too, because now another group of ships is coming to attack the People's
Maybe
Alliance.
Liberator, maybe Vulcan, who knows? Engage!
So while the fighters are protecting the Idris, what's happening at the station? Well, that's where the dropships come in.
But instead of using a dropship, we're going to use a Paladin just to market it better.
Now you've got to take a fire team in. You've got to land, you've got to fight through an onslaught of FPS enemies that belong to this unknown faction, and you've got to open a hangar door which will allow you to release captives from the station. After you've opened the doors and that person's taken off, you've just got to make sure they get to safety.
So at this point, all of this sounds pretty simple, but there's an additional complication.
So up until this point, it's just been you versus the enemies in the station.
I'll be so interested if CIG gets the weight of armor in before this event, which means that you can't just have people climbing out of their fighters with heavy armor on, and you actually do require to have a drop ship. That would be so sick.
But the enemies in the station have their own enemies.
The Van Duel neighbors who really don't like these guys for some reason will come in and wreak havoc on everything.
And they're not going to discriminate between you and the station. They're out for blood.
Oh no! The Van Duel!
When you alert the Van Duel by destroying the power core that the station's now vulnerable, you're on a time limit. Van Duel are coming, they're going to come hard, they're going to keep coming, you're going to have one hell of a fight.
They're coming. They're coming hard. They're coming. Oh no! Here she comes! The driller! Actually, no, it's not the driller. It's the, what's the destroyer called? The Mauler, that's it. No, it's not a kingship. It's a Mauler. It'll be CIG introducing the first Vandal, basically the counter to the Javelin. Which means would CIG release the Javelin? Ooh.
Tactical strike groups. I'm personally so invested in this. So throughout 2025, we created a variety of content.
And next year is looking good. Now,
FPS combat. So
before we get into the ending music and stuff like that, CIG, before you add any of this really cool stuff that I'm very excited for, can we get working VoIP, party markers that don't confuse the shit out of you, you know, organization system in the game, and maybe looking for group channels, the ability to report and mute people in game beforehand, just the basics of MMO sort of gameplay, please. I would love. Oh, PDCs are already fixed in 4.3.2, Nero. PDCs won't attack your teammate, and even if they're red. And your teammates will show green on the radar now. So when you're in a party, anybody in your party is a green marker now, not red or white. Did you see Foxy Locks, one of his vids in regards to PDCs showing green for... Yeah.
Personally,
I've not seen that.
Driving a more
Yeah,
vehicle-based experience is very important to me. This is a defining statement
Because
that I want to do in
if CIG are wanting you
2026.
to mass
We're
do
Spaceship
sort of
game.
things, we really
There
need
are
an
prized
organization
possessions
system.
to the objects we fall in love with. This is the content we want to create, which creates scenarios and roles for you to use those spaceships. We won't get to all roles initially, but we should see this as a landmark, a position where we can see
I gotta talk over it, chat, because apparently
gameplay
YouTube
space
doesn't
which
like this music,
incentivizes the use
even
of
though
different
it's legit
ships
music.
and scenarios to clear objectives and complete missions in a variety of roles. And in the future, we can use this to expand on. So I hope you're all just as excited as I am for tactical strike groups. They're gonna be fantastic.
I'm excited, but I need the basic foundation of this game in before I can get super excited. I love the idea that you're gonna have to use a tactical fleet. Capitals to do like the main tanking, you're gonna have to send in fighters, you're gonna have certain weaponry, you're gonna have to have people go in and fucking shut things down. Bomb. I like the idea of it, but the thing is we need the foundation level of the game to make that all work without too much craziness, you know? Isn't that what content creators do? Seen the Temu Cutlass hybrid? What are you talking about, Skyrim? Are you talking about the ship? What is this?
This is the first look today.
Oh god. Dude, I can't watch her. She just milks the fuck out of her viewers. It's fucking dreadful. I just can't watch it, dude. Sorry. Like, she literally has two 24-hour milking channels on the go right now. And she's just, no. Sorry, do not support people like that. Yeah, but like that literally is in game. It's called the Shiv, dude.
Okay.
That's the end of it, right?
But
there was nothing else.
foundation really exciting for me, and this is just a.
And many features we haven't discussed. I
hope you enjoyed this glimpse into some of what the team is cooking for the near future. Of course, we're not going to spoil everything that's currently in progress, and many features we haven't.
Again, anybody is welcome to watch anything from any other content creator. I will never support a content creator who milks their viewership with 24/7 fucking channels, 2 of them on the go right now, and literally has no idea what they're talking about in the game. I can't support anybody like that. No matter if they're male, female, whatever the fuck donkey. Like, it's just, no. I will never watch videos like that. What was the other one you posted, Unga? What's this one here? Oh yeah, I can't watch that whilst we're live on YouTube. We gotta be careful now.
Discussed today are in active development, like base building,
people want to
social,
see
and
the
trade
ship, I
tools
can
that are
just
very much
spawn
a
it.
priority.
I don't need to watch
These,
a
along with
content
bringing the
creator's
final
reaction.
polished features from Squadron 42 into the persistent universe, will make next year the most exciting yet for Star Citizen. Finally, I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to everyone at CIG for working so tirelessly and with so much passion to deliver something that is already special and will only get more so as we continue. And of course, to all of you for making all this possible with your support and feedback. We couldn't do this without all of you, something that I and the team appreciate every day. We are very lucky to be allowed the time and the money to build a game of all of our dreams. Something that is only more...
Yeah, so it's already in PTU, dude. It's already in PTU. PC 101 done a nice walk around in the new craft. Yeah, that's awesome. Again, content creators will make content over new things, guys. If you want to see the ship, I'll show you the ship. But yeah, I don't need to watch other people's videos to hear their thoughts on that shit. Everyone has access to these ships in the PTU anyway. Just recopy your account, even if you don't own them, and test them out yourself.
As the video game business becomes more monolithic, we are one of the few large independents left standing, and there is no way we would be allowed to dream as big as we are on an original game and take the time to achieve that dream if we were part or funded by any of the few remaining mega game companies. So thank you, and I look forward to seeing you all in the verse this coming year.
But there was nothing about socials. God damn it. God damn it, chat. Anyway. Awesome. Again, for me, I don't think it was that bad of a season going for 2 hours. I think too much talking about Nyx, but I like the idea that, yeah. There's a lot of cool stuff coming up on the game. What socials you have, Spectrum? Wow, the VoIP working is a social, you know. I know you're memeing, but right, let's get off this playlist. This one. Oh man, I'm looking forward to Art Creators this weekend. It's gonna be good. Lots to do, chat. Lots to do. Alright, let's load her up. I'm not going to be showcasing the Stinger because it's in such a bad state. There's no good build for it. It is literally just 100% useless right now. And hopefully it gets improved because it's such a shame, you know. Well, they're holding back stuff, but also we still have IEE, right? And obviously IEE will be 4.4, I would imagine, so. Or maybe it's 4, what are we on? 4.3.2 coming up. That's meant to be next year. Elmon. Alright. Load her up. Well, that's it. Yeah, it's like... Is Squadron 42 going to be delayed? Or is it actually going to be on time, right? Starship 11? What is Starship 11? I'm kind of sad that the Stinger is bad, but... Oh! What they're talking about? SpaceX Starship? 11 new ships? What are you talking about? Oh, dude, I don't give a fuck about space in real life, if that's what you're talking about. It's got no concern of me. I'm never going to be able to do it. And I'll be dead before everyone gets to do it, so why do I care? Cool, they're sending a rocket into space. Woo! Been waiting on Arc Raiders since before the finals. It was supposed to drop first. No, I like how like they've made it their flagship game. Yeah, but you don't need to buy it, Hudson. Just wait till it's in game. It's not like it works right now anyway. It's huge and very impressive to see explode. Yeah. Again, I kind of feel like the money should be spent on more important things like fixing people's roads and, you know, getting a lot of people out of poverty and, you know, other things than that. But sure, let's spend billions on an explosive rocket. Cool. It really promotes humanity forward. Nothing more like wasting money, right? As a human. Helldivers 2 was the best thing that happened to Ark. Why'd you say that? All heavy fighters struggling to pass 40. Yeah, I know. Hopefully CIG does something with heavy fighters because they're so useless. You basically go from light fighter to like paladin and that's it. There's no reason for heavy fighters are just worthless. Even medium fighters are worthless now. Elon is better to put his money in space than politics? Yeah, but you could do other things like instead of sending stupid rockets into space, why not just fix everyone's roads in every country, you know? Or get trains working in other countries and stuff like that, right? Again, for all the good things that Elon does, again, he's just a business person with a lot of money. This is where, for me, if I had money, I would just fix problems instead of worrying about stuff that they'll never do. You can play SEO on Mount Everest with Starlink. Cool. Awesome. Problem is getting to the top of Mount Everest. Yeah, nobody with real money is interested in fixing issues. Like, that's what I mean. Like, if I ever won the lottery, the first thing I would be doing is buying land, building a sanctuary for huskies, and getting every single husky in Scotland that's in a home brought to the sanctuary and looked after for the rest of its life. That's before I even go and buy myself a brand new car. I might have to buy the brand new car because I don't own a car, but buy a car so I can go and find land, but that's what I would do with money. Like, I have no interest in all this stuff, like space travel and shit like that. It doesn't change anything with humanity. Humanity has to become world before we ever progress anything. So right now, I'm actually more looking forward to the reset than anything else. Because greed is what will always ruin humanity, no matter what you do. Religion, greed, these are the things that never make humanity go forward. And politics, yeah. Sadly. Again, humans need to behave like animals. And you imagine every human was part of the same pack of wolves, for example, and anything outside of that pack is against us, right? So if you make world the pack and everyone is treated well, looked after, no fighting, just get shit on. There we go. Yo, Jedi, how you doing, dude? I don't think we're loading into a server chat. We behave like rabbit dogs? No, we don't. Even a rabbit dog has better manners than most humans. But let's not get into this topic anyway. It's cool they're sending more billions into a fucking rocket. That's all we need to say. What is going on? We are meant to live in groups over 100. I actually like especially for Scotland. Alba, basically. The name for Scotland, and also, what was it called by the Romans? Whatever. That back then, humans lived in like tribes and stuff like that, especially in Scotland, clans. And they were only like 20 to 30 people. And I really like the idea of that. Caledonia, that's it, yeah. I like the idea. That's how life would be, you know? Less worrying about other people and other countries and other clans. More just worrying about yourself and getting on with things. It sounds so refreshing when you think of it. And that's why I like living in a small village in Scotland. Because people just work for each other. You have a lot of people complaining about things. But you just work for things, right? And the thing is, though, when you walk around the village and you're asking how people's day is, none of the conversation is to, like, Ukraine, China, Taiwan, you know, Israel, Palestine, any of that. Anybody up here just doesn't give a fuck. We only care about ourselves, and that's it. Only the things that affect ourselves. And I love that way of thinking. So sick and tired of everyone thinking about other people's problems when the people that you're thinking about will never give a shit about you. It's wasted effort. I only care about people that care about me. That's it. And vice versa. We have different nature here. Yeah, I mean, everywhere is different, right? But I like the idea is that in this village in Scotland, we only care about the residents of the village and maintaining everything to do with the village. And if we've got any care after that, of course, help where help is needed. But our roads are good, our internet is good. Like, we literally have 5 gig up and down in a small village in Scotland that barely has 5G working, you know? Because they're more keeping these things up. Farmers help. Prices are whatever prices need to be. But literally, when we had last weekend, right? We had a blackout where the storm Amy came through the village, 90 to 115 miles per hour, knocked out a lot of homes. A lot of trees collapsed. Power was out for the whole weekend. You know what our village did? Got a fucking burger van, paid for a burger van to come into the village and bring food to us every day. And obviously if you were a tourist, you could pay for it, but if you're a resident, you got free food. Nobody even asked for it. It just came, and everyone enjoyed it. And then all the farmers are picking up all the trees and stuff like that. Not having to wait for a council person or like a chainsaw person to come in and fucking clean up. No, the farmers are literally doing it. Because it makes their life easier if everything's cleaned up now. And this is why I would never be able to leave these sort of area, because before we give a shit about every other person in the world, you work on yourself. And not many places are like that. I've got so many content creator people that I know, and I barely talk to them these days because they're so political about other things that have nothing to do with their lives. And they stress about other things that are going on that have no effect on their lives. And at the same time, it's making their real lives have a negative. At what point do you go, my life is more important than somebody that I will never meet? It's fucking crazy, man. And I know that sounds like a Debbie Downer for other people, but you only have one life. You're not getting reincarnated. You're not going to have an afterlife experience. Hate to tell people this, from somebody that's died twice, there is nothing afterwards. So enjoy your life the best you can. Worry about yourself. Make sure you're well fed. Your family's well fed. It's way more important than other countries and rockets going up into fucking space that have no impact on your life whatsoever. I always like the saying, be the change you want to see in the world. Exactly, yeah. Pick up trash. Put it in the bin. Start with your own country, your own village, before you worry about other countries' rubbish problems. Well, I don't think we're getting in a server chat. I think it's cooked. And the problem is if I quit, it's going to put me in a queue system. Anybody else having these issues with PTU right now? Hey, Space Jam, how you doing, dude? Yeah, it sounds bad, Hudson Hawk. But I also am a person where I will openly say to you, I have no way of helping you. So, good luck. Let's try... Oh no, I am still fucking locked. Maybe try one more time. Your German government has the habit of trying to save the world? Yeah. Save thyself first. Had to reset to get back. I don't want to have to do a wipe, you know. Rockets going up is the change, though for some, obviously there's a lot of problems to solve on the Earth, but becoming a spacefaring species, resource and stuff. Yeah, but look at this way, Penguin, right? Instead of spending billions and billions to send the rocket up, which is not really doing anything for us apart from gathering data, how about use that money to fix the problems that we have on the planet first, and then all band together and put rockets up into space? Wouldn't that be a more logical choice? I see it's very hard for your husky to walk. That's only because it's on slippy floors here, Hudson. He's fine. No, right, Mr. Hippity Hop? Because again, when we go out on a walk, he's moving at high pogo speed. But again, Nova's got, like, He's now classed as a disabled dog. If he doesn't want to use his fixed leg, there's nothing I can do about it. It's all a mental blocker for him. You've got a live error code as well? Oh, that sucks. But you would not make money on it, but that's the point I'm making. Whenever we push things in humanity forward, it's always for a greed reason. And until the world is working as world, it'll never change no matter what politician, who's in charge, what they've done beforehand. It's always a cleanup problem. The military is just, yeah. Oh, one day it'll change. Not in my lifetime, though. Thank goodness. What is it, Nix? I ran out of power, Nix. You get an audio upgrade one day. Yeah, there definitely seems to be problems with the servers. That's annoying because I had the Paladin all fully kicked out, chat, ready to go. Super annoying. I had it fully rigged up with the build. It was a really good build. Hey, Mortis, how you doing, dude? Damn it. I spent a couple hours last night prepping it. Hey, Tough, good day, dude. Speaking from how big the guys are, look at Trump, 20 billion liquidation. Is the Stinger any good? Stinger is terrible. Terrible. If you want to die, fly a Stinger. It is slow, non-tanky, non-damage dealing. It is literally a pile of shit. It's got 2 size 2 shields run off 2 size 1 power plants. It does mental damage to the pilot? Yeah. I think the only ship that's decent is the Paladin out of it. But even then, that's got some technical issues where it can die very fast to a couple of missiles. And I think it's because of the 1 HP stats all over it. Like, the 1 HP stats get blown up, and then it makes the other ones just break. But again, PTU. CIG will get it sorted out. The ship is so ugly? Well, somebody will love it. I don't fly ships if they're OP. I fly ships if I like the look of them and how they actually fly. So I'll never fly the Shiv. I've got no interest in it. And it falls apart as much as it looks like it. Yeah, it's kind of like that. CIG just need to sort of work on those sort of tweaks here and there, right? It's ugly, but the parameters of the Shiv are amazing for 150. I would rather have a Cutlass, personally. I puked a little when I saw it. Again, it's not for everyone. I think it's funny added to the game, but I don't think you should be buying it. I agree with Cully. It should be like where you get it as a reward for cleaning the streets or something. Yeah, Yeah, the problem is I'm stuck. Because even if I quit the game down, I think I would have to wait until I'm released. I don't want to reset as well. What I might do is if I can't get in a bit, I'll just end the stream and wait for them to do a patch tonight if they are going to do one. And then I would have all the equipment at the location anyway. I just don't want to do all the shopping. I went and got like a particular build for the Paladin to showcase it. Stuck step bro. It is a stuck step bro situation. Yeah, I'm locked in. Oh, what I'll do is then we'll have a look at the ship bucket. Because I've not actually walked around it yet. What was that? Leave the ship alone. It's fugly, but its function is pretty wicked. Again. It's got the face only a mother would love. Where is it here? It's not even an Arena Commander. Fuck. Boo. Oh well. I can't even show it. Yeah. We might have to wait, chat. I like collecting all the Vandal ships. Well, it's a lot of money for only one that actually works. Because the Scythe, the Glaive, and the Stinger are fucking shit shows of ships. Only the Blade is the decent one right now. A lot of money just for that. It looks like your character is in battle and you can't quit. No, it's stuck somewhere. I think what's happened is I've joined a server that's in a constant loop of crashing. And it needs to just be brought down. So we'll see if we get released and we can change region maybe. Astro's clean. Alright. Where's the... Did you select as multi-crew? Wait, that's the wrong one. Are the ships there? Yeah, don't worry, I'll just fly it. Should have done the other map. Vendul. We. I wonder what the Aurora Mark II will be like. Apparently they said you're only working on the cockpit of the Aurora. How's the Stinger? Dreadful. Don't buy it. Look at this monstrosity. Thank you, Sofa. God. I do like the little fucking lever. That's kind of cool. So it's got no side doors, right? Yes, that's about it, right? There's your poop bucket. Your washing bucket. And then obviously the turret is in the second chair, right? So you got this. That bucket is the best. It's got a lot of power into it, right? It's kind of cool. And this is just full repair build, right? Yeah. So 2 size 4, 4 size 3. I like the hacking console, yeah. Sort of rattling noise. Let's just do this chat, just to annoy him even more. Let's give him a 24-hour timeout. There we go, chat. We don't need the complaints of freeloaders, do we, chat? He can watch free on YouTube or Kick with no ads. Sub 25 months? Well, he's no sub right now, okay? You can enjoy that ad revenue. Alright, how much faster can this thing go? MFD system still bugged out. Oh, that's gonna be mechanical side, Can you, can we do Crossroads of Crime? So far. Because then I can test it out with full dive. Crossroads of Crime. Station wagon, yeah. I'll take it off. It can't be told, no. Arena Commander looks like, yeah, definitely. Like, if you're ever doing Arena Commander, do Crossroads of Crime. It's really fucking good. Because you get high FPS, and you can do space and atmosphere of flight, and you can go around the whole planet as well. You need to land it, because I'll fall. Beautiful. Thank you. If it would launch VTOL. Yeah, but VTOL's massively changing the new system, so. Actually do that, that's cool. Oh wow, it actually has a cancelling rear ramp, that's actually good. This is what I love about Crossroads, I can go and actually take it at speed. So 1174. No VTOL, no hovering in atmosphere. Well, not for long. Every ship has VTOL. Is that with the normal Cutlass skin on it? Or does it actually come with that skin? If, like, I'm for the exterior of the ship, I just don't like the interior. Because it's just all, like, fucking cut together. If you could get, like, a ship like this that was good and working, that'd be cool. No, not even playing right. Got a big afterburner tank, I'll give it that. Like, again, I like the look of the ship, I like the feel of it, I just hate the interior, that's all. That's what would prevent me from using it. Flight model would be fucking sick, actually, when it doesn't have to deal with speed walls. Like a pug. Again, I don't think it's that ugly on the outside. I think it looks good on the outside. It's like just a very sleek sort of cutlass. It's the interior I just meh. What's the self-destruct on this thing?
Self-destruct sequence is online.
Oh no, I didn't unlock it. Oh, we're dead. Oh, also the toilet has a door? Get out! Alright, actually it gives you plenty of time. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's a decent amount of time. I think it's overpriced too. Again, with its movement though, and it's more aggressive. Like I can see why CIG bumped up the money slightly on it, but at the same time, I don't think I would spend ever 150 of it. And it's a shame the thingy bob is so fucking shite, the stinger. However, this baby, she's juiced. This thing is super fucking scary in atmosphere. I don't even think you could fit through the tunnel. I'm gonna find out. It is very heavy, yeah. Oh yeah, this is not made for it. Maybe if it retract the turret, maybe. No, that ain't game through. Wait. Yeah, damn it! Just give me a sec. Just give me a sec, chat. Give me a sec. Right, where's the fucking button for this? There we go. There we go. Alright. The question is, can I now get through? It's like a 3-minute. Yeah. The question is, can I though? Oh no. No. It's the turret. I can't get low enough because of the turret. Damn it! Chat, this would be able to fly through if you could have the turret just at the back. That would be so fucking sick and terrifying at the same time if this was coming down a hallway. Enough speed? No, it's literally getting jammed. I've got enough clearance on the top, and the bottom is the turret that's causing it to get jammed. Like, look there. I can't push anywhere in because the turret stops it. Because I would have so much more room. Wait, can that thing fit through? Oh, that's sick, yeah. Break it off. You would have to remove the turret itself. Whoa. That's impressive that thing can actually fit through. Yeah, this thing is super slow. But But again, if you made it any more agile, it'd be so bad. It'd be far too OP.
Landing gear deployed.
The landing gear is so slow on this thing.
Takeoff complete. Landing gear raised.
Yeah, look at it. Oof. Yeah. She cannot move at all. This is where, again, I'd still use other ships like the Asgard and the Valkyrie over the Paladin for certain tactics. This thing is good for keeping it in like the area and providing defense, but it's not worth it for anything else. It is super heavy. But the good thing is though, the roll's good. So it's very difficult to get a blind spot on this thing. And if you had side gunners, you could easily like strafe her and basically 90 degrees shoot. But it is heavy, 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 heavy for this thing. Like even the upstrafe is incredibly slow. I'm having to actually slow down and upstrafe at once. Obviously you can VTOL it, which is cool because this thing actually VTOLs and has 4 mains. Oh no, missiles! Settle power chat, we're going in. Engage, engage! No, not missiles, my worst nightmare! If only I had a gunner! See, again, like, you just can't solo this thing. With a gunner, it's a good beast. But yeah, that thing's pretty good, actually, for getting around on it. Holy shit. Yeah, I definitely would say the ship is worth the money. After seeing it. Again, a little bit of cargo, more frontal damage, I think, right? But it definitely feels a lot more nimble than the normal Cutlass. Also, fire some more missiles, please, Sofa. Because that actually has really damaged this ship. I'm interested to see if you could actually take me out with missiles alone. Yeah. The damage is fake, is it? Alright. It's because you... Yeah. That's what I was thinking, yeah. Yeah, I think from... Like, I had a Paladin before it even came out. For this. Yeah, just fully pepper me. I want to see.
Shields hit.
Fucking exterminatus. No! Do you know that, like, the Paladin can get a ridiculous amount of missiles on it, chat? It's got size 4 launchers. You can carry 6 fucking torps on a Paladin. Alright, okay, cool. So it's just, yeah. Man, this thing's fucking tanky, like, holy shit. That's it. Thank you, dude. I'll turn the shields down if you just repeat to me, see how much further it would take to kill, and then I'm gonna quickly bio break. Interested to see how much, like, survivability you have at this point. Not bad. That's not bad then. Again, there was a crap ton of missiles as well. Yeah, not bad. Right, guys, quick bio break. I'll be back in a sec. Oh. Yeah, let's actually close chat. Let's bring this up here because I'm interested. Applications. Oracle. Sector PTU. The Shiv. Gray's Market. Shiv. Okay. Ooh. Ooh. Holy crap. This thing can even do torps. Interesting. Ooh. Say we're going to just go for full-blown big ship gank, basically. Yeah, that's not actually that bad. It's the same payload as the Cuddy. What is the Cuddy all size 4s? Oh yeah, yeah. And compared to that's 217, 219. Hard to say if it actually justifies the extra, like, what, $40? For literally 2 MS. I kind of like... Again, I think I still stand by this. If I had a choice between a black or a Shiv, I would go Cutlass Black. Just because of the more cargo... And the fact you're only gaining 2 MS. And like nearly 20 on, not even 20 on that, right? Let's do, obviously you would need a gunner, right? So the Shiv is a little bit more like solo player if you think about it. And again, let's just do... We're doing like an NPC gank, basically. And then you get the tractor beam on the black as well. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's how I would probably look at it. The cheaper multi-crew version is giving you more for your buck. But at the same time, if you're more of a solo player, then you can go for the Shiv, right? So I don't know if it's worth the extra 50, but you know what I mean. That's CIG, right? So 7 there. Yeah, so literally exactly the same. Color's black, a little bit more cross section, but that's because of the size. I would have said it's worth maybe about another $20 on top of the colorless black, but yeah. Doesn't more firepower? Well, it actually doesn't have more firepower. It's less than the Cutlass Black. But because Black requires you to have a gunner, basically. Yeah? How is it more? I'm literally looking at the stats, dude. 2000 DPS, 539 alpha on the Cutlass Black, 1-4 and 404. Yeah, I've got size 4 attrition instead. It's less. I have added, well, alright, if you can include the turret, right? Yeah. But then if I look here, adding the turret in adds in more, right? Again, I don't think it's worth like another $40. I think $20 would have been fine for it, but CIG like to do that, right? And what skins can you get for it? Because I didn't look. I only got the concierge ones, which I'll melt. Ooh. Alright, so Nightmares on the Skulls. Then you've got Butterflies. What's this one? What is this one? Or is it just looking different? Is it Spectre? It's just in a different light. That's nice. Again, it's the interior, man. For me, I would probably use it because I do like the look of it. I don't mind the piping on the side because it reminds me a lot like the Wolf. I just fucking hate the interior. If I could clad up all the interior and pick up the poop bucket, I'd probably use the Shiv. If CIG ever allow you to do that. That's the only game breaker for me, is that I just don't like the look of the inside. I need cleanliness. But apart from that, it's really good actually. Yeah, I got the earthquake paint because it was the concierge one, but I actually kind of like. Oh wait. Are there other skins? Oh wait, is this the Warbond one where you get the fucking Meridian paint? Yeah, god damn it. Meridian paint actually looks really fucking good. CIG and their Warbond skins, man, crazy. The Warbond, yeah. But I just like, for me, like I like collecting skins for ships, but I would never spend real money on this one. Yeah. That's cool. I like the uniqueness of it. Modded with Anvil, Misk, Drake. Where's the Misk? The only problem is no tractor beam, but whatever, right? What's the Misk part? Or is that the engine? Oh, from the Freelancer. Freelancer engine, alright, fair enough. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, it's funky. Again, it's got a really nice looking profile. Don't even know what the fuck is going on here. Yeah, that's not too bad. Again, it's still not my type of ship, so I would never buy it. It's the same as like I don't get Drake, you know. But yeah, it's pretty decent actually. Shame this egg is just absolutely shit. So again, it's like you got a cool solo player one, you got a cool multi-crew ship, and then you've got just something that could have been so much fun and death-oriented turned into an absolute shit show. I have tried every single build possible for this ship, and it's just so shit. I think Black Widow is a nice skin. So hold on to it. Again, they've got to make... If it had two size 2 power plants, I think it would be really good. It needs like double the capacitor, and it needs more power. You're down with the Shiv? Yeah, the Shiv is cool, yeah. The ship is pretty decent in piracy because of the 2 to 3 people have it. You can carry a big chunk of the raft. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's a good wee pirate ship, yeah. It's definitely a good wee solo ship because, again, obviously it's a lot more expensive than the black, but if you take into account like solo play, all that stuff. I got Mordor's sending me a DM chat. What was the 24-hour ban for? Because if you're listening, Mordors, every fucking time you come into my channel, you complain about ads because you're a freeloader in the Star Citizen community. So you can go and complain to yourself about ads. I'm sick and tired of seeing it. Either pay up or enjoy the ads. Yeah, but everyone likes you though, Tumblr. There's a big difference. We'll happily gift you a sub. If I had the ability to perma sub you on my channel, if I didn't have 4 slots left, I'd give you perma sub so you never had to see ads again. But Mordor's is different. Mordor's has no right, since he comes and goes like the Arctic wind. Fucking hell. Just about as useful as he was in Dune Awakening. The Stinger, I know, it's so sad with the Stinger looking so good. It just needs to be faster. It doesn't need to be more mobile, it just needs to be faster. Like, with intercepting tuning, it would actually be really good. If you gave it more power for the capacitor, and you made it interceptor tuned, it would be really good. Because it's not going to be able to turn very well, you know? Yeah, I'm definitely holding on to it, because I got it with store credit anyway. But right now, it's just useless. I got this Deathstalker skin as well. But I am liking the idea of Black Widow, though. It does look really good. Because I love the sound. The sound of this thing is amazing. It talks to you as well. But it's just, you can't get any good output on it. And as I was saying, Tumblr, at the start of the stream, you know what CIG should have done? They should have taken the 2 blade cannons and turned them to size 4, and then had 2 blade size 3s and the repeater size 3s of the blade. So you'd have had 2 4s, 4 3s, and 1 size 5. All based off the Vandal weaponry. Because the blade is working so well right now. And no joke, if you had 2 size 4 blade cannons with the 2 size 3s after that. So 2 size, you could even go 1 size 5, 2 size 4s, and 2 size 3s. The blade cannons that are good, and then beef them up to size 4. This thing would have been amazing. With literally blade cannon spec. I think it suffers more from agility than lack of firepower. See, I like, for me, I want heavy fighters to not be dogfighting. I want them to be coming in, laying waste, and then getting out. So I would rather them have interceptor tuning than agility. If you could actually put the blade guns on, I would buy 2 blades and just do 4 size 3 blades. It's worse than Freelancer Max. Again, give it interceptor tuning and it would be really good fun. The blade is really good right now, yeah. But it's very glass cannon. If you don't know how to navigate it, you get fucking insta-gibbed. I don't think it's that much. I think it's like 300 and something. I think it's like the same price as a glaive or something like that. I'll definitely hold on to it. I'll see what CIG's final thing is, but whoever put the tuning in for the the Stinger, it's like, come on, man. It's a fucking monster of a ship, and you've got it so slow, not agile, and the damage is not that good. And if you go full ballistic build, you've got to get super fucking close. So without having to intercept tune it, you're not getting in and out to do that job. With the blade and glaives having a sideways flight profile, I feel like you're gonna use those. I'm not getting into anything because, again, with the upcoming flight model, there's a reality check coming for a lot of people. So I'm like, all ships are gonna have to be learned in a different way. So I'm not bothered about the now. It's more just like, it's too slow and it doesn't hit hard enough to justify the size profile. They're dispelling the myth that every new ship in the store is overpowered. True, yeah. The Bestoke cannon's useless because anything Vandal Bestoke has no gimbal assist. So you have to manually aim it, basically. And that's why people are missing a lot of shots. Because it has no assist. It's like shooting the glaive and the scythe and this thing with its size 5. It's like shooting the ion gun. You have to lead the shots manually. So it's a huge amount of damage that can't be done unless you're actually good at the game. But even then, it's just too slow to get in and out. If this was interceptor tuned for a heavy fighter, and we're not talking about Buccaneer speeds, but if it was like double the speed going forward, this would be really good. You could fly in, blap somebody, fly out forward, and give that massive like death wing appearance to it, right? None of this rate fighting, because so many people are wanting this thing to be able to fucking rate fight. We don't need heavy fighters to rate fight. They just need to be fast to push in and out and deal massive damage and get out of dodge. It doesn't have to fucking dogfight like a light fighter. Not everything has to be a light fighter in this game. Yeah, it's too sluggish. I think if it had the speed to push in and deal damage and push away, it would be good fun. I mean, if you were to use it against large ships exclusively with full Vandal guns, it would be better. Yeah, again, if they had just taken the blade cannons and made it the size 5, 2 size 4 blade cannons, and 2 size 3 blade cannons, it would be fucking monstrous. You could leave it slow. You could leave it unturnworthy. Because the moment it gets on pip, you would fucking die in a light fighter. It would be so good. But CIG are like, no, Xperia want to change it so you can have repeaters. Because it's not for the shit. It's just whatever, man. Again, if you had taken the big guns from the blade, put them on the ship, and you took the same gun, made it size 4, and buffed up the stats and put it on, so it's 2 size 3, 2 size 4, and the size 5, with blade cannons and the glaive main cannon size 5, it would be so good. Because you would one-shot arrows with it. And that would justify the slowness and the turn rate. Let me have a look at the DM. What's this? Assembled? Oh, is somebody actually selling these? Ooh. Wait, can you sell this? Oh, is that the company that does it in Asia? He's gonna get so sued? Really? Shit, chat. It comes with a fucking keyring. That's licensed merch? Really? Shit. Does it come with a wooden box? Oh my god. Yo, guys, my birthday is coming up. Like in December. You know? Anybody in the mood? That's not bad. Fucking assembled as well. Subathon! No, I can't ask that, people. That's sick though. Holy shit. 1 to 100 scale as well. Limited sale with the Stinger paint. I kind of like it with the normal paint though. You can get all 3 of them for $540. Shit. God damn, that is actually really cool. And I wouldn't have to do any making. So you get the base, you get that. I like how you get... I want to know more about the keyring. Oh, it's a metal base and stand. Wooden inner box. Interior cushion. CIG licensed partner. But what about the keyring? There's no mention about it. And I can see it there. What is that? You can move the... Ah, dude. No joke, if I had a spare fucking 220 right now, I would probably buy this. Yo! Pigeon Spaceport! Are you looking for a content creator? Can you send me one? Pigeon! Pigeon, please! Scorpius! That is really cool. Pre-painted and everything, chat. Magnetic guns. That's so cool. Yeah, but you want it with the OG paint though, the Stinger one. Which makes it look even better than the one that CIG have. It's a really good price as well, like. In before GRDF are like, shit. And that's the only ones they've got available right now, the Scorpions. Wait, can you actually move the turret? Oh no, the turret magnetizes, never mind. 50K member, what does that mean? Wait, what does the 50K member one mean? I can afford the tariffs on that? What were the tariffs? Oh, coming to America. Yeah. Oh, wow. This in Antares? Yeah. That's sick. I like how it's like metal, plastic, well fucking painted. I need to get like a cabinet then behind me. Yeah, that's sick. Awesome, 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 awesome. All right. Awesome stuff, guys. What are we sitting on? YouTube. Holy shit. 16 likes. My God. Thank you so much for the support, guys. Appreciate that. Thank you, YouTube. Again, we're doing multi-streaming now, so you guys can the ability to watch on Kick, YouTube, and Twitch. ! Multi in chat. Whichever you prefer. Obviously, YouTube and Kick don't have any music. But yeah. You get the better quality though on YouTube. Thank you, dude. And on Friday, chat, Arc Raiders with Bergs. I don't know when it's actually launching though, the playtest. Hopefully it'll be like midday. Decoupled core mode, and it's so fucking hard to fly. Yep. Just like it is in Elite Dangerous as well. How's Popper? Well, we've not started physio because he's still in the healing process. But you can see the leg here, looking really good. Next, stop making a lunchbox out of yourself, and it's going down. But we're doing high intensity walking, so he has like one solid day of very intense walking, and then the next day is like relax, building up muscles, stuff like that. But his left muscle is so swole now that I don't think he'll ever go back to walking on all fours. But at least he runs on all fours and stuff like that, so that's fine. It is what it is, chat. Novi is swole? He is, yeah. Super swole. Awesome stuff though, guys. Alright, I appreciate all the love as always. That was good looking over the quick CitizenCon thing. I'm not going to press re-copy on my account because I kind of want to showcase the Paladin tomorrow with the build I was working on. I'll need a gunner for that, if it actually works and stuff. But yeah, we have Arc Raiders at the weekend with Berks. And probably play some with Cutlet as well. I'm off on Thursday. The new schedule is up for it, where it's Mondays, Tuesday, Wednesdays. Off on Thursday to do stuff, private stuff. And then we're back Friday, Saturday each week. And then obviously we will go into the 4.4 testing with Arc Raiders as well. The plan will be is where when Arc Raiders comes out on the 30th, it's going to be like each show is going to be like 2-3 hours of Star Citizen from 9 a.m. to like 12, and then the rest of the afternoon for like 6-7 hours will be Arc Raiders. This way we keep everything going hunky-dory, and people will be able to check back on the VODs on YouTube and all that jazz for everything. But yeah, appreciate it, guys. Thank you for the love today as well. Crazy stuff. Thank you for all the stuff on Kick as well. YouTube. Appreciate you. I don't see anyone. Cutlet's not on yet. He's probably degened his hours with playing Battlefield crazily. So we'll leave it as that. We shall leave it, chap. But yeah, good stuff. Good stuff. Thank you, Koff. Thank you. Alright, guys. I'm out. Coolers. Have a good day. Sofa, Faldorn, Nero, Tumblr, appreciate you, Lance Echo. Thank you, guys. Crudex, Quartz, appreciate you being here, guys. GG's. Have a good evening. Time to go for hikey walk things, whatever you want to call it, Nova, yeah? Then get some food. I've still not had any breakfast, dinner. Get some eggs, I think. Glitch, have a good night. Ship Club, take care. Appreciate yous. Check out YouTube. Go and drop all the follows and all those links there. Appreciate it, guys. Good night.